Chapter 341 A Show of Strength. Lawyer. Your father is here. Ashui walked into the school. Lu Yair was practicing calligraphy with a deep hatred. When she heard this, her pen didn't even tilt. She said without raising her head, "He came here at this time to find Uncle Zhao. Not to find me." Ashui sat down, and she leaned on the table and asked in a low voice, "Did you quarrel with your father?" Lu Yair put down the brush, raised her eyes and asked, "Why do you say that?" Feeling. Ashui tapped her head with her fingers and said, "My father also said that there was a problem between your brother and your father. Otherwise, how could your brother not go home and live in the desert every day to raise camels?" Lu Yair smiled. "Why are you still telling your father this?" "Yes. He is a toothless old man who doesn't eat or drink much and doesn't have the energy to walk around like a young man. He can only sit with the maids and chat, and then gossip to me when he goes back. He is very talkative." That said, there was no disgust on Ashui's face. Lu Yair held her chin up and looked at her. She asked curiously, "Do you want to follow the caravan out of Dunhuang to have a look? When I was your age, I went to Dunhuang with my mother and Aunt Sui." Ashui nodded. "The next time you go out of the customs, you go with me." "No. I can't go." Ashui refused straightforwardly. "My father is 56 years old this year. He is so old that only bones and skin are left. His hair is as sparse as weeds in the wilderness, and his waist is hunched. He may live for another 10 years. Or he may only live for 1 year or half a year. I can't leave him. I have to accompany him." Lu Yair was surprised that she talked about life and death without any hesitation. Uncle Lanyo was the only relative of Ashui in this world. Wasn't she afraid of his death? The big cat that sneaked into the school meowed. The two girls tilted their heads to look. Lu Yair saw her father standing outside the door. "I'm leaving first." Ashui drove the big cat out of the door. She said, "Lu Yair, close the door of the school when you leave. Don't let the cat sneak in to poop and pee." There was no one in the school for a long time, because Lu Yair and Song Xian lived in a guest house. She stayed in the school to practice calligraphy and learn words. "When did you come back?" Huang Anqing asked. Lu Yair didn't believe that he didn't know. She said, "The day when the servants drove the camels out of the city." Huang Anqing laughed. He walked into the school, pulled open a bench and sat down. He reached out and picked up the calligraphy that Lu Yair practiced and looked at it carefully. "Is it here?" Zhao Shiping asked. "Yes. Lu Yair is talking to her father," Ashui said. Huang Anqing stood up when he heard the voice. He put down his calligraphy board, said he would learn from the teacher and went out. "Brother Huang, you came to see me?" Zhao Shiping asked. Huang Anqing brushed the yellow earth mark on his knee and said, "I heard from Uncle Lanyo that you were burying your father-in-law. Has the grave been repaired? I'll go and pay my respects. I was too busy with family affairs. I came back 3 or 4 days before he was buried. There's no need to pay respects. His son, daughter and grandson are all talking to him in front of the grave. We won't bother them." Zhao Shiping walked out and asked, "You are not on duty at this time. What do you want to see me for?" "The soldiers from Yumen Pass and Yang Pass are escorting the camp prostitutes from the 2 places. You have to go and meet them." Zhao Shiping patted his head. He really forgot about this matter. He was only thinking about the 4 counties in Ishi. There were many garrisons stationed in Yumen Pass and Yang Pass, and there should be no shortage of camp prostitutes in these 2 places. Zhao Shiping and Huang Anqing rode camels to the west gate. As he expected, there were 482 prostitutes outside the city, including 53 girls of different sizes. "The postman has passed the news for half a month, but you haven't sent anyone to make arrangements, so no one cares. They are guarding the city gate all day long, and the caravans coming and going are really unsightly. Our lord sent us to send these people to Dunhuang." A dusty escort soldier handed over a box of slave contracts and continued, "Because we don't know your arrangements, the slave contracts have not been cancelled. You can make all the arrangements." Zhao Shiping reached out to take it, and another taciturn soldier handed over another box of slave contracts, and he took it without saying a word. "My lord, please count the number of people. If there is no problem, our brothers will leave now." Zhao Shiping called Huang Anqing to help read the names. "I can't read." Huang Anqing took the 2 boxes and said, "I'll hold them, and you read them. Do you know how to read?" Zhao Shiping nodded. "Next, I'll read them one by one, and they'll go into the city. After entering, stand along the city wall in 2 lines. And don't crowd together. Sun Qinghui. Sun Qingyu. Yu Fu. Zhao Yunj. The women whose names were called were dumbfounded. As if they were slow to react. They listened attentively. But when they heard their names, they were stunned for 3 or 4 breaths before they realized what their names were. The names of the beautiful women echoed at the city gate. And the haggard women walked into the city gate with evasive eyes. All 482 women entered the city. And there were 7 slave contracts left in one wooden box, and 3 slave contracts left in another wooden box. Zhao Shiping looked at the escorting soldiers in surprise. They didn't know the situation either. So they could only use the excuse that the inspector was careless, and the slave contracts of the dead prostitutes were mixed in. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. He returned the extra slave contracts to them. And then asked Huang Anqing to send 2 teams of prostitutes to the north of the city. He rode a camel to find Supervisor, who to cancel the slave contracts and change the nationality. Supervisor who had a headache when he saw him. He accepted the prostitutes from the other 3 counties. And the county magistrate scolded him. Now Zhao Shiping sent another 400 or 500 people. And he didn't dare to raise his hand to receive them. General Zhao, please spare my life. There are another 400 or 500 people coming. Where can I find a place to live? Each person owes 5 share of grain on credit. 400 or 500 people means more than 2,000 share of grain. This matter will eventually fall on the heads of the agricultural officials and the county magistrate. You want them to take my life. If they want your life, I will take care of it for you. Zhao Shiping put the 2 boxes of slave contracts on the table. He picked up the kettle on the table and poured a bowl of water to drink. He said intentionally or unintentionally, I have seen your boy. He is a smart person. If you have the strength. No. Take him with you in the future. Father and son fighting together. It's better than you worrying alone. Hu Jianzhan instantly realized that the boy he was talking about was Ngur. He thought about it, relaxed his expression, and said, you, as his uncle, are willing to promote this boy. He is lucky. You and I are brothers-in-law. I will take the scolding for you. Zhao Shiping put down the bowl and said, the household registration is ready. You ask him to send it to the guest house for me. Hey. Zhao Shiping went out and led the camel and left in a hurry. There were 995 camp prostitutes, who became good women in the 4 counties of Heshi, Yumen Pass and Yangwan. And 101 men followed from Wuwei, Zhangye and Jiuquan. After the news reached Dunhuang, there were 89 men who were interested in finding a woman to accompany them. These 89 men all had their own homes. And they would take the women they liked home. After the remaining 101 men and 101 women formed families, Zhao Shiping gave priority to settling them in civilian settlements. The layout of the houses in civilian settlements was similar to that of military settlements, with 2 bedrooms, 1 in the main room and 1 in the side room, plus a kitchen and livestock pen. The livestock pen could accommodate 2 families with a shed and partition, and a small courtyard could accommodate 4 families. Single women were arranged to live in military settlements, because they did not have to pay attention to gender differences, and 1 room could sleep 4 or 5 people. Finally, the remaining 805 women were squeezed into 62 empty houses. Although it's a bit crowded for you to live together, there is strength in numbers. And you can vent more. And you can sleep more peacefully at night. Sui Yu was holding a sheepskin roll and standing in a house talking to the woman who lived there. This is a military settlement. There are decapitators and centurions living in each alley. And there are also village chiefs in charge. Compared with civilian settlements, the discipline here is definitely stricter. But not all of them are good people. There are definitely many people with malicious intentions. Especially your special status. There will definitely be women who curse you and men who come to harass you in the future. You should be mentally prepared. I suggest you don't pay attention to outsiders. This is just your temporary residence. You will move to Jiuquan County and Zhangye County next year. So you don't have to bother to manage neighborhood relations. Go out to work together in the morning and come back together in the evening. Close the door when you come back. And don't go out after dark. What about fetching water? What about washing clothes? Someone asked. Sui Yu looked over. Her eyes sharpened. And she asked, do you need me to teach you this simple question? How did you fetch water and wash clothes in the brothel? If you use your brain a little, you will know that it is bright outside and there are many people outside. Can't you go out together? The woman who asked the question shrank her shoulders and kept silent. Your freedom is not easy to come by. It is a fluke that you climbed out of the quagmire. If you fall into it again without long-sightedness, you deserve it. You are asking for trouble. You are destined to be ridden by thousands of people, and slept with thousands of people. Suiyu said mercilessly. She was afraid that someone would live a good life one foot, and then show off the next foot. And then become a playboy who makes a living by the body. She could help them. But it was impossible to help them one by one. I suggest you stay away from men. They are not sincere to you. Especially married men. You must not get involved with them. Don't have such thoughts as carrying water is too heavy, and asking for help. If you can't carry it alone, just fetch less water. Don't ask men to deliver water to your house, even if you run 2 more times. Suiyu warned. You can't bring men into the house we put you in. I will send people, or come to check it myself every now and then. If anyone dares to bring a man in to spend the night, I will not listen to your explanation, and will pack up and leave immediately. Don't ruin the reputation of others. Madam, don't worry. If there is such a bitch among us, we will strangle her to death in the middle of the night without your order. A dignified woman spoke. Well, you supervise each other. Suiyu was about to leave. She had to go to the next house. When she left, she explained, if someone bullies you or harasses you, don't be tolerant. Go directly to Chonggui guest house to complain to me. Zhao Zhonglong and I can take care of it for you. Thank you, madam. They followed him out of the courtyard. Suiyu waved her hand, signaling them to stay and not to see him off. Suiyu spent 6 days personally visiting the 62 cotton farmers living in the military settlement, knocking, warning, and instructing them, and also telling the nearby residents not to bully her. She would not just leave them here and ignore them. Before her, Zhao Shiping had greeted the head of the military settlement and the centurion, who had been his subordinate, asking them to keep an eye on him. The people he arranged to live in had already turned over a new leaf. If anyone came to harass or wanted to do evil and take a woman, he would not show mercy. He would report to the authorities and put them in jail. With the couple as their support, the women living in the military settlement lived a peaceful life. After dawn, they went out together to weed the land they rented, and then borrowed oxen and iron plows to plow the land. Fortunately, when they were camp prostitutes, they were busy in the fields during spring sowing and autumn harvest, weeding, turning the soil, plowing, fertilizing, and making ridges were not unfamiliar to them. Although they were busy and tired, the shackles on their bodies were gone. After the cotton harvest, they could sell the money to buy food and clothes. There was hope for the future. They worked hard without complaining or crying. On the 7th day of May, Zhao Shiping went to inspect the land rented by cotton growers. Mu of wasteland was reclaimed. According to the experience they learned in the north of the city, they made ridges on the land, pulled out the weeds on the ridges at the ends of the fields, and took the weeds home after drying and burning them into ashes. What made him most happy was that they formed groups and helped each other. The young people without children and burdens did not rush to him to buy cotton seedlings on credit after finishing their work in the fields, but gathered together to help the elderly, mothers with children, and weak and sick women. Ah! A dark-skinned woman who was driving a plow and plowing the land with an ox saw Zhao Shiping and said happily, Sir, there is only 1 mu of the 474 mu of land that the 805 of us have rented and planted that has not been plowed yet. We can pick cotton seedlings and transplant them tomorrow. Okay, you can go there tomorrow. I have a dung basket at home, so you don't have to borrow one from your neighbors. Zhao Shiping said, and was about to leave. Sir, how much does 1 mu of cotton seedlings cost? Someone asked. 20 cents per plant. Or 1 cotton seedling in exchange for 5 cotton seeds. You can choose. Zhao Shiping went to the settlement to inspect the other 101 households and the 89 households living locally. The next day, when the cotton growers came to transplant the cotton seedlings, Suiyu came with 10 strong servants carrying mallets. Wang Erden, Zhang Shun shouted. Hey, it's me. A man in his 40s with a lame leg stood up. Come here. Zhang Shun waved. Sun Lao Mao. Come here. Mao Datu. Gua Er's Hun. Dong Taitu. 9 men walked to the edge of the field with trepidation. Beat him. Suiyu gave the order in a cold voice. Qishan picked up the club and smashed it hard on Wang Erden's lame leg. The terrible howl of pain scared the big black dog so much that it tucked its tail between its legs and ran back. You are such a bastard. And you still beat your wives? Why? Do you despise them for being camp prostitutes? Suiyu slapped them in the face. I've been waiting for you bastards to show your true colors. I'll throw them into the river to wake them up. If you can't be clean, go to the river and look at your own behavior. You look like a ghost with your filthy eyebrows and eyes. And your mouth is more stinky than a cesspool. Your skin is so loose that it can hide maggots. If you don't take advantage of them this time, you won't have wives even if you die. You still despise them? If they don't despise you, your ancestors are very lucky. I warn you, no one is begging you to marry a wife. You are the ones who are so self-deprecating that you follow them. If I find you beating and scolding your wives again, I will call you Grandpa. Chapter 342 Brother. Are you tired? The waves splashed in the river, and the men who were thrown into the river were quickly washed away by the rapid current. They shouted for help and grabbed the water plants in their hands to climb to the shore, with the servants watching. These people would not drown. Suiyu looked away indifferently. She looked at the others standing on the ground. The men who accidentally touched her eyes lowered their heads in panic. They did not dare to look at her. Suiyu looked at the women with bruises on their faces. They were crying or laughing, or looking at her gratefully. She was indifferent and just reminded them, you all have hands, feet and mouths. If you are beaten, you have to fight back. If you are scolded, you have to scold back. If you are hurt, you have to make him hurt. If you only tolerate it, you will suffer countless hardships. Some people cried, and some people shouted that their lives were miserable. Suiyu was impatient to listen. She looked at the men who were secretly curling their lips, and said sarcastically, people always have to close their eyes and sleep. You get beaten during the day, and when he closes his eyes at night, you chop off one of his fingers or one of his hands with a knife. If he wants your life, you can take his life in return. Xiao Chunhong's eyes lit up, and she turned her head and said to Xiao Shi beside her, yes. Why didn't I think of it? When I get married in the future, if my man dares to touch a finger of mine, as long as he doesn't beat me to death, he can't close his eyes and sleep. Otherwise he will die and open his eyes again. Xiao Shi saw that she raised her eyebrows and winked at her. She thought for a while, and immediately reacted, and responded, you are right. At most, it's a gamble of one life. If he dies, I will go to jail. If I'm lucky, I can run out of the pass and herd sheep outside the pass. The crowd whispered to each other, and the men who were still disdainful a moment ago were no longer calm at this time. And fear appeared between their brows. The 9 men thrown into the river climbed up. They looked at Suiyu as if she were a demon. They suppressed their coughs and walked around her. Get to work, Suiyu said, and walked away lightly. My mother is so majestic. The boy stared at his mother's back as she crossed the river gracefully, with stars in his eyes. Shui nodded in agreement. But she quietly leaned over and asked, has your father ever been beaten? How is that possible? The boy's face was full of disbelief. My father would never touch my mother, and my mother would never beat him. Sui Liang tapped Shui's head with his fingers and said speechlessly, you are either stupid or blind. Shui. The boy laughed. He remembered that he had bumped into his mother and father, and thought that she would not use force to suppress his father. Are you registering here? 2 women carrying loads came over. Sui Liang came back to his senses. He spread out the parchment scroll, dipped the brush in the dusty ink, and said, what's your name? Where do you live? Do you use money or cotton seeds to offset the cotton seedlings you owe on credit? Use cotton seeds. You have to pay 5 cotton seeds for each cotton seedling you owe on credit. Right? Jiang Qianu asked. Yes. My name is Jiang Qianu. I live in the 8th military village, and I owe 200 cotton seedlings on credit. My name is Tsuju. I live in the 8th military village, and I live with Qianu. I also owe 200 cotton seedlings on credit. Someone else came over from behind. Shui waved. Come over here. I can also register here. It's 200 cotton seedlings. Jiang Qianu's. Huan Yo leaned over and said to Sui Liang. A Chang also counted, and the number was correct. She asked Tsuju to leave with a load, and told them to return the dung baskets and shoulder poles as soon as they were used. Lu Yer and Shui worked together, one checking the number, the other holding a pen to write the registration. Are you all the children of Zonglangjiang and Madam? The woman waiting in line behind asked. Do we look alike? Lu Yer smiled and pointed at the person sitting and squatting. This young man must be Madam's biological son. The mother and son are made from the same mold. The woman standing in front of the little boy said. The little boy grinned. Yes, I am the only child of my parents. The handsome boy next to me is my uncle. Biological. Sui Liang couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Lu Ye with a brush and said, "Except her. The rest are all from the same family." Lu Ye paused and nodded, saying, "I am a classmate of them." The perceptive people have already seen that Huan Yo and Ah Chang's clothes and expressions are not like those of masters. But they are not like ordinary maids either. "Auntie, you have registered and can go now," Ah Chang said. "Next, come to me. Madam is a good person. You are blessed." The woman reached out and touched the top of Ah Chang's head, saying, "Follow the teacher and learn well. And try to hold a brush and write next year." Ah Chang smiled proudly. "I can write, but I just lack the ability to count. So I made up for it." "Good girl." The woman carried the load and left. Xiao Chunhong heard the movement at the edge of the field, and she said to Xiaoxi, "I don't know if I can leave the border this year. If not, I will go to learn counting and writing from Ah Chang and Huanyo." Xiaoxi was thoughtful. After a day's work, in the evening, Xiaoxi rode a camel into the city with a bag of money. She bought a can of lamp oil and fried hemp leaves and maltose. "Is Ah Chang asleep?" Xiaoxi pushed open the door of the next room with a plate of fried hemp leaves, and saw Chang and Huanyo sitting face to face under the oil lamp, writing and drawing on the sand board with their fingers. So hardworking. Practicing calligraphy at night? Xiaoxi was surprised. Ah Chang smiled embarrassedly, and she explained in a low voice, "We have to work during the day, and we have time to relax after dark. So we can only write and practice more at this time." "Sister Xiaoxi, what do you want to talk to Ah Chang about?" Huanyo asked. "Not only looking for her, but also looking for you. I want you to be our little teacher and teach me to count. It would be nice if you can recognize some words." Xiaoxi put the plate of fried hemp leaves on the table and said, "You are young and still growing. Fill your stomach before going to bed." Huanyo was a little reluctant. She and Ah Chang also had wages, so they didn't lack this little food, and they didn't want to waste time. After all, they only had some free time to study at night after leaving the school. It was very difficult to keep up with the teacher's teaching progress. Ah Chang was shy and would not refuse people. Although she was embarrassed, she nodded and agreed. "Then come to our room. We have 5 oil lamps in the room. It's very bright." Xiaoxi stuffed Ah Chang with a small bag of almost melted maltose and said, "Sweet mouth. Sister will buy you tomorrow." "No need to buy. I don't like candy." Ah Chang waved his hand. "Silly girl. Who doesn't like sweets? I'll go back first. Come over when you're done." Xiaoxi walked out quickly. Huanyo closed the door, and she scolded, "Why did you agree? Are you not going to practice calligraphy? Are you not going to recite the law? I won't sleep at noon. I'll make up for it at noon." Ah Chang tied up her hair, put on her shoes, and went downstairs, saying, "When we first came, we slept with the sisters. Although it was the master's order, the sisters took good care of us and never bullied us." Huanyo pouted. "Okay. Then, you go tonight, and I'll go tomorrow night." "Hey." Ah Chang responded cheerfully. "I'll go first. You're sleepy. Go to sleep first." Zhang Shun and the others heard the noise and asked Dunhuang to come out. Although Dunhuang was not as good as Huanyo and Ah Chang, he was still competent in teaching a group of illiterate people to count. He could write 30 or 40 characters. The servants held a small class at night. Everyone was studying seriously. Only Ding Quan and He were absent-minded and anxious. The next day, Sui Yu saw Ding Quan and He circling around her from time to time. In the evening, she waved and called them over. "Have all the cotton seedlings in the field been moved?" Sui Yu asked. "They have all been moved. If there were not enough farm tools, the work would have been done in one day yesterday." Ding Quan rushed to answer. "There are still 5 mu of seedlings left. I will drive the camels to plow the land tomorrow, and plant cotton on the remaining 5 mu in the next 2 days." Arya was not far behind. He continued, "Master, I think it is not good to use farmland to pile mud for breeding and seedlings. You see, the 5 mu of land for breeding is compacted because people walk around, and it must be difficult for crops to take root. It is better to find a wasteland to flatten and pile river mud on it to breed cotton seedlings next year, which will not affect the fertility of breeding seedlings." Sui Yu nodded. "What you said makes sense. Let's do it as you said. And you worry about this next year." Arya's eyes lit up, and Ding Quan's eyes dimmed accordingly. "When I left last year, I said that whoever of you can do it will be promoted to be the housekeeper. I still remember this. But I was too busy for the past half month and didn't have time to find you. Sui, you stopped beating around the bush. Mr. Song praised you to me. And Uncle Lao No praised you a lot. Too. You two are very capable. When we were not at home, you managed everything in the guest house in an orderly manner. And you deserve my trust. Especially Ari. Considering that we will plant more cotton this year. You found the family who reclaimed wasteland in the north of the city and negotiated with them to buy their wasteland without my instructions. And bought me another 25 acres of land. I can see your loyalty. Let the past be the past. You have learned a lesson. I won't mention it. Ari lowered his head in shame. I was obsessed before. Master, I won't have other thoughts in the future. Well, you are flexible. You will be responsible for the guest house and the farm in the future. And you can order the servants at home. Sui Yu said. But Zhang Shun and Xiao Chunhong are mainly responsible for the caravan. If there is a shortage of manpower in the farm, you can let them take over for a day or two. And usually don't order them. Or give orders through me. Ari nodded excitedly. He breathed a sigh of relief. He finally turned over. Thank you, Master, for trusting me. I will never let you down again. He promised loudly. Well, you go down first. Sui Yu waved her hand. And she instructed, keep an eye on the work in the farm. Not only patrol, but also pay attention to the growth of cotton. And hire helpers to water the farm when it is dry. Hey. Ari retreated quickly. Sui Yu looked at Ding Quan, who was humiliated and looked like he had been drained of his energy. You didn't expect this result? She asked with a smile. It was a fluke. I thought that Ari had betrayed his master before. So you might trust me more. So you are lazy. Doing things in a conventional way. Just to avoid mistakes. Not to achieve success. Sui Yu said bluntly. Ding Quan lowered his head. And he had nothing to refute. I'll give you another chance to show your ability. If you can do this well, I will speak well of you in front of your master and let you follow him to do things and run errands for him. Ding Quan was refreshed and immediately looked happy. You say. You order. I will definitely do it for you. I plan to build another warehouse on that vacant land. Your master will hire the craftsmen. After the construction starts, you will be responsible for supervising, transporting soil, buying wooden rafters, buying tools, and organizing things. Sui Yu led him to the vacant land in the north. At the beginning of spring, 50 kilograms of golden grass seeds were sown on the 10 acres of land. The weather was dry, and there was no timely watering. There were camels looking for food on it all day, so the grass did not grow well. 3 or 4 mu of land is enough. I will tell you the sketch and my ideas in a few days. You should supervise the craftsmen to build the house according to my idea and report the situation to me in time. Sui Yu said. Can you do it? Ding Quan thought about it and nodded heavily. I will definitely satisfy you. Sui Yu smiled. Okay. You think about it. If you don't understand something, ask me or Uncle Nyo. It was Uncle Nyo who supervised the construction of the guest house. As soon as Sui Yu finished speaking, he heard the sound of camel bells. Another caravan came. This caravan came from the interior of the country. When passing by Zhanya, they also rested at the Changde guest house. When they left, the caravan also took the job of delivering good news. Shopkeeper Yu. Your housekeeper Lu is pregnant. Tell her mother-in-law and her mother. The merchants announced the good news as soon as they landed. Meng Ma, who was plucking chicken feathers under a tree, couldn't help but be happy when she heard this. She hurried into the kitchen to make gestures with Yingpa. Lu Yer and Gonda had been married for a year and a half. But there was no news of good news. The 2 old women couldn't sleep well. It was dark. And Zhao Shiping came back from the field wrapped in dust. He washed and ate his fill. And then he dragged his tired steps back to the house. Dad? Are you back? The kid asked loudly while lying on the bed. You haven't come back yet. So we didn't wait for you. Let's eat first. Well, no need to wait. I'll be busy for a few more days, and then I won't be busy anymore. Zhao Shiping stopped under the eaves and said, You and your uncle should go to bed early, and don't play too late. Okay. Are you tired? I'll go and step on your back. Zhao Shiping was tempted. But as soon as the door was opened, he immediately turned around and refused. I'm not tired. I don't want you to step on my back. Don't come over. 2 oil lamps were lit in the room. Sui Yu was lying on the bed, with a pomegranate red silk cloth on her body. She was naked, and the mountains and hills were up and down. Seeing the man coming in, she threw him a coquettish look. "Brother, are you tired?" she asked delicately. "Do you want a little girl?" Chapter 343 Cultivating the Younger Generation. The moonlight felt like frost all over the courtyard, and the bright white moonlight penetrated the crack of the door, which was 3 times brighter than the inner room surrounded by firelight. The dusty silk cloth on the ground shook and draped over the bedpost. Zhao Shiping leaned against the bed with his bare arms and panted, and a big hand with thick calluses unconsciously rubbed the round shoulder. "Thirsty?" Sui Yu came back to his senses from the trembling. Zhao Shiping picked up the pants thrown on the ground and put them on. He opened the door and went out. The moonlight outside the house couldn't wait to flow in with the wind. The moonlight outside the house was too good. Sui Yu took off the red silk cloth on the bedpost and wrapped it around her body. She put on her shoes and walked slowly into the cool night breeze. Sui Liang and the little cub had already fallen asleep. The yard was quiet. The running water behind the house and the chirping of insects in the grass echoed, making the night particularly peaceful. Zhao Shiping brought the water over and stood still at the door. His waist-length black hair and smooth red skirt intertwined in the wind. The sharp contrast of colors stimulated his eyes, which had just subsided. Sui Yu smiled at him and whispered, "Is there anyone outside?" "No." Sui Yu walked out and said, "It's a nice night tonight. I can't sleep, so I'll go for a walk by the river." Zhao Shiping didn't agree with her. He walked in, closed the door, and bolted it. He took a few big steps towards her, bent over and picked her up with one arm. Sui Yu suppressed her laughter and let the silk knot tied under her armpits unravel. The gorgeous red flowed on the man's arm, then meandered to the ground, swaying with her hurried steps. Half of the bowl of water was spilled, and only a small half went into her stomach. The rest and sweat were branded on the gray-green sheets. He fell asleep at the crowing of a cock. When the cock crowed 3 times, Zhao Shiping heard the door of the next room open. "It's so cool," the kid said. "Wow." Sui Liang yawned and stretched. He pushed his nephew out and said, Go. Don't disturb your parents' sleep. My dad will wake up soon. It's getting light." It was still early in the morning, but many people had already gotten up. The camels in the livestock pen were released. Li Muda waved his whip to drive them to the lower reaches of the river to drink water. Sui Liang and the kid went to get the horses. Uncle Nyo stood outside the pen watching Li Wu and Gon Er shoveling camel dung in the livestock pen. The old cat official lay at his feet and slept soundly. In the past, the cat official was attached to a shui. After the winter last year, it suddenly liked to stick to Uncle Nyo. An old man and an old cat were company. They sat at the foot of the wall and basked in the sun for most of the day. Sui Liang went over to touch the cat official's head. It didn't even open its eyes. It meowed as a greeting. The boy led out 2 horses, took the pig brush, and said, "Uncle, let's go. Say hello to your cat brother." "Good morning, cat brother. Did you sleep well last night?" Uncle Lao Nyo laughed. No wonder the uncle and nephew, who were more than 10 years apart, could play together. One dared to talk nonsense, and the other dared to respond. Sui Liang and the boy led the horses to the river to brush their hair. Hungry and Ji Mai Sui were comfortable after being served. When the golden light appeared in the sky, they carried their 2 masters and galloped across the wilderness, from west to east, and then ran along the city wall to the east gate, went around the city to pick up Aining and Jinhua, and then slowly went to the north of the city. "It's my third uncle." Aining saw the man riding a camel coming towards him, and he shouted, "Third uncle, are you on duty again?" Zhao Shiping said him. He got closer and looked at Jinhua a few more times. This little girl was not familiar with him, and was a little afraid of him. She pursed her lips and said nothing when she saw him. "Dad, where are you going today?" the kid asked. "To inspect the cotton field to prevent anyone from causing trouble." "What trouble?" Aining was puzzled. "The cotton has been planted, and someone might steal it." "Dad, I want to go too." "I'll go with you." "No, I still have to study with the old master later." "Dad, I'll go with you in the afternoon. I don't have anything to do in the house," the kid said. "You're not doing your mulberry leaf business anymore?" Sui Liang lowered his eyes and thought. Then he said, "I'll take care of the mulberry leaf business." "Brother-in-law, let the kid go with you." "That's fine." Zhao Shiping nodded. "I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to the fields. Watching Zhao sheeping riding away on his camel. Aining muttered. My third uncle is really energetic today. His back is really straight. Really? The kid didn't notice. My dad doesn't seem to be in low spirits. Does he? Come on. Go on. Go back and eat. I'm hungry. Sui Liang shouted go. He rode the red horse with Jinhua in his arms and ran away first. Sui Yu just woke up. She opened the door and came out. Just then, 2 horses carrying people came back. She greeted them with great enthusiasm, aining. Have you and Jinhua had breakfast? What are your parents busy with recently? My parents are busy watering the golden flowers. It's been hot recently, and the fields are drying up quickly. They need to water every 7 or 8 days. Aining replied. That's hard work. Sui Yu went over and took Jinhua down, saying, hurry up and have dinner with your brother. After dinner, come and play with your aunt. You can't go to the school to bother your brothers. Mom. The kid was unwilling to be ignored. He jumped off the horse and said, Mom, I told my father that I will go to the field with him to inspect the cotton in the afternoon. Sui Yu's eyes lit up. I had the same idea, but I just didn't have time to say it. We are mother and son, and we thought the same thing. Really? The kid was happy. Well, your father just got promoted, and he doesn't accept the others. He has no help and no one to help him. You are his son, so go and help him. Sui Yu led him to the kitchen and said, go and help me keep an eye on him. Don't let outsiders bully your father. Okay. Go in and eat quickly. Your classmates will be here soon. Sui Yu sent him in, and she went to the river to wash her face. On the open space on the other side of the river stood a half-leg-high grave mound, with a stone tablet buried in front of it. Sui Yu took a glance at it when he stood up, and raised his hand to say hello when he left. Good morning. I'm going to eat. In the city, when Hu Jianjian went to the government office to work, he called Ngur and said, around noon, you lead a donkey to find me and deliver the household registration of the camp prostitute to your uncle. Ngur nodded. My uncle will go home for lunch at noon? Well, you go around in front of him and see if he needs you. I don't have anything to arrange for you to do. Ngur agreed, and he sent Hu Jianjian out. After the people left, he went back to the mansion to pay his respects to the eldest wife. Even though he had returned to his biological mother's knees and had a backer, he did not abandon the image of a filial son that he had created for more than 10 years, and treated his stepmother as his own mother as always. What does your father want you to do? The eldest wife asked. He asked me to run errands and deliver something to General Zhao. The eldest wife was silent. Supervisor who had told her about this before and forbade her to stop it. She did not dare to stop it either. After all, the lives of the whole family depended on Sui Yu and his wife. She could only hate that Entwen was still alive. But she could only curse her secretly. But she didn't dare to do it. Not only that, she also had to hope that the mother and son had a good relationship with Sui Yu, so that Zhao Shiping would not sue Hu Jianjian for privately changing the slave contract and forging a new household registration. It was really 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The person she looked down on in the past was now asking to go. Well, you go, she said coldly. Your aunt should not go there, lest someone suspect their relationship. Ngur agreed. Sister, come here. We should go back. Aining came out of the school, and he shouted to Jinhua, who was following his aunt. Aunt, my brother is calling me. I'm going back. Jinhua walked back with her short legs. You stay for lunch at noon, and I'll take you back in the evening, Sui Yu said. Jinhua waved her hand. I want to go back to catch insects and feed chickens. Her mother told her not to stay at her aunt's house every day for free. Then come back tomorrow. Sui Yu instructed. I won't take you there. Walk slowly. Okay. Sui Yu saw Aining coming to pick up Jinhua. She stopped staring, bent down to pick up the wooden ruler, and continued to measure the next place, marking the size on the wooden board and tracing the layout. Aining and Jinhua took Gu Daolong and Gu Erlang's camel back to the city. On the way, they met a boy pulling a donkey. The donkey struggled with the rope and wanted to go down to the ground to eat wheat seedlings. He pulled the rope and refused to let it go down. The man and the donkey were deadlocked in the middle of the road. When Anger saw the man coming, he was like a savior and asked for help. Two brothers, please help me get the donkey off. It's stubborn and won't listen to you. Are you going to Changde guest house? Gu Daoang jumped off the camel and asked. Yes. I am the son of Supervisor Hu. And I am here to deliver something to General Zhao. Gu Daoang said. My father is Captain Gu. And our two families are only 3 blocks away. How come I haven't seen you before? I don't go out much. The donkey finally agreed to leave. And Gur thanked him gratefully. He apologized. Let me go first. Otherwise this stubborn donkey will go to the field again after you leave. Aining drove the camel to the side of the road. And he warned, don't hit the donkey. Did you hit it? The donkey is a mean bone. It won't move if you lead it. And it will move backwards if you hit it. Gu Erlang took a handful of coarse salt from his pocket and said, come and take it. It won't move again if you don't. If it is obedient, let it lick some salt. Is this your first time using a donkey? In the future, whether you are leading a horse or a donkey, you must carry a bundle of hay or a handful of salt. They will only be obedient if they have food. Anger took it gratefully. Thank you for your advice. Brother, my name is Huan Sui. May I ask what your brothers' names are? Just call me Gu Urge. It's my brother who is helping you drive the donkey. My name is Aining. Do you know Xiazai? I'm his younger brother. I have seen him. Huan Sui found it funny. It seems that Xiazai is a good brother. This kid named Aining introduced himself as Xiazai's younger brother, not Zhao Zhonglong's nephew. The donkey licked some salt. And it followed the young master obediently. Gu Jirelang saw that the donkey was no longer stubborn. And they also rode their camels back. When Anger arrived at the guest house, Sui Yu was picking mulberry leaves with his little boy. He and Sui Liang were going to collect silk cocoons this year and sell them to Jin Xiao weaving workshop. More silkworms were hatched than in previous years. Master, a guest has arrived. Huan Yo called out. Madam, how are you? And Gur led the donkey to the riverside. He smiled and said, I haven't congratulated Madam on receiving the imperial reward yet. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Madam looks younger than the winter before last. You kid. Sui Yu smiled. Ding Quan. Come here. Unload the box on the donkey's back and put it in the warehouse first. Come on. Come with me into the house. And Gur went to the riverside to wash his hands. He smiled at the kid. Do you remember me? Yes. The kid nodded. Brother, do you raise silkworms? I'll give you 10 silkworms. And Gur looked into the box. The dense silkworms gave him goosebumps all over his body. And he quickly refused. I'm going to talk to your mother. Do you want to go in? He asked. The kid shook his head. The man's words were boring, and he didn't want to listen. Huan Sui went in by himself. And as soon as he entered the door, he called her aunt. When there were no outsiders, he stopped calling her madam. Is your mother okay? Sui Yu asked. Yes. With you and my uncle as our backers. Our life in the mansion is much smoother. Huan Sui knelt down and bowed. Sui Yu hurriedly lifted him up. Just talk. Don't kneel. You are a grown-up man. I am a junior in front of you. Not to mention a grown-up man. I have to kneel even if I am old. Huan Sui skillfully made people laugh. We don't like this at home. Sit down. Sui Yu pressed him on the chair. Are you not in a hurry to go back at noon? Eat with me. Huan Sui nodded. No hurry to go back. I said hello to my father before coming here. I'll go to the kitchen to tell him. And I'll call the kid over and let him take you around. Your cousin is still doing his homework in the school. You can go and have a look. Sui Yu had nothing to talk about with this child, and didn't want to ask too much about his family. When Zhao Shiping came back, he saw Huan Sui and thought that the old man Hu Jian was quite anxious. It had only been a month, and hundreds of household registrations had been made. How are you now? Can you stand the wind and sun? Zhao Shiping asked. I am currently mainly busy in the fields. If you follow me to work, you will also have to go to the fields. And running around in and out of the city is inevitable. I can do it. I'm just a little thin. But my body is not weak. Huan Sui assured. When I was 7 years old, my mother no longer let me sit still. Although I didn't practice the formal moves. After all, she couldn't teach me. But I practiced running and jumping a lot. Go back and ask your father. If he has no objection, you can come here every morning after breakfast and study with the master with your uncle and cousin. You can also learn when my servants practice. In the afternoon, you and Xiuzai will go to the fields with me to work. Can you ride a camel? Zhao Shiping asked. Huan Sui shook his head. I can learn. Okay. My family has camels. You can come and learn. Riding a camel is not difficult. Shuzai could ride a camel by himself when he was 7 years old. And now he can ride a horse. Zhao Shiping's words were full of pride. Huan Sui smiled and agreed. Your aunt and I plan to hold a banquet at the end of the month. One is to celebrate the promotion, and the other is to hang a plaque. When the time comes, you and your father will come together and show up in front of all the adults. Zhao Shiping revealed the secret, and then pointed him out. Most of the children in the school are children of the 1,000 household and 100 household families. The children of military officers are straightforward. You should be more frank with them. Huan Sui thanked him sincerely. You are the only one who is willing to guide me in the details. I will remember your great kindness in my heart. It is not a great kindness, so there is no need to remember it in my heart. I am just repaying your aunt's favor. Zhao Shiping explained calmly. Dad. The kid came running. The meal is ready. My mother called me to eat. I am here. Zhao Shiping walked out immediately. Chapter 344. Return to the guest house. After the layout of the warehouse was formed on the parchment roll, Zhao Shiping found his former subordinates, the 10 centurions under his command, and asked them to help him find 50 or 60 craftsmen to build houses. Sir, are you going to build houses again? The guest house is not big enough? Captain Sun asked. It's not a guest house. It has other uses. Zhao Shiping didn't say it clearly. There's one more thing. On May 28th, I'll host a party at home. You guys can come over to join in the fun. The centurions readily agreed. We've been looking forward to your party for a long time, but we haven't received any news. We thought you would be like before. Whether it's a promotion or a birth, or a child's full month or first birthday. All in secret. We don't even know how old your eldest son is now. Does he have any brothers or sisters? 9 years old. And he will be 10 in another 6 months. He is the only child in the family now. Zhao Shiping said. His mother, and I don't care about these things. He is not a child who likes ostentation and doesn't care about these face-saving things. When the young master gets married, you can make up for the missed face-saving things for him. The centurion, who had some friendship with him, joked. Zhao Shiping smiled and nodded. Okay. I will ask you uncles to support him when the time comes. I will leave the matter of finding craftsmen to you. Work will start on the first day of June. Don't delay my work. It won't be delayed. You can keep it in your heart. If there are not enough craftsmen, I will build a house for you. Captain Sun promised. Zhao Shiping glanced at his big belly, shook his head and said, I won't argue with you. I still have to go to the captain's mansion. In the past, when Zhao Shiping came to visit, the gatekeeper of the captain's mansion would go to inform him first and let him wait outside the door. This time, the doorman led him in attentively without stopping him. When he entered the reception room, Captain Chu also came out to greet him. Brother Zhao, how are you? Captain Chu bowed and joked. Zhao Shiping choked up. It was difficult for him to adapt to this situation in front of his former superiors. With the rise of his status, he could only feel the changes in the officialdom. While he was active in the fields all day long, in front of the crops, he only felt freedom and relaxation. Captain Chu saw that he looked embarrassed, and he laughed and punched Zhao Shiping. Why? It's harder for you to accept that your subordinate has become a colleague than me? Indeed. Zhao Shiping admitted frankly. I subconsciously wanted to say hello to the adults. That won't work. You and I are now at the same level. And you were personally appointed by His Majesty, and have seen the Emperor. You are much more valuable than me. Captain Chu joked. You can't say that. I can't get to where I am today without your support. Zhao Shiping bowed his hands and saluted. Today I am here to thank you. And I also want to invite you to my house for dinner in 6 days to celebrate for me. Of course. No problem. 28th? Right. I will definitely be there on that day. Captain Chu gestured to Zhao Shiping to sit down and asked. Your general's mansion has not been allocated to you yet? Are you still living in the guest house in the north of the city? Zhao Shiping nodded. Dunhuang did not have the position of General of Agriculture in the past. And naturally there was no general's mansion. This position was newly added. And the county magistrate could not find an empty and suitable mansion to allocate to him for a while. He had previously told the county magistrate that he would like to have a new mansion built near the guest house. But the county magistrate could not make the decision, and he had to ask the county governor for instructions. There is a tea house next to the guest house, and the banquet will be held in the tea house. There is also a stage in the tea house, and there will be a performance on that day. If you find it noisy, There are still vacant rooms in my main courtyard for banquets. Zhao Shiping explained. I am a rough man. I don't care about this. I just asked. I think there is no suitable house in the city to give you. Chu Xiaowei waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about the things in the palace. I haven't seen His Majesty yet. What is the palace like? What is His Majesty's temperament like? Zhao Shiping picked out what he could say. When Chu Xiaowei learned that Sui Yu had also received a plaque written by Emperor Xianping, he couldn't wait to pay homage to His Majesty's handwriting. However, the plaque had not been unveiled yet. Zhao Shiping could only let him wait. After leaving the Xiaowei mansion, Zhao Shiping thought about it, and he went directly to the fields to inspect. When it was evening training in the parade ground, he rode a camel and was covered in dust. General Zhongwang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Gu Qianhu bowed in a formal manner. Meet General Zhongwang. Your Majesty as well. Others all greeted him. Zhao Shiping looked at Captain Hu. Captain Hu had no time to escape, so he could only bow reluctantly with a sullen face. Zhao Shiping was in a good mood. Captain Hu, please don't bow. I will host a banquet at home on the 28th of this month, and I hope you will come to support me. I have prepared the gifts, and I am just waiting for you to speak. Captain Yang said loudly. I have been too busy these days. The cotton has been planted, so I have freed up my hands to take care of the banquet. Don't mind. Zhao Shiping explained politely. I will hold the congratulatory gifts with my wife. Everyone, bring your families, and go there early on the same day. Don't blame me for not being polite. I came here in person to say that I will not let the servants send invitations anymore. No surprise. Of course. Of course. After receiving the notice, Zhao Shiping left the parade ground. After entering the city, he went to the supervisory office and told Supervisor Hu again. As for the families of Zhao Xiaomi and Huan Anqing, Zhao Shiping did not go there in person. He asked the children of the two families to take the message back. It was the first time for Sui Yu to handle such a big thing. She was worried that she could not do it well, so she asked Song Xian to discuss it. The ancestors of the Song family had been glorious, and Song Xian had a lot of knowledge in this regard. She promised to help with the arrangement for real. Your dining table is not presentable. It is made of inferior wood and has not been painted yet. The oil stains cannot be cleaned up even with a shovel. Song Xian said disdainfully. Fortunately, my family has not fallen to the point of selling off their property. My ancestors have accumulated a lot of good things, but unfortunately they have been covered in dust after my father's death. I will go back to open a warehouse and let your servants follow me to move. Sui Yu agreed repeatedly. Thank you, Sister Song. Zhang Shun and Li Wu drove camels and followed Song Xian back to the city. Lacquered tables made of old elm and jujube wood were sent out of the city one after another. In addition to these, copper wine pots, silver wine pots, and wine cups were also moved in boxes, and various screens were also brought in. Although some of them were faded, they were still exquisite and valuable. The tea house had been cleaned up long ago. The floor was covered with red and black carpets, and the walls were hung with beige linen. Screens were placed in the middle to block the way for men and women to walk. On the 27th, the lacquer tables were placed inside, and the copper and silver pots were washed, dried, and filled with wine, suitable for both men and women. And children were given honey and mulberry water. Everything was ready, just waiting for the guests. The first to come were Zhao Xiaomi and Huang Lianjin's family. Huang Anqing was only one incense stick later than them. And after presenting the gifts, the two families rolled up their sleeves to help, not treating themselves as guests. Immediately afterwards, 10 centurions came together. They didn't bring their wives, but each brought a child. Sir, the boy of Captain Sun is studying in your school. I heard that he is doing well. I wonder if my boy can be put in there. Captain Gu handed Zhao Shiping a wooden box. The progress is not up to par. The boy of Captain Sun has been studying here for several years. He is like a 7 or 8-year-old child who can run and jump. If your boy comes here now, he will be a toddler who can't eat yet and can't understand what the teacher is saying. Zhao Shiping politely refused. Forget it. Captain Gu handed the wooden box to Huang Lianjin, who was waiting on the side, and said, This is my gift. Don't dislike it. Sir. Huang Lianjin saw Zhao Shiping nod and accepted it. Brother-in-law, the county magistrate is here, Sui Liang reminded. Zhao Shiping went to meet him and apologized. I have caused you a lot of trouble since I came back from Chang'an. I passed by the government office twice, but didn't feel comfortable to send you an invitation. Your Excellency is too kind. It's a problem. But it's my responsibility to solve it. The county magistrate took a thin wooden box from his subordinate and said, I'm here to give you a gift. This is a land deed. You can choose a location you like later. I'll ask the craftsman to choose a good day to start building the house. Zhao Shiping liked this gift and personally sent the county magistrate to the tea house. As soon as he went out, Zhao Shiping ran into Hu Jianjian and Hu Ansui. Hu Jianjian bowed and said, You are busy. My Excellency. There are guests coming later. You don't need to entertain us. I'll let Ansui take me around. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything polite to him, but he told Huang Anshan to keep it in mind. Sir, please do not blame me for coming here without an invitation. The newly appointed agricultural official handed over 2 gifts and said, one of them was sent by Wang Nongjian before he went to Chang'an. He must have expected that you would be promoted. My surname is Ma, and I am the new agricultural supervisor. I just arrived in Dunhuang 5 days ago. When I heard that you wanted to host a banquet, I did not come to bother you. Sorry for the expense. Please sit inside. Zhao Shiping took the gift and handed it to Sui Liang. He led people to the tea house and asked, Where did you work before? Chang'an. I was trusted by the Grand Minister of Agriculture and sent my subordinates to help you. Oh, this is a spy. And he is also here to take credit. Zhao Shiping understood it instantly. This is the county magistrate. You sit with him and get to know him first. You will have to deal with him later. Zhao Shiping led the man to the county magistrate and introduced him. Mr. Gua, this is Ma Nongjian. He just came from Chang'an 5 days ago. Nice to meet you. The county magistrate stood up. Did you have a smooth journey? When did you leave Chang'an? Zhao Shiping kept them talking and went out. 10,000 households came with their wives and children one after another. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping came out to receive them. Men and women went into the tea house and sat on both sides. She was familiar with the wives of the 1,000 households Gu and Yang, and asked them to help take care of the others. She also asked Song Xian to come and accompany her. And she went out to receive the others. Later, Captain Hu came alone. But Captain Chu gave him face and his family came. The guests were all here, and the time had come. The servants carried out the ebony plaque. And Zhao Shiping invited everyone to come out to witness it. The place where the plaque was hung in the past has become vacant. The servants stepped up on the wooden ladder and lifted up the plaque covered with red cloth. Gone Air and Qin Shan came out carrying an iron pot with a blazing fire, while Shiazai and Aining followed with excitement, each holding a bundle of cut bamboo tubes. After the date of the banquet was set, Sui Yu asked his servants to search and buy them in the city. Dunhuang does not produce bamboo, and bamboo is heavy, so few caravans carry it. After traveling all over Dunhuang, they only bought 3 bamboos. After the plaque was hung, people came down from the ladder. Shiazai and Aining threw the bamboo tubes into the fire, and the 2 covered their ears and ran away quickly. The sealed bamboo tubes with bamboo knots burned and deformed under the flames, and correspondingly, the crackling sound of firecrackers exploded in the iron pot. The guests looked over in surprise, and the next moment, the big red silk fell like water in the sound of firecrackers, and the 4 large gold-plated characters shone brightly in the sunlight. Chongde Guest House. Chapter 345 Donation. People living in the northwest border are rough and sturdy. They don't pay attention to refinement in diet. They always drink and eat meat. Therefore, it is much easier for Sui Yu to prepare meals. When stewing bones and stir-frying meat, they are served with bones and meat. Steamed meat and fried fish are also served in large bowls and plates. There are many guests, and the 2 large iron pots brought back from Chang'an came in handy. Fried rabbit cubes, stir-fried tender lamb, braised pork with garlic sprouts. 1 pot can be used to cook 23 dishes. 1 dish after another was served on the table, and the empty plates were removed one by one. The wine was drunk one can after another. The tempting aroma fermented in the tea house. 2 big black dogs were guarding outside the door and drooling. Sui Yu accompanied the female guests. Zhao Shiping accompanied the male guests. Sui Liang and Shiazai were responsible for taking care of the 2 tables of children. The 4 members of the family each performed their duties. After 2 hours of hard work, the 4 of them stopped smiling and sat under the tree like wilted dates. Like a shrunken date. After working for several days, not only the master was tired, but the servants also wore out their shoes. However, the master could sit in the shade to rest after the guests left, while the servants had to work around to clean up the leftovers. Two big black dogs came over with big bellies and tails wagging, smelling of meat. Their eyes kept staring at the maid who was carrying slop to feed the pigs. After feeding the dogs, the leftovers were all food for the pigs. Master, I see you didn't eat much at the table. You were thinking about taking care of others. Didn't you eat enough? There is still chicken soup in the pottery pot. I'll ask Ming Ma to make you a bowl of hot soup noodles with the chicken soup? Xiao Chunhong came over and asked. Sui Yu waved her hand. Forget it. I'm full from the smell of meat at the table. So I won't eat? Tell the others to stop working and take a break. Just clean up before cooking dinner. There are no guests in the guest house anyway. So don't be too particular. Xiao Chunhong agreed. But she turned her head and saw a group of people at the end of the road. She wondered, where are they from? Are they working in the fields or coming to our place? Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping looked over. They didn't look like people working in the fields. Song Xian came over wiping her hands. She also looked at the road and asked, who is it? Are there guests at your house again? What are you looking at? Huan Lancheng came over. He was 3 steps away from Song Xian. He retracted his gaze and said, you don't have anything to do here. I'll go back now. Dinner will be here tonight. You and your great-grandfather will stay. Xiaomi's family will be there too. There are too many people at noon. We can't entertain you well. We will have another table tonight. Zhao Shiping stood up. Huan Anqing waved his hand. And the outsiders left. When the banquet started in the evening, his elder brother and sister-in-law would start to persuade him to give in to Song Xian and persuade Song Xian and the 2 children to go home. I've treated you well. I've eaten and drunk well. Now I'm drunk. I have to go back to rest so as not to delay my duty tomorrow. After saying that, Huan Anqing walked away with his hands behind his back. Third brother and sister-in-law. My father drank too much. I'm taking him back. Huang Lian was leading the camel carrying his father over. Just rest in the guest house. You can stay here tonight. Sui Yu asked to keep the guests. No. You are very tired today. Don't make trouble tonight. It's quiet and quiet. Go to bed early. Zhao Xiaomi followed with Jinhua, followed by her mother-in-law and Aining who looked reluctant. Aining stays here and sleeps at my place tonight. I won't let you come to pick her up. Sui Yu saw that Aining was not happy to go back. Aining glanced at his mother. And when she didn't say anything, he left angrily. What a temper. Xiao Xiaomi scolded. Third sister-in-law. We're leaving. The child wants to stay here and play with his brother. Why do you insist on sending him back? Sui Yu picked up a small piece of soil and threw it at her. Go. Go. I won't keep you here. The food at home is too spicy. Xiao Xiaomi smiled. And she said as she walked, as long as you are willing to stay. My 2 children can stay here for a long time. I am happy with this. I have a little son and a little girl. Sui Yu waved at Jinhua. Little girl. Come back tomorrow with your brother. Jinhua nodded happily. I like my aunt, she told her mother. Well, if you don't like her, you're stupid. I like your aunt, too. Xiao Xiaomi muttered, turned around, and said to her mother-in-law with a dark face, look at my father. He's still like this at his age. He got drunk at my brother and sister-in-law's wedding. The proper guests were not drunk. But he was drunk and couldn't walk straight. Isn't it embarrassing? Wang's mother said embarrassedly. I didn't sit with him. If you go back and scold your husband, he should take care of his father. He's in his 40s or 50s. Not a child of 4 or 5 years old. He can't control his greed and needs someone to watch his mouth. Zhao Xiaomi became more and more unhappy. Grandpa. Shame on you. Jinhua interrupted without knowing why. Wang's mother looked at her granddaughter and said, I'll scold him for being an old man and hit him in the mouth with the sole of my shoe. Zhao Xiaomi rolled her eyes. If my brother and his wife have any serious business in the future, don't come with me. We and the second brother's family will buy you whatever you want to eat or drink. A group of women came towards them. And Zhao Xiaomi straightened her face to avoid being laughed at. Auntie. Little sister-in-law. I want to ask you. Have all the guests of the Shonglong general left? The leader asked. Zhao Xiaomi guessed the identity of this group of people. She nodded and said, they are all gone. Go find him if you have anything. Zhao Shiping also thought that something happened in the cotton field. He asked Ding Quan to lead a camel over. Dad? Should I go? The kid asked. I'll go get my horse. Zhao Shiping thought for a moment and said, you know where the government office is. You can take Ding Quan to the government office to find the horse farm supervisor and ask him to look for me in the field. Sir. Madam. Have all the guests left? 50 or 60 women came over quickly. And they said happily, we heard that your family had a happy event today. So we came to congratulate you. We don't have anything good to give you. So we could only come empty-handed. We thought that there would be a lot of chores to clean up after the banquet. So we came to help. Zhao Shiping waved his hand, signaling Ding Quan to take the camel away again. Sui Yuqing and the others were very affectionate. And they really wanted to congratulate them. And they could only express their gratitude in this way. It's just right. The servants in the house are exhausted, and no one has cleaned up the chores inside and outside. Come with me. Sui Yu led the people to the tea house. The dishes on the lacquered table were taken away. The table had not been wiped in time. The fallen bones and spilled oil stains on the carpet were still there. Where is the kitchen? I'll bring a bucket of water to wipe the table. Yu Fu rolled up her sleeves and asked. Come with me. Susie said loudly. There are still a few bowls and chopsticks piled up in the kitchen. Half of the people come over. 20 or 30 people followed Siesi. And the others went to the river to take off their shoes and wash their feet. Then came in wearing straw sandals. When they entered the house, they took off their straw sandals and stepped on the carpet barefoot. Song Xian watched from the side and thought to herself that it was really particular. The rough guys who came to eat before all wore shoes when they entered. The water is coming. Yu Fu came over with a bucket and said, Madam, leave the rest to us. You can go back to your room and rest. I think you are a little sleepy. Sui Yu pressed his eyebrows and said, I got up early today, and I am a little sleepy. Master, go and rest. Xiao Shi grabbed a handful of bath beans and said, leave the rest to me. I will watch here. After cleaning, I will ask John Shun to send the lacquer table, screen, wine pot, and wine cup back to Mr. Song. Don't worry. It's okay to be 2 days later, Song Xian said. Sui Yu waved her hand, took off her shoes, and walked in wearing socks, and asked someone randomly, how are your ailments? Is the mugwort soup fumigation useful? The woman being questioned blushed. Looking a little embarrassed, she whispered, much better. We all have milder ailments. We changed and washed when we came. So we don't itch. And we don't scratch even if we itch. Don't worry. Madam. It's not contagious. You misunderstood. I mean, if the mugwort soup fumigation is effective, I will buy some more for you. Sui Yu said. Another thing. I also want to ask. Is your family peaceful during this period? Are there any shameless people coming to your house to cause trouble? The woman apologized hurriedly. Her face became even redder. Red as blood. She said in a panic, the mugwort soup fumigation is useful. But madam, don't spend money on us anymore. We have 700 or 800 people. And it costs a lot to buy medicine together. There is also mugwort in Dunhuang. We can find it ourselves. If things don't work out, we can still cut grass or pick up firewood to sell for money. When we have enough money, we can go to the clinic to get medicine. Yes, madam. You don't owe us anything. You have been kind to us. Instead, we owe you a lot. We can't use your money anymore. Be careful that someone will be greedy. Another woman interrupted. Sui Yu raised her eyes and accidentally saw someone kneeling on the ground with his legs together, rubbing his heels between his legs. She moved her eyes away and said, I will take someone to your place in a few days. I will ask if you are willing to buy on credit. I will lend you some money. When the cotton harvest is good, you can pay back the money or use cotton to pay off your debts. You are also very uncomfortable with this devilish disease. You scratch it when it itches. And if someone sees you, you will point at your nose and scold you. Some people cried when they heard this. Sui Yu sighed and got up and left. After leaving the tea house, Song Xian asked, what did you say? Why did I see someone wiping tears? Sui Yu did not hide anything from her and told her everything. Song Xian heard this and said, leave it to me. You lend me your maid. I will pay for it, and they will go to the clinic to buy herbs. Buy 3,000 or 4,000 kilograms, which will be considered as my donation to these poor people. Then I will thank Mr. Song on their behalf. Sui Yu smiled. Song Xian patted her. Did you do it on purpose? Sui Yu smiled and said, I'm asking you to do a good deed together. Okay. Give me a copy of their address, and I'll let Lu Yair take care of this matter. Song Xian said. Sui Yu did not respond. By the way, I have something to tell you. I don't miss your phoenix meat anymore. Song Xian finally found an opportunity to talk about this matter. My daughter has no vision. I can't be your aunt-in-law. Sui Yu realized that she was referring to Sui Liang and Lu Ye. She thought for a moment and said, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Lu Ye is very capable, and I like her too. Unfortunately, they are not destined to be together. We can't force it. They each have a more suitable marriage waiting for them. Song Xian nodded. I just want to tell you so that you don't have to be on guard against me. Sui Yu felt a little embarrassed and ran away. I'm sleepy. I want to go back to my room and take a nap. Sui Yu slept until dusk. When she woke up, the women who came to work had already left. The carpets, wall coverings and screens in the tea house were all removed. Zhang Shun was driving a camel to go into the city to return things. Sui Yu went to the kitchen, and Chui Sa asked, Master, are you hungry? Wait a little longer. There is nothing to eat right now. When the workers left, I mixed chicken soup and mutton offal together and cooked 2 pots of soup noodles for them to fill their stomachs. It's considered a little meat. They are all so thin. Not bad. Sui Yu praised. Make something light for dinner. Some sauerkraut soup. It's hot. I want to eat something sour to stimulate my appetite. Ah. Chui Sa agreed. Sui Yu left the kitchen and took a walk. When the servants who went to the city came back, she took out the account book and asked Zhang Shun to bring out 20 boxes of money. It's time to share the interest. Sui Yu smiled. You've been looking forward to it for a long time. Right? Xiao Chunhong and the others smiled. Last year, I took out 80,000 coins of cloth, bought goods from outside the pass, and shipped them to Chang'an to sell. I sold a total of more than 423,000 coins, not counting the small change, and made a profit of 343,000 coins. The total amount of money for people and goods to go out of the pass, and the money to enter the pass was 21,000 coins. At the end of the year, the money paid was 15,000 coins. The total amount of food for people and camels was 28,000 coins. After deducting these, the remaining profit was 279,000 coins. Add to that the ginseng, wine, glassware, carpets and furs I kept for myself, which is about 5,000 coins, which means the final profit is 284,000 coins. Sui Yu explained every income and expenditure clearly. She looked at everyone, lowered her eyes, and continued, the 20% interest is 56,800 coins. Gonda and Lu Ye do not participate in the dividend distribution. It is divided among 17 people, and each person gets 3,340 coins. Congratulations. Sui Yu closed the account book and said, everyone, you have worked hard for a year and a half, and it's time to get paid. These money boxes belong to you. Move them away. Don't be polite to me. The servants laughed. They were all looking forward to it, and no one would be polite. Chapter 346 Sui Liang's Choice. It was dark, and the camels and chickens scattered on the grassland returned to the pen, and the wilderness became quiet. Sui Yu turned and went into the house to put down the account book, and took the silk lantern of the little boy, and after lighting it in the kitchen, she left the guest house with the lantern. There were still people in the cotton field. Ariai and 5 maids were carrying water to water the cotton. Sui Yu walked over, and she used the faint light from the lantern to check the growth of the cotton seedlings. There were flower buds hanging among the dense branches and leaves, and the soil attached to the cotton roots was compacted. This was a common problem after watering and then drying quickly, which would make it very difficult to pull out the cotton firewood in late autumn. Master? Ariai asked, standing by the river. It's me. Sui Yu stood up. It's the end of the month, and the moonlight is not good. The field is dark. People standing in the cotton field can't see the road. Be careful not to fall. Pack up the farm tools and go back now. There are only 2 rows of seedlings left. Work hard tonight. After watering these 2 rows, go to the second shopkeeper's field to water tomorrow, Ariai said. Then walk slowly and don't fall. Sui Yu walked out of the cotton field and said, tomorrow, hire 50 or 60 helpers. Water the remaining cotton fields in 1 day. Don't delay the growth of cotton to save money, Ariai said. The 5 maids in the field breathed a sigh of relief. They carried water one load after another, and walked back and forth in the cotton field without any rest. Even if they drank meat soup 3 times a day, their bodies couldn't stand it. There was a sound of hooves at the end of the road. Sui Yu stopped and stood by the road waiting. It's my mother. The boy on the horse shouted excitedly. Sui Yu waved the lantern, and when the horse and camel stopped in front of her, she held the lantern to her chest and made a face in the light. The kid jumped off the horse, muttering, "I'm not scared. But Aining will be. I'll let him stay tomorrow and scare him at night. Don't do anything naughty." Xiao Shiping scolded. "He's timid. Don't scare him." Sui Yu handed the lantern to the kid, saying, "Go scare your uncle." The kid immediately took the lantern and ran away. Sui Yu took the reins, held the man's hand, and asked, "What happened in the field? Why did you leave again in the afternoon?" "Nothing happened. I took my son to the agricultural department. And then I met the agricultural supervisor. And we talked about something." Xiao Shiping stroked the woman's palm and asked meaningfully, "When did you wake up? Can you still sleep at night? Do you still have energy?" Sui Yu laughed and said that the two of them couldn't sleep last night because of today's banquet. And they chatted and chatted together. And they didn't sleep until the second watch. Xiao Shiping chuckled with an ambiguous meaning. Arei and 5 mates finished their work. And the 6 of them carried buckets across the river. Sui Yu and Xiao Shiping swallowed their flirting and let the itch grow secretly in their hearts. "Sir, have the cotton we transplanted a month ago formed buds?" Arei asked. "Yes, but not much. We transplanted it too late. And the fertilizer is not enough. So the growth is not as good as our own," Xiao Shiping said. "Did Ma Nongjian come to the field to check today?" "Someone came. I don't know if it was Ma Nongjian." "What happened?" Sui Yu asked. "When he was in the agricultural department, he told me that our cotton grew better than the cotton in the hands of cotton growers. It seems that he also went to the cotton field during the few days he came here." Xiao Shiping was glad that this man was a practical man who was willing to work in the fields under the scorching sun, rather than a hollow straw like Captain Hu. Thinking of Captain Hu, Xiao Shiping returned to the guest house and took Sui Yu to the riverside and asked, "Shall we build the general's mansion on the other side of the river? Captain Hu gave you the land?" Xiao Shiping snorted. "Before I was in a low position. I had to swallow this humiliation. Now that my position has risen, I will give it back to him." "Okay." Sui Yu smiled. "Sister, brother-in-law, it's time to eat." Sui Liang came over. "I'm here." Sui Yu let go of the man's hand. She looked at the place where the stone tablet stood and said, "The gate of the mansion faces east. Let Dad guard the gate for us." "What?" Sui Liang didn't understand. "Your brother-in-law plans to build a general's mansion on the west side of the river." "That's great. How big is the general's mansion?" Sui Liang was excited. "Does it have 2 more courtyards than the Qianhusu's house?" "About the same. The colonel's mansion has 4 courtyards." Xiao Shiping replied. "The location has been determined. The craftsman will draw the blueprint. You and Xiaozai want to add something, such as a martial arts arena or a silkworm breeding house. I will tell the craftsman and let him plan it." Sui Liang had no idea for a moment. "I will discuss it with Xiaozai tonight." "Okay. No rush." Xiao Shiping thought that the land deed had not been transferred yet, and it would probably take 3 to 5 days. However, when Xiao Shiping was opening the gifts at night, he saw a land deed with his name on it in the gift sent by Hu Duwei. The location was on the west side of the river, which was the old site of the guest house that had a lifespan of less than half a year. No wonder everyone wants to get promoted. Power can confuse people. Xiao Shiping sighed. "Don't be fooled. You have power, and our family is not short of money. You can't embezzle money outside." Sui Yu reminded him. "Cotton is profitable, and we live at the border. There are bound to be bad people who want to win you over. Don't be fooled." "Impossible. I hate corrupt termites the most." "Have you forgotten?" Xiao Shiping asked. She didn't forget. Sui Yu remembered how many cold words she had suffered in front of Xiao Shiping because she had an uncle who was corrupt. The gifts were all opened. Captain Chu generously gave a pair of deer antlers. The gifts sent by the 10,000 households were a little funny. They were all hairpins for women or exquisitely embroidered cloth. The 1,000 households probably asked the 1,000 households and sent gifts, which were either fragrant bath beans or small whips and leather boots. They were all things for women and children. My colleagues and subordinates all know that I love my wife and son. So I've sent you gifts. Xiao Shiping picked up Sui Yu and threw her on the bed, saying, "I'm a little sad. Please comfort me." Sui Yu punched him, and gradually, his fist lost its strength, and his nails sank into the flesh, leaving red marks on his bronze skin. As time passed, the dark night faded in color at a certain moment, from thick black to light, and a blue-gray color appeared on the horizon. The roosters crowed, the insects disappeared, and there were human voices in the wilderness north of the city. Ariai was thinking about hiring helpers, so he went into the city before dawn. When Suiyu woke up, the hired helpers had already gone to work in the fields. There were not many people near the guest house, and the servants, who received dividends yesterday, also went to work in the fields in high spirits. Only Uncle Nyo and the cat official sat under the mulberry tree, watching the chickens to prevent them from harming the vegetable garden. The guest house had no business, and Suiyu didn't need to intervene in the work in the field. She had nothing to do after breakfast, so she could only get out the silkworms raised by Sui Liang and Shiazai. She fed the silkworms mulberry leaves slowly, and chatted with Uncle Lao Nyo from time to time, killing half a day. She took another nap in the afternoon, and the day passed just like that. The hired helpers to water the cotton left, and the craftsmen who built the house came in a mighty force. There were 50 or 60 more people near the guest house, and the wilderness in the north of the city became lively again. It took 8 days to dig the foundation, and the cotton in the field entered the flowering period. Suiyu found work to do, and she divided the cotton growers into 3 groups and pulled them over, taught them to top the plants, and then taught them to pinch the buds. After teaching them, she finished the work in her cotton field. Sister, Sui Liang saw Suiyu combing the cat official's hair. He walked over and squatted, saying, "Sister, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" "Tell me, are you still building goose houses in other places? For example, Jiuquan County and Wuyi County?" Sui Liang asked. "There is nothing to do at home. I am too idle. I want to find something to do. I want to build a guest house. But I originally planned to wait until cotton is planted in the other 3 counties next year, and then I will build a guest house there." Suiyu said. "No need to wait until next year. I will do it." Sui Liang stroked the cat's tail. He sighed and said, "The cub is in school for half a day and running around with his father for half a day. He has something to do. I can't be idle. At this time, his sister is carrying the burden of life for him, and he can't let his nephew carry the sky for him in the future." Sui Liang thought that he couldn't really live like a child. Not only would he be looked down upon, but also make his sister be picked on. Suiyu glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Don't you still have the mulberry silk business? If you leave, who will entertain the people who come to buy mulberry leaves?" "You? I see you are too bored, sleeping for half a day every day." Sui Liang smiled. "I'll leave this business to you. You help me take care of it. Have you really decided?" Sui Liang nodded. He had this idea half a month ago, but he was worried that the construction of the house and the cotton work in the field would make his sister too busy to handle everything. So he didn't say it. Now it seems that he was overthinking. The servants at home are becoming more and more useful, and the work in the fields at home is well organized. It is no longer the situation of no one available 5 or 6 years ago, and he doesn't have to stay at home anymore. "Okay, go ahead." Suiyu was relieved. "Take Dunhuang with you. He's honest and obedient. Take him out to keep you company. I'll ask the servants if there are any who want to stay at home. If not, I'll find other ways. When you go out, keep an eye out. If you meet someone who is good and smart, you can consider hiring someone to be the manager of the guest house." Sui Liang nodded. "Where will the next guest house be built?" "The goose houses in Wuyi County focus on cooking and grain business." Suiyu suddenly had an idea. "I got it. I'll go find Xiaomi to see if she's interested in doing business outside." Suiyu left as soon as she said she would. The cat official realized that the combing action had stopped, and when it opened its eyes, it saw that the mistress had gone to lead the camel. Zhao Xiaomi had some ideas about Suiyu's proposal. She and Huang Lianzheng couldn't leave, so she wanted her brother-in-law to go to Wuyi County with Sui Liang to buy land and plant grass. However, her brother-in-law was too honest and timid to travel far away alone, and Cui Hongxiao was pregnant with her second child and could not go with him. Song Songzu heard Shiuzai say in school that his uncle was going to Wuyi County to build a guest house, and he came up with an idea. He proposed to leave Dunhuang with Sui Liang, and wanted to go out to see which place was suitable for him to buy land and plant grass. 2 days later, Song Songzu took 2 servants and left Dunhuang with Sui Liang and Dunhuang. Suiyu and Shiuzai went to see him off. When they parted, Shiuzai said sullenly, "Uncle, you must come back at least once a month. I miss you before you leave." "Okay, I will definitely come back." Sui Liang agreed. He did not go with the caravan, but chose to stay inside the pass, just to make it easier to go home. His sister and brother-in-law raised him, and he grew up with his nephew. He is a member of this family, and this will always be his home. Chapter 347 Pregnancy. Sui Liang rode away on a camel, and Sui Yu led the little boy into the city. The mother and son walked slowly in the city with the camel. The little boy found that this was not the way home, and he wondered, "Mom, where are you taking me? To my aunt's house? No, this is not the way to my aunt's house." "Oh, you are going to see my cousin's mother?" "No, you accompany me to the clinic." Sui Yu smiled at him. The little boy could not feel her nervousness, and she did not look sick, so he did not ask much and followed her obediently. "You watch the camel outside. I will go in alone." When they arrived at the door of the clinic, Sui Yu handed over the reins in her hand. Before entering the door, she turned around and asked, "Little boy, do you want to come in?" The little boy immediately followed in, and he held Sui Yu's hand and comforted him. "Mom, don't be afraid. I will go in with you." Sui Yu smiled, and she sat in front of the table under the guidance of the medicine boy, and put her wrist on the pulse pillow. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" the doctor asked. "I've been very tired recently, and sleepy a lot. I sleep for half a day. I wonder if I'm pregnant." Sui Yu had to be reminded by Sui Liang before she realized that something was wrong. She would only sleep for half a day when she was returning home with a caravan after a long journey. These days, she slept almost every day, and was only awake for 2 or 3 hours in the morning. The boy's eyes widened. He looked at Sui Yu, and then stared at the doctor's hand that was taking his pulse. After a long time, the doctor let go of his hand and said, "Maybe it's too early, and the pulse is not obvious. Come back in a month." Sui Yu put down his sleeves and asked, "How am I? Do I have any minor problems?" The doctor waved his hand. "Are you the shopkeeper who grows cotton in the north of the city? I just recognized you now. You live a smooth life. You don't have to worry about food and drink, and you don't have any minor problems. Now there is really nothing for Sui Yu to worry about. The only thing she is worried about is to have another child." Sui Yu thanked the doctor and walked out of the clinic with the little boy. "Mom, am I going to have a little sister?" The little boy didn't understand what the doctor said. "Is it or not?" "Not sure yet. Let's come again next month." Sui Yu felt that she was pregnant, but she looked down at her son and said, "Maybe my little sister is already in my belly. Apart from me, you are the first person in our family to know this news. Keep this news secret for now. You will accompany me to the clinic again next month. By then, your uncle should be back, and we will give him and your father a surprise." The little boy nodded. He didn't have much sense about this missing sister, but when it came to keeping secrets and creating surprises, he immediately became excited. When the camels saw their master coming out, they knelt down. Sui Yu and the kid sat on them, and the camels immediately stood up and walked back. "Mom, must it be a sister?" the kid asked. "Do you like sisters?" "It could also be a brother," Sui Yu said. "There are 4 people in my family, and I'm the only girl, so I want to have a girl to accompany me. But it's okay to be a boy, and it's better to look like you, a caring baby." The kid was a little embarrassed. He was already 10 years old, no longer a baby, but he started to associate this. Next year there will be a baby coming out of his mother's belly, and there will be one more person in their family who may look like him and his mother, or like his father and uncle. It's so magical. He looked at his mother's flat belly, and he felt expectant. When they returned to the guest house, the boy landed first, and he hurried to help Sui Yu. "Good boy." Sui Yu hugged him. "I really envy your brothers and sisters, who are born with a good brother. You are also a good sister." The boy praised her. "You have a good brother, and a good son, and a good husband." Sui Yu added, "I am so happy." The boy was very happy. He ran into the house and brought out a chair for Sui Yu to sit on. He also quickly picked up a basket and climbed up the mulberry tree to pick mulberry leaves. He sat on the tree branch and hummed a little song, without any sadness of seeing off his uncle. "Mom, the mulberries are red." The boy poked his head out from the mulberry leaves. "Do you want to eat mulberries? I'll pick them for you. Just wait." Sui Yu didn't need to answer at all. He fell into a self-entertaining mood. At noon, the first thing Zhao Shiping did when he got home was to find his son, seeing him happily feeding mulberry leaves to the white silkworms. He was a little puzzled. "So happy?" I thought he would be sad for several days again. Zhao Shiping found Suiyu. Suiyu smiled slyly and said, "Come back early in the evening. I will tell you a happy news." "Is it related to Shizai?" "I guess." "Can't tell now?" "Can't tell." Suiyu shook her head. Zhao Shiping stared at her suspiciously, looked her up and down for several times, and thought about it for a while. But he couldn't think of any happy news that could happen to Zhao Shizai. "Sir, someone is looking for you." Xiao Chunhong poked her head outside the yard. "Hu Jianjian's son is here, saying he has something to ask you. I see he doesn't look good. I'm afraid something bad has happened." Zhao Shiping got up and walked out. Suiyu followed him out, and Shizai heard this next door, and hurriedly closed the silkworm box and ran out. "Sir, 2 things happened. One is that Chu Xu, a cotton farmer, found a job herding sheep. She negotiated with the shepherd that the manure from the sheep should belong to her when she was herding, and she didn't want to pay. The shepherd agreed, but today he regretted it again. He denied saying it, and even slandered Chu Xu for injuring his lamb, and asked Chu Xu to compensate him with a quilt, or sleep with him. I met him when I was patrolling today." Huan Sui spoke quickly. "There is another thing, which is more serious, and it has been reported to the government. Cotton farmer Du Xilan married an old soldier in the local area. According to her, the old soldier often tortured her. He drank last night and went back." Huan Sui was inexperienced, and his face was red, and he couldn't say it. Seeing the kid staring at him, he was even more embarrassed to repeat Du Xilan's words. "I heard from the county magistrate that it was a stroke. The old soldier died in bed. But his brothers didn't believe it, and insisted that it was Du Xilan who killed him, and then reported it to the authorities." "What is a stroke?" The kid was curious. "A stroke." Suiyu fooled him. "Leave it to the magistrate. We won't interfere. Du Xilan and Chu Zhu were right in this matter," Zhao Shiping said. "Did Chu Zhu report it to the authorities?" "No." "Take her to report it to the authorities," Zhao Shiping said. "Is Du Xilan in the government prison or in the old soldier's home?" The coroner went to perform an autopsy. It was a stroke. Du Xilan was not detained. Huan Sui came here mainly for this matter. He was worried that the old soldier's brothers would secretly kill Du Xilan. Zhao Shiping immediately called Luotua. "I'll go over there. Brethren, don't run away with me. Stay for dinner." Huan Sui sighed. With his uncle there, Du Xilan would be safe. Had there been many similar incidents in the past? Suiyu asked. "Your uncle didn't tell me much when he came back." "Not many. After all, cotton growers have only settled in Dunhuang for 2 months. They are not familiar with the neighbors and have fewer conflicts," Huan Sui said. "In the future, similar incidents like Tsuju will be inevitable. I want to go to the city to find Tsuju and take her to report to the police. Aunt, I won't stay for dinner. I'm leaving first." He was about to ride on the donkey and run away. Suiyu grabbed him and said, "The meal is ready. Go in and have a bowl. Don't leave your stomach empty. Your body is weak, so don't strain it. If you get sick, your mother will be worried sick. After dinner, ride your camel back to the city. It's faster than your donkey and won't delay much." In the kitchen yard, the builders were already eating. They were doing hard work, and eating thin food was not enough to satisfy their hunger. The cook steamed millet rice and baked vegetable pancakes for them, and even made sauerkraut and egg soup for them to drink. There were many chickens in the guest house, and there were no caravans staying at this time. The eggs picked up every day could not be sold. In addition to pickled salted eggs, they were fried, stir-fried, and stewed to feed the builders. Huan Sui took a bowl of sauerkraut and egg soup, took a vegetable pancake, and sat down to eat. He ate quickly, but his movements were not rude. Suiyu brought a bowl of stewed pork ribs from the kitchen and said, "Try it, and see if the pork ribs are well stewed." Huan Sui waved his hand, took the bowl and drank the last mouthful of pickled cabbage and egg soup, and said, "Madam, I'm full. I'm leaving first." After that, he bowed, turned around and left, his steps almost flying. Suiyu smiled knowingly. Childish and enthusiastic. So nice. The boy couldn't sit still. He said angrily, "Why am I only 10 years old? If I were a few years older, I could work with my father and leave Dunhuang with my uncle." "That won't work. Mom still needs you." Suiyu handed him the pork rib soup and said, "You will have a long time to grow up. But your childhood is short. Don't be in a hurry to grow up. The boy picked up a rib with his hands and ate it. It tasted good. He bit the rib and picked another one to feed Sui-yu. It's delicious. It stewed well. And Gur didn't have a good time. Sui-yu squatted down. The boy held the bowl and ate the ribs with relish. His worries disappeared instantly. I'll have some soup, Sui-yu said. The boy handed her the bowl and said, Dad and Uncle are busy. I'll stay at home with Mom. After saying this, he found it was particularly smooth and couldn't help humming again. Master, are we going out to sell goods this year? Zhang Shun came over and asked. Sui-yu nodded. In 2 months. The desert will be hot. In late summer or early autumn. You can lead the team out of the border and spend the winter outside the border. And come back in the early spring of next year. Zhang Shun smiled and said, In 2 months. The cotton will also be fluffy. By then, we can bring more quilts and cotton jackets out of the border. And maybe we can go a little further. And come back in late autumn next year. Quilts and cotton jackets are in short supply outside the border. If you bring too many and get targeted, you will suffer. Sui-yu reminded him. Zhang Shun didn't expect this. He hesitated for a few moments and said, I'll go and discuss it with Mr. Song. Are there any of you who want to get married and stay at home? Sui-yu asked. Call Xiao Chunhong, and I'll ask around. Zhang Shun refused. Master, let's talk about it in 2 years. The caravan cannot reduce the number of people. While cotton is in short supply, we will go to the border to make a fortune. It is worth starting a family and having children 2 or 3 years later. Sui-yu certainly had no objection. The craftsmen left after eating and drinking. The servants collected the bowls and chopsticks in the dining hall. It was time for them to eat. Sui-yu asked Cui Sa to leave a meal for Zhao Shiping, and then asked Qin Shan to deliver the meal. She estimated that even if Zhao Shiping was busy with Du Xilan's affairs, he would not come back for a meal. Zhao Shiping came back at sunset. He saw the little cub touching Sui-yu's belly from a distance. Almost in an instant, he realized what the happy event Sui-yu was talking about. He was stunned as if struck by thunder, and the huge surprise overwhelmed him. After 10 years, he was going to be a father again. How is Du Xilan? Sui-yu asked. Oh, her. She moved into the military settlement, and the old soldier's brothers won't make trouble anymore. Zhao Shiping said absent-mindedly. What about the house and land under the old soldier's name? Sui-yu asked. They will be taken back by the government and distributed to cotton growers later. Du Xilan was weak-tempered and didn't even dare to speak loudly. She couldn't beat the old soldier's brothers, and she couldn't keep the land and house even if she was given. Zhao Shiping explained. But the old soldier's furniture and rice were all given to her. She was smart. When the old soldier died, she found out the money he saved and hid it, so that his brothers didn't take it away. Sui-yu was quite satisfied with the result. At least she didn't suffer in vain. With money and food, her life would be much more comfortable in the future. Are you? Zhao Shiping pointed at her belly, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Before Sui-yu could speak, the boy couldn't hold back the secret, and nodded excitedly. Dad, I'm going to be a big brother. I knew it before you did. My pulse is not strong. The doctor asked me to go to the clinic again next month. Sui-yu said. But my period hasn't come yet. I think it's almost certain. It must be. Zhao Shiping thought that if he worked hard every night, he would be able to plant a seed and take root. Chapter 348 Parents' Love for Their Children. Shui called Shizai to pick up eggs, and Shizai followed him with a basket. After he left, Zhao Shiping hugged Sui-yu and walked to the mulberry tree by the river. The drawings for building the house are out. It's a 4-story house, and it covers a large area. Take a look. Zhao Shiping took out a parchment scroll from his arms, and he held it in his hand for Sui-yu to see, including the little one in the belly. There are only 5 people in our family. The 2 of us live in 1 room, and the 3 of them live in 1 room each. What do you think? Your son and his uncle are so close. Even if they sleep in separate beds, they are separated by a wall, not a separate courtyard. Sui-yu stared at the layout on the parchment and said, This is really spacious. If they live too far apart, they may not be heard even if they shout. Sui Liang is going to get married and have children. How can the kid always stick to him? Zhao Shiping pointed to the last courtyard and said, This courtyard is given to Sui Liang. When the house is built, I will ask the craftsman to build a small kitchen inside and open a door on the south-facing wall. He will have a good time in the future. Even if you get married, You will have your own house and courtyard, which will keep you connected with us. If you are interested, we can keep each other company. The third courtyard is for the little one, so that he can go to find his uncle. He will still live in this courtyard after he gets married. We live in the first courtyard, and the second courtyard will be empty for the little one in your belly. Sui Yu was silent for a moment. Then she turned around and threw herself into the man's arms, hugging his strong waist with both hands. He smelled of dust and a faint smell of sweat, but Sui Yu did not dislike him, but felt particularly at ease. Not far away, Shui saw it, and she quickly looked away as if she was scalded, and even pulled the little one away to prevent him from seeing. The boy laughed at her for making a fuss. He looked back calmly and asked in confusion, "My parents are husband and wife. They sleep together at night. What's wrong with hugging each other?" It was at night, in the room, and there was no one else. Naturally, there was nothing wrong, Shui retorted. "You are trying to cover your ears and steal the bell," the boy muttered. "Auntie Shui, you are very old-fashioned." Shui, after being teased by him for a few words, Shui's shyness disappeared without a trace. She stopped hiding and looked openly. "What's so good about it?" The boy was unhappy again. He didn't let her watch. "What's there to be afraid of?" Shui teased him. "How can you stare at others all the time? It's really rude." The boy stood up to stop her and said, "When you get married, you will hug my uncle. I will hug my wife when I get married. Everyone will do it. Just like eating and drinking. Don't look. Don't look. You are so shameless. Who is your uncle? Don't shout." Shui slapped him in embarrassment and left with the egg basket, muttering, "It's strange that he is so young and has so many great principles in his mind." She was a little puzzled. The boy grew up under her eyes. She and he were even taught by the same teacher. Was it because of the age difference or some other reason? The boy's ideas were very different from hers. His words were a bit rough, but they made sense when you think about it carefully. Hugs and kisses are what couples do. Everyone knows it, but they are too embarrassed to say it. We can sleep in the same bed at night, so why can't we hold hands or hug each other in front of others during the day? "Auntie, where are you going? Aren't there eggs in this grass nest?" The kid followed behind. Shui came back to her senses, and she turned back. "Aunt Shui, I have a secret. It's a happy event, but I can't tell you," the kid said happily. Shui looked at him deeply and said in amazement, "You are a man who has seen big scenes." She was still struggling with the previous question, but he had already turned the page without any care. "What happy event? Your uncle is getting married?" she asked. The kid shook his head proudly. "I didn't guess it right." Shui glanced at him. She didn't guess anymore. It would suffocate him. The kid looked at her again, and ran away with the basket. Shui laughed. The hot summer days were getting hotter day by day, and Zhao Shiping couldn't bear to let the kid go with him in the fields under the scorching sun. He was a big and rough man with thick skin and strong flesh, and it was okay even if he lost 2 kilograms of sweat a day. But the kid couldn't do that. He might get heat stroke if he stayed in the fields for a long time. "Your mother's pregnancy is not confirmed yet, so we can't tell anyone for now. If others don't know about this, they can't take care of her all the time. Your uncle and I can't stay at home. So can you take care of your mother for me? There is also your uncle's mulberry silk business." Zhao Shiping discussed with his son. "Wait until the 8th month. When your mother's pregnancy is stable, I will take you to work in the fields and the agricultural department." The boy readily agreed. "Okay, leave it to me." Under his diligent care, after half a month, everyone with eyes could see that Sui Yu was pregnant. The delayed period had not come, and Sui Yu was more and more certain that she was pregnant. When Song Xian came to ask, she nodded happily. "Born in your family. This child is lucky." Song Xian was happy for Sui Yu. "You got what you wanted. You have been thinking about this child for 3 years, and he is finally here." "Yes." Sui Yu touched her belly. "It was difficult for me to get pregnant. When I was pregnant with my first child, I thought about it for 2 years. The guest house was built, and his father was promoted to 1,000 households. Then the baby came to my belly. The second child was picky. He was willing to reincarnate only when the family became rich." Song Xian looked at the baby, who was slightly embarrassed. Sui Yu touched her son's head and said, "After giving birth to him, I realized that all the waiting was worth it." The baby smiled. He was satisfied and ran out to play happily. "You won't leave home to do business in the future, Right? Song Xian asked. How is that possible? Why not do business? I haven't been to Wusun and Kangju yet. Sui Yu rejected it without hesitation. She couldn't let the slaves take charge of the caravan all the time. 3 to 5 years would be fine. After a long time, the slaves would get used to being the masters outside and might not obey her in their hearts. She couldn't let the remaining 17 slaves control the caravan's business all the time. After 2 or 3 years, when the 4 youngest, Ashui, and others are older, she will definitely put them into the caravan. At that time, she will lead them to travel inside and outside the pass once or twice. However, Sui Yu didn't plan to tell outsiders about these plans, lest the news leak out and cause a rift between her and the slaves. Xiaozai and Liunger haven't left the pass to see the scenery of the western regions yet. When the second child can eat and drink, I will leave him to Shiping to take care of him. And I will take Shirzai and Liunger to Wusun. The merchant said that the scenery of Wusun is unique, and the grasslands at the foot of Tianshan Mountain stretch for thousands of miles. I have to go and see it, Sui Yu said. When the second child is 11 or 12 years old, I will take him to travel inside and outside the pass. I brought them into the world, and then I personally took them to see the world. Life and vision are given to them, and the future path is up to them to choose. Song Xian sincerely felt that being Sui Yu's child was the greatest luck in her life. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. If she thought about it any further, she would fall into introspection and entanglement again. By the way, I came to you for another matter. What do you think about me buying land and building a house in the north of the city? I can't always live in the guest house with Lu Yair, Song Xian asked. Sui Yu was surprised. You don't live in the house in the city anymore? That's your Song family's ancestral home. Are you willing to give it to Lu Yair's father? Song Xian laughed. Why would you give it to him? The house in the city is for the great-grandfather. In the future, Lu Yair and I will live there, and Huang Anqing will live with the great-grandfather. They will each raise an old man. As she said this, her expression was a little complicated. She didn't forget that Huang Anqing and the great-grandfather had ganged up to exclude her and Lu Yair. Huang Anqing was reluctant to let his son go out with her to do business, but he didn't hesitate to push Lu Yair out. In this regard, the great-grandfather and his father were in cahoots. Although the father and son have fallen out, they still have a close friendship. So Song Xian unilaterally decided to give Huang Anqing to her son. That's fine. Lu Yair is good friends with the Shui. She won't lack good neighbors when she lives here in the future. Sui Yu paused. She thought for a while, and said, I'll go ask Uncle Lanyo. I want to see how much money he has in his hands. Should I take advantage of the fact that no one is buying land in the north of the city, and pick a good residential land for a Shui first? Okay. You go and ask. If he wants to buy it, he will come with me. It's easier to bargain with the amount of acres he buys. Song Xian agreed. If a Shui doesn't get married in the future, it's good for her to be a neighbor of our Lu Yair. When Sui Yu went over, a Shui was washing Uncle Lan Yo's hair. When people get old, they smell bad. She didn't want her father to be disliked by others, so she boiled hot water for the old man to wash his hair every 2 days. She also watched him take a bath and change clothes every day. She was worried that he didn't wash himself clean, so she hired a Zhuang to help the old man take a bath every 5 days. The old blind man was very envious of this. Envious of Uncle Nyo for having a good daughter who took care of the old man and the old cat every day. A Shui is really filial. Sui Yu praised. Uncle Nyo, enjoy your life. Enjoy your life. Uncle Nyo loved to hear people say this. But he still said disdainfully, it's too tiring. Washing my hair every day. My hair is almost bald. How can I wash it every day? Ah Shui was unhappy. She scooped a ladle of hot water to wash the foam on her hair, and said, You wipe the water yourself? I'll go and move a chair for my sister-in-law. I won't sit. No need to move. I'll leave after saying a few words. Sui Yu waved her hand. Uncle Nyo, Lu Yair's mother is going to buy land and build a house near the guest house. And Lu Yair will live here in the future. Thinking that Ah Shui has grown up. Your house in the military settlement has been returned to the government, and she has no proper home. How much money have you saved? Do you want to buy a piece of land first? And Ah Shui can build a house by herself when she makes money. Even if she plans to get married and not live here in the future, she can sell the land again. Uncle Nyo sat up and said, Ah Shui, thank your sister-in-law quickly. She is thinking about you. I didn't think of this. No need to thank me. I watched her grow up. She is like half a child to me. This is not worth thanking. I didn't give her any wealth. Suiyu joked. Since she is half a child, you should take better care of her. Uncle Nyo took advantage of the situation, and was quite thick-skinned. He took off the linen towel he used to wipe his hair. His gray hair was as messy and lifeless as the withered yellow weeds in late autumn, which also suppressed his spirit and made him look old. I can't tell when I will die. Fortunately, Ashui is now 14 years old. She is not a weak person. I am not worried that she will be bullied after I die. Dad? What are you talking about? Ashui scolded him. Why are you saying these things for no reason? Shut up. Uncle Lao Nyo was not afraid of her. He proudly said to Suiyu, look at her. She is very powerful, and has a sharp mouth. This kind of personality is good. Suiyu praised. It's not good either. She has a very powerful personality, a sharp mouth, and doesn't ask for help when doing things. She is too strong and suffers. She doesn't easily open up to others, which will disappoint people. In the end, she is still sad. Uncle Lao Nyo knows Ashui's personality thoroughly, but unfortunately, he has no ability to teach her, and he dare not change her personality. He would rather she be more resilient and suffer more hard work than suffer from being bullied and deceived. She is only 14 years old. I may not be able to send her off to marry, nor can I help her choose a husband. Uncle Lao Nyo sighed. Everyone has their own fate and luck. I have let go of all this. I won't ask you to help her choose a husband, lest she blame you for her unhappy life. Suiyu, when Ashui is 2 years older, or when you take the caravan out of Dunhuang to do business again, can you take her with you? I see that Xiao Chunhong and Xiao Shi have been out there for a few years, and they are like they have changed their bones and skin, and they are completely different from when they first came to the guest house. It seems that doing business outside can really hone people. You let Ashui go with the caravan. Let her go out to gain some experience, suffer some hardships, and grow some muscles, so that she won't get used to serving me, and then serve a heartless and stinky man after getting married. Dad. Ashui shouted again. What are you talking about? Don't yell at me. Uncle Nyo motioned her to be quiet. Okay. Suiyu agreed readily. She had originally planned to let Ashui follow the caravan. In 2 or 3 years, I might lead the team out of the customs. If Ashui can leave at that time, she will go with me. Uncle Nyo understood what she meant. After Suiyu left, he grabbed Ashui and told her, don't worry about me. As long as you live well, I can close my eyes when I die. When your sister-in-law leads the team out of the customs, whether I am dying or still alive, you go with her. Don't worry about whether you can see me for the last time. And you don't have to worry about my funeral. There are so many people in the family. They definitely can't let me stay in the house. Someone will take care of the funeral. You just need to come back and kowtow to me. Ashui was already in tears. She sobbed. Why are you saying these things? You can still live for 10 years. I won't listen. I won't leave either. I want to stay with you. What are you doing, stupid? Uncle Lao Nyo hit her. He went into the house and took out half a piece of silk, saying, you take it to the city to exchange for money. Ask Lu Ye's mother when she is going to buy land, and you go with her. Ashui didn't move. Uncle Lao Nyo glanced at her, and went out with the silk. Chapter 349 Partiality. Ashui wiped her tears and chased after him. She snatched the silk from Uncle Nyo, picked up a basket of eggs, and led the camel away. Uncle Nyo walked under the jujube tree. He looked at Ashui riding the camel and sighed. Who would have thought that he took Tong Huar home 14 years ago, just to have a child to take care of him in his old age? But now, he has abandoned this original intention, and truly thought about the child like a real father. Pushing her away, the old blind man moved over with his blind stick. He smelled the fresh water vapor mixed with the smell of bath beans, and asked sourly, Old man, did your daughter wash your hair again? Speak nicely. My girl will give you a cold shoulder if she hears it. Uncle Nyo walked to the wall and took a bare broom. He swept the fallen soil along the way. The people who built the house used camels to transport soil from the sand hills, and they leaked all the way, making the outside of the guest house dirty. The old blind man fumbled to sit down under the jujube tree, but unfortunately he touched a hairy chili. He crushed it, and waited for the burning pain to grow. The broom head scraped on the uneven road surface, making a squeak sound again and again. The cat official stretched his waist, and walked to the foot of the wall, and lay down again, closing his eyes, and continuing to sleep. The next day, Song Xian took Lu Yair and Ah Shui into the city. The three of them went to the government to inquire about the price of wasteland in the north of the city. Both families planned to buy a place near the river. The price of wasteland was more expensive, and 1 mu cost 330 coins. Song Xian bought 18 mu of wasteland for Lu Yair, and the land deed was in her name. The clerk went to the north of the city with them to measure the land. Song Xian chose 2 mu of land on the north side of the Zonglangjiang mansion to build a house, like the ancestral house in the city. A house with 2 entrances, and a reverse house for servants to live in. 2 mu of land was enough. The remaining 16 acres of land are located in the east of the river, bordering the 10 acres of land owned by Yu Zhonggui. Song Xian told the clerk. And when the clerk left, she told Lu Yair, "You can take care of these 16 acres of land by yourself. It is a way out for you. If you have a falling out with your brother in the future, and he is unwilling to help you raise camels, you can move the camel team for business here. These 16 acres of land can accommodate hundreds of camels, and build a row of mud houses for slaves." Lu Yair was silent. Last night, Ah Shui cried to her that Uncle Lao was explaining his funeral affairs. Her mother's actions were no exception. After this operation, it was considered to be a division of the family for her and her brother. "When your brother comes back from Wuwei County, I will talk to him and make it clear. After that, the 100 camels will be registered in your name, and the servants will be divided in half. The slaves for business will be registered in your name, and you will be their master in the future." Song Xian continued. "Mother, why are you planning your funeral?" Lu Yair suddenly spoke. "Nonsense." Song Xian thought this was unlucky. She slapped the girl. "These things will be cleared up sooner or later, and I will feel more at ease if I divide them up earlier." In fact, she wanted to divide the family property while the ancestor and his father were not in harmony, so as not to drag it out. She was worried that if the father and son reconciled, they would team up to fight for the family property, maliciously speculating about her own son. This idea is not bright and disgusting. Song Xian does not intend to confide in anyone. She made up her mind and let her be the bad person to divide the family property, so that the brother and sister would not fight for money in the future. "Mr. Song, where is your house built?" Uncle Nio led a Shui over, and he kept muttering, "This little devil only bought 1 acre and 3 mu of land. How many houses can she build?" I asked her to buy another acre of land, but she refused to agree. 1 acre and 3 mu of land is not small. A small courtyard, 3 houses, a kitchen, and a livestock pen. That's enough. Song Xian said. "While you are still here, you keep an eye on her and ask the craftsman to lay the foundation first, and she can continue to build it up when she saves money." Uncle Nio stopped muttering after hearing this. After the clerk measured the 16 mu of land, he came over sweating profusely to measure the homestead for a shui. In the evening, Song Xian invited the clerk to have dinner at the guest house to thank him for his busy work for most of the day. "How long will it take for Manager Yu's house to be completed?" Song Xian asked Ding Quan. "Before September." Ding Quan replied that Sui Yu had told him before, and Zhao Shiping had also discussed with the craftsmen, asking them to hurry up and finish the warehouse before winter. Song Xian thought for a while and said, "Please ask them if they will still accept the work in the spring next year. I want to build a 2-story house in the north of the city, which will be completed in about 2 or 3 months." Ding Quan agreed. "Okay, I'll ask tomorrow." The next day, Ding Quan replied to Song Xian, "They still have farm work in the fields. Mr. Song, if you hire them, you have to accommodate their schedule. They can only build a house for you after they finish the spring planting." Song Xian had no objection. She was not in a hurry to move in. The days passed by, and it was the end of June. The layout of the Zhonglong General's mansion was finalized, and the clerk led a group of workers with tools to dig the foundation first. Houses were being built in the east and west of the river. When the vendors in the city got the news, the stalls selling vegetables and eggs, fried oil fruits, fried hemp leaves, and millet cold cakes all came. The north of the city suddenly became lively. Someone spread the news that 20 acres of wasteland in the north of the city were sold at once. The merchants who had been waiting could no longer sit still. Those with more money bought 2 or 3 acres of land and put them on hand, planning to wait for the right time to build houses and shops. The kid brought in a bowl of cold cakes. He tiptoed over. Sui Yu, who was lying on the bed, saw him and waved him over. "Mom, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to eat some cold cakes? I just bought them, the kid asked. No more discomfort. Sui Yu sat up. She took the bowl and ate a bite of cold cakes. The millet fermented things tasted a bit sour. She couldn't get used to it before, but now she liked the taste. The kid sat on the bed and watched her eat. He poured out a handful of purple mulberries from his cloth bag. Mom, I tasted them. They are not sweet. Do you want to eat them? Sui Yu waved her hand. You eat them yourself. I won't. After eating half of a bowl of millet jelly, Sui Yu put down the bowl and spoon, picked up the fan and waved it, saying, Your uncle should be back soon. He has been away from home for almost a month. The boy nodded heavily. He reached out and touched Sui Yu's belly, and said, My uncle is going to be an uncle again. He must be very happy. Mom, were you not in good spirits when you were pregnant with me? No. When I was pregnant with you, I walked very fast and had a good appetite. Sui Yu said, Maybe it's too hot, and it's noisy outside. I feel a little restless, so I can't be in good spirits. The boy took the fan. He held the fan and fanned it hard, and asked, Mom, are you still hot? Hot. The boy fanned harder and harder. Sui Yu smiled and enjoyed it. The boy was tired of fanning. He picked up half a bowl of cold cake and ate it, and then continued to fan. It's not hot anymore. Sui Yu stopped him from fanning her. She put on her shoes and got out of bed, saying, Let's go out for a walk. The sun was high outside, and the wind was hot and dry. After a few steps, Sui Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed the kid into the tea house, which was spacious and cool, suitable for cooling off. Old Uncle Nyo and the maid from Chang'an were picking cotton in the tea house. Sui Yu took a bench and sat over, and she also sat down to work. How many baskets of cotton did you pick today? Sui Yu asked. 27 baskets. Old Uncle Nyo replied. The weather was good, and there were many cotton bolls. I went around the field this morning and saw a large area of white cotton. It was almost noon, and the people picking cotton were still in the field. It seemed that there were still a lot of cotton left. Outside the door, there was a sound of a blind stick knocking on the ground. Sui Yu looked over and saw that it was the kid leading the blind old man over. Why did you lead him here? He can't see and can't pick cotton, Old Uncle Nyo said. I can't see, but I still have a mouth, the old blind man said angrily. The young master invited me here to play ventriloquism for his mother. You are so lucky to hear it. Uncle Nyo stopped being stubborn. The old blind man's ventriloquism was indeed good. His willingness to perform was indeed a blessing to their ears. Sui Yu looked at the little boy. She did not hide her happiness and joy. Under her gaze, the little boy became more energetic. Grandpa Blind, please sit here, the little boy said loudly. My mother is restless, and the weather is hot. She is not feeling well. Please blow a cool whistle, such as the sound of running water. Something calmer. What a good child. Uncle Nyo praised. Yes, my son is very considerate. There is no better child than him. Sui Yu praised him generously. He has this heart, which will benefit me for half my life. The boy was happy and shy. He ran over and covered his mother's mouth with his hand. When his palm felt the corners of her mouth rising, he couldn't help laughing, and hugged his mother's neck. He lay on her back and acted like a spoiled child. The old blind man drank some water to moisten his throat. His mouth opened and closed, and the sound of gurgling water sounded. The sound of the stream rushing echoed in the empty tea house. The boy calmed down. He sat next to Sui Yu and also dragged a basket of cotton over to pick. At noon, the cotton pickers came back from the field. Sui Yu asked Ariai to buy a bowl of cold cakes so that the workers could eat some cool food and take a break. The old blind man also got a bowl to rest his tired throat. There were too many people in the tea house, and the smell was mixed. Sui Yu couldn't stay there. She found a quiet guest house to stay, walked under the eaves, and enjoyed the cool breeze. Hearing a series of hoofbeats from the livestock pen on the east side, Sui Yu asked loudly, Is it my child's father who is back? Sui Liang, covered in sweat, jumped off the camel and strode in the direction of the sound, saying, It's not my child's father. It's my child's uncle who is back. Sui Yu was surprised and trotted over to open the door, but the east door was locked from the outside. She shouted, Brother Liang, the door is locked. I don't have the key. Please go around and I'll go out. After that, Sui Yu walked quickly to the west, shouting, Little boy, your uncle is back. Sui Liang ran quickly and saw the boy rushing out of the tea house. "Uncle!" The boy jumped 3 feet high and laughed loudly. "You are finally back. I missed you so much." Sui Liang was satisfied with this. He carried his nephew, who ran over and said, "You are heavier. It's so hot. And you are still fat? Can't it be that you have grown taller?" The kid was not satisfied. "I have only been away from home for a month. How tall can you grow?" Sui Liang left him and turned to talk to his sister. "You have gained all the weight? Sister, why are you still thin?" Sui Yu smelled the sweat on his body and turned around to hiccup. "Uncle, you are going to be an uncle again," the kid said excitedly. "My mom is pregnant. I am going to be a big brother." Sui Liang immediately took a few steps back. He was surprised and worried, and kept saying, "Did you vomit when you were pregnant with the little kid?" "No." "Why did you vomit when you were pregnant with the second kid?" "I just wanted to vomit when I smelled sweat and stench." "It's not serious," Sui Yu said. "It's different from the reaction when I was pregnant with the little kid. This one in my belly is probably a little girl." Sui Liang's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously said, "This child must not look like his father. He should look like you or me." When Zhao Shiping came back and heard this, he took out a handful of soybeans for feeding camels and threw them at his brother-in-law. Sui Liang smiled embarrassedly, and he ran away with his nephew. Sui Liang was washing his hair and bathing in the house, while Xiuzai was sitting outside the door, talking to him about family matters, how much money the silkworm business made, and how the house of the general of the Central Army was arranged. The door creaked open, and Sui Liang came out with wet hair. He held down his nephew, who was about to stand up, and pulled his pants to sit down. "Your mother is pregnant again. Are you happy?" Sui Liang asked. The little boy nodded without hesitation. "My mother is a good sister, and I will be a good brother. Your brother and sister will love you as much as your uncle loves your mother, and he will also be a good brother or sister." Sui Liang touched his nephew's head, and he leaned in and whispered, "Uncle will like you the most." "This is not good," the little boy muttered, but his mouth was grinning like a hook. Chapter 350 Cotton Harvest. "How is it going? Have you bought land in Wuwei County?" Sui Yu asked at the dinner table. Sui Liang nodded. "I've found it. I'm back to get the money." "Is it in the city or outside the city?" Sui Yu asked again. "In the city, near the east gate." Sui Liang came to his senses and explained, "I heard it wrong. I didn't buy land. I took a fancy to 2 shops. There are yards behind the 2 shops. I plan to buy these 2 shops and connect them to do food business." We were a step late. There were 2 more goose houses in Wuwei County. I lived in the local goose houses during this period. These 2 goose houses are similar to ours. There are guest rooms and warehouses, as well as livestock pens, but they are not cleaned as diligently as our goose houses. "Built by locals?" Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Liang nodded. "The local merchants in Wuwei County should be old acquaintances of us." "Then forget it. We only do food and grain business," Sui Yu said. "Did Song Sungzu buy land in Wuwei County?" "Yes. He bought the reclaimed wasteland at a high price. 50 acres. And he planned to use it all to grow golden flower grass," Sui Liang said. "I discussed with him that after our food shop is established, we will partner with him to do grain business. He will sell the golden flower grass he grows to the caravan through us, and then come to Dunhuang to buy grain and feed camels after getting paid, so as to avoid the need to transport grass. Buy low and sell high. Can't help him do business." Talking about business, Sui Yu instantly became shrewd. He is different from the aunt of the little boy, and can't take care of him like I took care of Xiaomi's business before. "I understand." Sui Liang nodded. Zhao Shiping handed Sui Yu a bowl of skinned chicken soup and said, "See if you can drink it." "Yes. My brother is back. I'm in a good mood. And a good mood also makes my appetite good." Sui Yu drank half a bowl of chicken soup in one breath. Sui Liang smiled. He looked at Zhao Shiping and said, "Brother-in-law, if you beg me, I will stay at home for a few more days." Zhao Shiping ignored him and said, "You still remember Captain Yang? He is the father of Yang Erlang and Yang Sanlang. He came to me yesterday and wanted to match you." Sui Liang instantly wilted. He surrendered. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong." Zhao Shiping snorted. "Is it true? Why didn't you tell me?" Sui Yu tilted her head and asked. "Not suitable. I rejected it directly and didn't tell you." Zhao Shiping scooped a spoonful of fried broad beans for her and said, The girl introduced by Captain Yang is his eldest niece. I have heard that she is good-looking and arrogant. I thought Sui Liang was not bad-looking. And I didn't see him being proud of his appearance. The two of them are not suitable for each other. You are not greedy for beauty. Right? No. No. Sui Liang personally served a bowl of soup to his brother-in-law. What kind do you like? Tell me. And I will help you keep an eye out for someone who introduces you to someone in the future. Zhao Shiping took the soup bowl. Sui Liang pointed and said, for someone like my sister. You should know best what kind of person is your brother-in-law. Zhao Shiping lowered his head to drink the soup without saying a word. The kid looked left and right. And the table was quiet. He had time to gnaw on the chicken leg, chewing with his ears erect. Sui Liang felt something was wrong. And he urged, brother-in-law. Say something? What do you mean? You are just dreaming. Zhao Shiping laughed at him. Find it yourself. I don't have that ability. Sui Yu found that Sui Liang had not yet opened his mind. He didn't even have a specific fantasy about his spouse. Whether passionate, smart, or easygoing and generous. Instead of a living reference object. I'm full. Sui Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks. And ended this unreasonable topic. Brother Liang. When you are full, go back to the room and have a good sleep. How many days did it take you to come back from Wuwei County? 10 days. Sui Yu frowned. Traveling day and night? Don't rush like this in the future. 30 days a month. 20 days are on the road. This time you go back. You can settle the food store business and come back. You don't have to come back once a month. The kid nodded. Uncle, it's okay to come back once every 2 months. Sui Liang didn't answer. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, stretched and said, I'm going to sleep. The kid wiped his mouth and ran away. Zhao Shiping was the only one still eating at the table. And Sui Yu sat down to accompany him. Your brother is back. And your little follower is lost. Zhao Shiping said. I'm not jealous. This is called returning the property to its original owner. I borrowed it for this month. Sui Yu smiled. How is the cotton harvest in the rented land? Not bad. 1 mu is estimated to yield 200 kilograms. Zhao Shiping filled another bowl of rice and said, I will go to Captain Chu in the afternoon and ask him to send a team of soldiers to patrol at night to prevent cotton theft. The patrol soldiers were arranged smoothly, and 3 teams took turns. With them, cotton farmers were freed from the cotton fields. Sui Yu arranged Xiao Chunhong and Xiao Shi to pass on the message to the military and civilian settlements, so that cotton farmers could come to her to find work after finishing their own work. Picking cotton for half a day is 1 penny. And breaking a pound of cotton is 1 copper coin. A person can break about 20 to 30 pounds of cotton in half a day. Although the wages are not as high as those of picking cotton in the field, they are not exposed to the sun and suffering. In addition, there is the work of twisting cotton seeds, which costs 2 copper coins for twisting a pound of cotton seeds. Sui Yu said, you can choose these 3 jobs, except for picking cotton, which requires you to start and end work on time. The work of twisting cotton and twisting cotton seeds is free to come and go. I'll go to the field to pick cotton. I'm free tomorrow morning. I'll twist cotton. I can't stand the heavy farm work. I'll go to the field to pick cotton too. What time do you start work? Sui Yu called Ah Shui and Huan Yo and asked them to come to register. With this group of people, the cotton accumulated at home these days was deiced within 5 days. And 3,378 pounds of cotton fluff was sold to Jinxiu Weaving Workshop. Sui Yu monopolized the cotton this year. She still sold it at the same price as last year, 20 coins per pound. The first batch of cotton was sold for 67,560 coins. Sui Liang stayed at home for 10 days. Seeing that the trivial matters at home were going in an orderly manner, he proposed to leave on the 10th day of July. This time, Sui Liang wanted to take 10,000 coins to Wuwei County. Sui Yu wanted to arrange Qi Shan to lead a team to escort him there. But Sui Liang did not agree. He took Dunhuang with him, and helped Song Sungzu bring 10 servants from home. 12 people left with 20 camels carrying money boxes. Sui Yu and Xiaozai went to see him off as usual. When they returned, the mother and son went to the clinic with great interest. Congratulations. I felt the pregnancy pulse, the old doctor said. According to the pulse, the pregnancy pulse is estimated to be 2 months, and the baby will be born in February or March next year. Sui Yu smiled. Is the baby healthy? I didn't vomit or feel sleepy when I was pregnant with my first child. But I feel sleepy and vomit when I'm pregnant with this one. It's normal. Nothing wrong. The old doctor stopped. Go home and take care of it. Just don't do heavy work. Sleep when you're sleepy. Eat when you're hungry. Don't eat if you don't have an appetite. Don't think too much. Sui Yu said, and led the baby away. It's going to be born in February or March next year. It's still a long time. After leaving the clinic, the baby sighed. Time flies. In another 2 months, my belly will bulge out. Sui Yu went to the stall to buy 2 straw hats and 2 fans. She and the baby walked back wearing straw hats and waving fans. And 2 camels followed slowly behind. A month later, the second batch of cotton was sold 4,100 kilograms. And Sui Yu earned 82,000 coins. At the end of August, the cotton harvest season came to an end, and the third batch of cotton will only weigh 1,580 kilograms. In general, Sui Yu's 72 mu of cotton yielded a total of more than 9,000 kilograms of cotton lint and about 9,000 kilograms of cotton seeds, with a cotton yield of 250 kilograms per mu. Of the 72 mu of cotton fields, 40 mu were government lands, and the 40% grain tax was 4,000 kilograms of cotton. On the second day of September, the cotton growers, escorted by patrol soldiers, each carried cotton to the north of the city to sell. Shuzai, Ashui, Wanyo and Aqiang took out the account book registered in late spring. 5 cotton seeds were equivalent to 1 cotton seedling. The cotton growers returned the cotton seeds, and the debts in the account book were cancelled. A cotton seedling can produce 20 to 30 cotton bolls. The cotton seeds harvested from 1 cotton boll can offset the debt owed by 1 cotton seedling. After the cotton growers handed in the owed cotton seeds, they still had a lot of surplus cotton seeds on hand. 15 cents for a pound of cotton lint. 3 cents for a pound of cotton seeds. Sui Yu took out the sheepskin roll and sat at the door of the tea house. Arai and 5 maids stood by, and they were responsible for weighing and settling accounts. Don't think cotton seeds are cheap. I'll sell them to you cheaply. This thing is different from cotton. It can't be shipped out of customs, and can't be sold at a high price. Sui Yu explained. Cotton is also expensive because of the small quantity. In 2 or 3 years, the price of cotton will also drop, and it is estimated that it will be similar to the price of grain. The woman in the front line calculated the account. According to this price, 1 mu of cotton can be sold for about 750 cents after paying grain tax and rent. And they basically planted 1 mu of land with 2 or 3 people, and each person could get 250 cents, which was enough for them. 43 pounds of cotton lint, 40 pounds of cotton seeds. Arai reported the number. Total 765 coins. Sui Yu quickly calculated. How many people planted this cotton? 3 people. You can plant more next year, Sui Yu said. Next one. 41 caddies of cotton lint. 38 caddies of cotton seeds. Arai counted. Sui Yu looked up and asked, why are the cotton seeds and cotton 3 or 4 caddies less than others? It was stolen. Didn't you catch the thief? No. Next one. Sui Yu shouted. It took a total of 10 days to harvest cotton. Sui Yu received 23,500 caddies of cotton lint from 558 mu of cotton, and sold it to Jinxiu Weaving Workshop. She made nearly 120,000 coins from the difference. As for paying the grain tax, she handed in the 1,500 caddies of cotton she collected in the third batch, and added 2,500 caddies of cotton seeds. The person responsible for this was Zhao Shiping, who had no objection at all. In mid-September, Zhao Shiping sorted out the collected cotton taxes. He arranged for Ma Nongjian to lead the team, escorted by the army, to send 48,360 kilograms of cotton to Chang'an. So far, this year's cotton planting has come to an end, and only the cotton firewood in the field has not been pulled out. The autumn harvest season has arrived, and the caravans inside and outside the pass have gathered together in Dunhuang County. Jinxiu Weaving Workshop collected 30,000 kilograms of cotton fluff, and all of them were made into quilts to make 3,000 quilts. Master Du worked day and night. He wanted to do it more carefully, but there was a problem with manpower. Sui Yu recommended cotton growers to him. They could not weave cloth, but they could learn to fluff cotton. Master Du accepted a group of strong cotton growers to fluff cotton for her sake. Shopkeeper Yu, please ask me which caravan brought dyes. We have 3 colors of dyes in stock, and they are not enough. Master Du came. I have it. Bought from Chang'an. Sui Yu stood up and said, I'll take you to see it. Master Du saw that she was pregnant, and he subconsciously reached out to help her. But then he felt rash. So he quickly withdrew his hand and said, "You take a rest. And just point someone to take me to see it. It's only been a few months. It won't affect my walking." Suiyu stroked her belly. She would walk around the guest house every day. And she restrained her eating. The child was 5 or 6 months old. And she didn't gain much weight. So her belly was not big. After opening the warehouse door, Suiyu asked Master Du to go in and see for himself. They are all in the boxes against the wall. Master Du saw the dyes, as if he had seen his own father. He carefully tasted them in the warehouse for a while. Then came out and said, "Shopkeeper Yu, I want all 8 boxes of dyes. How about 200 coins per box? 230 coins. Deal? I'll go back and ask someone to move them." Master Du said, "Shopkeeper Yu, next time you buy dyes, you can send them directly to the weaving workshop." Suiyu locked the warehouse door, and she left the guest house with him. When she got out of the door, she pointed to the warehouse not far away and said, "I will definitely have a lot of dyes in my hands in the future. Master Du, come and have a look when you are free. I have a lot of good things." The warehouse has been completed, and the doors and windows are open to dry the moisture. Looking inside through the open door, there are many wooden shelves and partitions made of wood boards. Chapter 351. Returning home in winter. Autumn is coming to an end, and the warm autumn mood is gradually replaced by the cold air covered with white frost. In the early morning of the end of October, the withered wilderness is covered with a layer of white frost like ice crystals, and the wind is also cold. The door was knocked, and Zhao Shiping answered, "Get up. Is my mother awake?" The cub asked through the door. Zhao Shiping opened the bolt, and the cub came in with a chill. Suiyu lay in the quilt and looked at him, asking, "Did you kick the quilt yesterday?" "I shouldn't. I didn't wake up from the cold." The cub lay on the side of the bed, and he touched his bulging belly through the quilt. "Leave." Zhao Shiping tied his hair, and he opened the door and walked out. "Mom, I'm going to practice martial arts first. You sleep for a while. It's still dark outside." The cub followed him out and closed the door gently. After the busy farming season ended and the crops were stored in the granary, Zhao Shiping was free. He no longer had to go to the fields to inspect the growth of the crops, or to settle a lawsuit with an old farmer for a spoonful of manure and a bucket of water. Now he would wait until dawn to go to the agricultural bureau to work. Without running around, he had the leisure to take the children to practice martial arts. Every day before dawn, he took the children to the open space north of the guest house to exercise. Ding Quan and Ari were waiting outside with 3 little girls. As soon as the door of the main courtyard opened, they took the lead in moving. Zhao Shiping took the children to move their joints, and the father and son followed, running around the guest house with white air. Gradually, the east and west side doors of the guest house opened from the inside one after another. The escorts who heard the noise came out, and they rolled up their sleeves and ran after them. After running 3 circles, Zhao Shiping first took the children, Shui, and the servants at home to practice boxing in the open space. Huff huff. The 2 boys from the Hua family joined in panting. They stood behind and stared at Zhao Shiping's movements and followed his gestures. At dawn, Hu Ansue came running with half of his head covered with white frost. He didn't ride a donkey. He ran all the way from home. He was sweating and his limbs were moving. He came and joined the martial arts team directly. "Boy, straighten your back." The sweaty escort passed by with his bare arms. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Hu Ansue's shoulders and pulled back, saying, "Your legs and feet are behind you, and your shoulders are stretched 2 miles. You are not practicing mantis boxing. Keep your waist steady. Punching is the upper arm, not the shoulder." Hu Ansue blushed. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but he held back. He held his breath and posed, trying to concentrate his strength on his upper arm. He threw a punch and found that the fist he threw out felt shackled. The retraction was subconscious and effortless. He smiled. "It's too early to be happy." The escort slapped him on the back of his waist. "You have no strength in your waist. If you keep practicing like this, you will have trouble walking in 2 or 3 years, let alone getting married." Zhao Shiping coughed. "Stop talking nonsense." The escort realized that there were 3 girls of medium age next to him. He swallowed his indecent words and teased, "Zhao Zonglangjiang, your master is a half-baked master. I'm afraid the apprentice you teach will be an empty shell." Zhao Shiping accepted the teasing calmly. He explained, I didn't have a proper martial arts master to teach me. I figured it out by myself. When I learned it, I was already old and my body had grown. I probably adjusted some of the force movements subconsciously. So I didn't feel anything wrong. Just practice more and you'll be fine. Once you're familiar with the movements, you won't have to stare at your arms when you punch or retract your fists. Your body will straighten up automatically. Dunhuang spoke to defend his master. Shui and Huan Yo nodded quickly. The boy lowered his eyes and thought. He didn't agree. For example, when picking up food with chopsticks, he found that not everyone had the same posture. This should be related to the posture of learning to hold chopsticks when they were young. Uncle Du, can we learn martial arts from you? The boy asked. Oh, do you still remember my last name? The escort was surprised. The kid nodded. I remember. You came here last year and gave me a handful of rice candy. It was delicious. Zhao Shiping seemed to be thinking about something. And he asked, Master Du, where are you from? I heard your accent sounds a bit like someone from Longxi County. Yes, Longxi County. I am from the same hometown as Qin Wuxian, the head of the Qin family. Have you considered opening a martial arts school in Dunhuang? Or follow me. When I go out, you can be my bodyguard. And when I stay at home, you can be a martial arts master for my children. Zhao Shiping considered that he would go to the 3 eastern counties to grow cotton next year. And bringing a bodyguard on the road would be useful for both preventing wolves and people. Master Du did not immediately agree or refuse, saying, I'll think about it. Okay, give me an answer before the end of the year, Zhao Shiping said. If you work with me, you will get 80 coins a month. And I will provide you with food, clothing, housing and transportation. If you plan to open a martial arts school in Dunhuang, I will send all my children there. I'll think about it. Master Du was very confused. Zhao Shiping let him go. And he stopped teaching the children boxing and instead taught them stick techniques. When the rays of light emerged from the clouds, Sui Yu woke up. She opened the door in a thin cotton jacket and went out. There were loud shouts in the open space in the north. The shirtless men were sweating and looked hot. Inside the guest house, the merchants were still lying on the couch and sleeping with quilts. The snoring could be heard through the courtyard wall. A cat climbed out from the courtyard wall. And then a child with a mallet-like body opened the door and climbed out. The cat had already run away. She sat at the door in a daze. Sui Yu came out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot soy milk. As soon as she went out, she saw the child sitting outside the door of the 5th guest house picking up dirt to eat. She said, I can't eat it. I vomited. Where is your mother? Why did you crawl out alone? The child smiled at her, with wet yellow soil in his mouth, and a big snot running down his nose. Sui Yu took out a handkerchief from his bosom and wiped her face. She pushed the door open with her belly bulging and shouted directly, Master Li? Who of the Li family merchants is awake? The child slipped out. No one answered. After a few breaths, a woman with a rosy face and a wrinkled jacket opened the door and came out. She didn't dare to look at Sui Yu, and walked out quickly to pick up the child and go back to the house. Sui Yu frowned. But she couldn't care less. She closed the door of the guest house and left. The sun rose. The sky was bright. And the hawkers in the city came over with their loads and carts. In addition to those selling vegetables and grains, there were also those selling food. The martial arts escorts dispersed, and they all rushed into the kitchen. After a while, the escorts, who couldn't stand the long queue for food, strode out again and rushed to the stalls selling food. Shopkeeper Yu, buy a few pounds of donkey meat today and stewed donkey meat for sale. We brothers want to eat donkey meat, a escort said. Sui Yu nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to go to the city to buy it this morning. A few steps away, a duck vendor heard it and came over to say, Shopkeeper Yu, a family in our village has slaughtered a donkey. He will pick the donkey meat to sell in the city. How much do you want to buy? I'll ask him to send it to you. Send 30 kilograms, Sui Yu said. Tell him a message. If the donkey skin has not been sold yet, ask him to clean it up and send it to me. The vendor said hey, and then said, Shopkeeper Yu, come and see my ducks. Each one weighs 5 or 6 kilograms and is fat. Buy a few and take them back. The 6 ducks were all male ducks. They were in good spirits and had shiny feathers. The vendor's words were not exaggerated. Sui Yu nodded and bought his ducks. Wait, someone will come to weigh and settle the bill later, Sui Yu said to the vendor. Zhao Shiping came over with a camel and said to Sui Yu a few steps away, "I'm going to work." Sui Yu waved her hand to show that she understood. The boy came over quickly. He saw someone selling smoked rabbits and said, "Mom, buy some smoked rabbits. I want to eat steamed rabbit meat." Sui Yu wrote a note on the parchment roll. "Look, what else do you want to eat, little shopkeeper? Do you want to eat oil dates?" The woman who was frying dough dates in the oil pan asked. The boy walked over. The woman handed him one, and he took it and fed it. Sui Yu went over and said, "Weigh 2 pounds. Okay." Shui came over with a full stomach. She brought a scale with 3 maids and took the parchment roll from Sui Yu. She began to weigh the vegetables and grains to be bought today. The boy pinched an oil date to feed his mother. Sui Yu didn't eat it. So he went to feed Shui and then went to find Huan Yo and Cheng. Half an hour later, the vendors selling vegetables, grains and meat received the money. They left with their burdens. And the vendors selling food continued to guard. "Child, do you want to eat oily dates? Go find your parents to buy you some oily dates. They are so fragrant and sweet." Sui Yu came out of the main courtyard and saw the child who had eaten dirt in the morning crawling out again. People were coming in and out of the guest house. They seemed not to see her and walked past her without noticing. If they stepped on her, they would at most frown, turn their toes, and walk away. "Mom, I'm done. Let's go." The kid came out with a bag on his shoulder. He saw the kid staring at the oily date stall and drooling. "Go to the guest house and yell. Go call the head of the Li family. And tell him directly that his daughter has slipped out like a puppy again. And seems to be hungry and greedy for other people's food." Sui Yu ordered his son. The kid understood. He ran over and picked up the dirty child. He remembered which room the head of the Li family lived in. So he directly held the child and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the boy pushed the child in, saying, "Uncle Li, I brought your daughter to you." She crawled out by herself and sat at the door like a puppy, staring at the stall selling oil dates and drooling. "Are you not going to give her food?" Li Dedangjia glanced at the dirty child, and immediately looked away, turned to look at the boy, and said, "This is not my child. I will ask her mother to feed her. Thank you for sending her here." The boy waved his hand, and he ran away. Sui Yu was waiting for him not far away. When she saw him come out, she looked into the guest house and clearly heard Li Dedangjia calling people. "Mom, let's go." "Okay." The mother and son walked into the city. Sui Liang asked the caravan to bring a letter, saying that he would probably come back on October 28th, and asked his sister and his nephew to pick him up at the city gate. Sui Liang left Dunhuang on July 11th and never came back. He stayed in Wuwei County to run the food store business. Recently, there were fewer caravans on the road, so he closed the store and went back to Dunhuang with Song Songzu and his servants. When passing Zhouquan, Sui Liang met Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, and Zhao Dalong's brother and sister who were traveling with the caravan. He asked the 7 grandparents and grandchildren to go with him. There were 2 elderly people who slowed down their journey. It was already the 3rd day of the winter month when they entered Dunhuang. "Your uncle is back." Sui Yu pushed the boy lying on the table fighting grass. "Go out quickly. He is looking for you." Sui Liang stood on the camel's back and looked around. Under the city wall, at the city gate, on the street, in the oil tea shop. "Uncle." The kid ran out. "I'm here." Sui Liang's tense face immediately relaxed. Sui Yu also came out holding her belly. "Shopkeeper Yu, did you pick up your brother?" The female shopkeeper who fried oil noodles asked. "I got it. Sorry to bother you these days." Sui Yu smiled. "We'll go back now." Chapter 352, If you don't accept a toast, you will be punished. Sui Liang hugged his nephew and strode towards Sui Yu. "Sister, you are here to pick me up too? If I don't come, I'm worried that you won't want to go back." Sui Yu joked. "You've improved this time compared to last time. You didn't stay outside the city and didn't come in." Sui Liang was not ashamed. He reached out and touched his bulging belly under his thin coat and said, "Second son is here to pick up his uncle too. He brought you a rattle." "What about me?" the little boy asked. "You have it too." Sui Liang's excitement calmed down. He hugged his nephew and turned back to the road, saying, "I've picked up your grandparents. Go and say hello." After he reminded him, the kid saw his grandparents and cousins. He called them enthusiastically and asked, "Big brother and second brother, You went back to work on spring planting in the beginning of the spring. Why haven't you come here after the planting is over? After the planting? We were busy with Big Brother's wedding. By May, there were no caravans passing by at that time. We didn't dare to go on the road alone. So we had to finish the autumn harvest and come with grandparents. Zhao Sanling explained. After he finished speaking, he congratulated the people who came over. Aunt San, are we going to have another younger brother? It's possible to have a younger brother or a younger sister. Sui Yu corrected. Did Dunhuang get married? Why didn't you tell us? Not yet. But the marriage is set. When Zhao Dunhuang mentioned his marriage, his neck turned red with embarrassment. Dad? Mom? You've been tired all the way. Let's go back first and talk on the way. Sui Yu greeted her parents-in-law and asked with concern, Are you all well? Are you feeling tired on the way? If you feel uncomfortable, don't hide it. Let's go to the clinic and see a doctor. Father Zhao waved his hand. No. You're not feeling uncomfortable. Just go back and drink 2 bowls of ginger and scallion water. Sui Yu saw that they were in good spirits, so she didn't say anything more. She thought that her parents-in-law looked old, but they were not weak. Probably because of years of hard work. They were about the same age as Uncle Niu, and they could still ride camels from Jiuquan to Dunhuang for 5 or 6 days in winter. But Uncle Niu couldn't even ride a camel. Aunt, does my mother still live in the north of the city? Or has she moved back? Song Songzu finally found a chance to interrupt. Your mother? Your mother led the caravan out of the customs. They left in early August, and your sister went with them, Sui Yu said. After the cotton harvest, the weaving workshop first made a batch of cotton jackets and quilts. Your caravan and my caravan shared them equally, and the 2 caravans went out of the customs together. This trip may go a little further. Maybe they will come back in late autumn next year, or in spring and summer the year after. Song Songzu frowned. Being away for so long? We should wait a little longer, and go out of the customs with other caravans in the early spring of next year, so that we can take care of them on the way. They went a long way, and the goods they carried were heavy. It's expensive. What should we do if we encounter robbers? Quilts and jackets are the most popular in cold weather. If we go out of the pass in the spring, it will be hot outside the pass. If there are caravans carrying quilts, we will lose the opportunity and cannot sell them at a good price. Sui Yu explained to him. If you want to make more money, you have to compete for opportunities, and you can't avoid taking risks. Song Songzu sighed. I'm worried about them too. Your mother is familiar with the roads outside the pass, and she is with your sister, so she won't take risks. Sui Yu comforted him. Are you going to live at home, or go back to the north of the city with us? I want to go to the desert to have a look. I don't know if the food and grass prepared for the camels are sufficient, Song Songzu said. I will rest for 2 days before going to listen to the old master's lecture. Sui Yu nodded. You go first. Song Songzu and his servants rode camels first. The wooden boxes carried by the camels made the sound of copper coins clattering, attracting people on the road to look at them. Sui Liang walked to Sui Yu and supported her, saying, Let's go home too. Sui Yu raised her hand and put it on his arm, raised her chin, and said, Let's go. Sui Liang was happy. He didn't sit in a sedan chair or ride a camel, so why should he go? The kid took 2 steps forward and said playfully, Mother, I will lead the way for you. Sui Yu covered her mouth and smiled. The joyful smile filled her eyes. She smiled and walked briskly. 7 people from the Zhao family followed behind with camels. Zhao's father curled his lips. Mother? It's so corny. Mother Zhao thought that she had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and had 7 grandchildren, including an old man. There were 12 people with the surname Zhao, and only the youngest was sweet-mouthed, eloquent and good at coaxing people. He really didn't look like a member of the Zhao family. Walking out of the busy city, the road was lined with farmland where crops had been harvested. The land was barren and desolate, when houses and cooking smoke appeared in the field of vision. The sound of human voices, and the sound of chickens and dogs barking appeared in the wind. And the desolation came to an end. Why are there 2 more houses? Mother Zhao muttered. There were none when we left in the spring. Someone is going to build a guest house next to you, Father Zhao asked. What about the ruins piled up in Hishi? Have they been demolished to build a house? My 3rd uncle is already a general, and someone is coming to steal your business. Zhao Area looked proud when she mentioned her uncle. On the way, my uncle and aunt asked what reward you got in Chang'an, and I told them. Sui Liang explained to Sui Yu. Both houses are ours. The unfinished house in Hishi is our home. The General Zhongwang's mansion, the kid said proudly. The newly completed house to the north of the guest house was built by my mother and is intended to be used as a warehouse. At this point, Sui Yu said, the Qianhu mansion in the city has a new owner, and the General Zhongwang's mansion is not yet habitable. Dad, Mom, you will live in the guest courtyard this winter. My family's slaves who are traveling for business have left the customs, and their houses are still empty. I will ask someone to clean them up later, and you and Daoan will move in. Will we be able to live in the big house when we come back next year? Zhao's father said excitedly. Yeah. Sui Yu nodded. Okay. We will live in the guest courtyard this year. Zhao's father had no objection at all. After returning to the guest house, Sui Yu was tired. She wanted to go back to her room to lie down for a while. So she left her husband's family to Area to entertain. Sui Liang went to the warehouse next to the kitchen to take a bath. And after coming out, he went to the old man's room with wet hair to dry his hair. In the whole guest house, only the room where Chen Lao lived had a calm heated at the beginning of winter. The 10 goose houses were full of people, with a total of 14 caravans and more than 20 travelers who came to travel around. Except for the morning and evening, the guest house was not quiet at all. However, Chen Lao was not disturbed. He was immersed in his own thoughts and sat at the table to write. Sui Liang took out a bamboo scroll from the bookshelf and unfolded it. This was a new work, a eulogy to the trade route. The appearance of cotton attracted caravans to gather in Dunhuang. When the caravans entered the city, the sound of camel bells overwhelmed the complicated voices in the city, and it lasted for a long time. The boy pushed open a crack in the door and poked his head in. Uncle, come and eat. Aren't you hungry? Sui Liang put down the bamboo slips and asked. Master, do you want to eat something? Old Chen waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly and not to disturb him. Master, don't sit for too long. Remember to put down your writing brush and get up and move around. The boy went over to interrupt him. My mother said that if you sit still for too long, you will get sores on your buttocks and your body will become weak. I see. Old Chen didn't even raise his head. Let's go. Sui Liang took the boy out of the door, and a merchant came out from next door. They greeted each other and walked out together. Just got back today? The merchant asked. Yes. I just got home less than an hour ago. Sui Liang nodded. Are you going to eat too? No. I'm going to visit someone. The boy saw the head of the Qin family standing outside the kitchen yard and waving. He pointed at himself, and when he saw the other party nod, he dragged his uncle over. Has the second shopkeeper just come back? Qin Wenshan exchanged a few pleasantries and then asked, Young shopkeeper, where is your mother? My mother is resting in the room. What do you want to see her for? You can also tell me. The boy pushed his uncle to go eat first. Qin Wenshan handed him the bundle in his hand and said, This is the personal biography written by your mother. Ask her to stamp it for me, so that I won't brag to others that Madame Hua wrote my personal biography in person, and others will scold me for bragging. The boy readily agreed. He carried 2 bamboo scrolls back to the main courtyard. The oil lamp was lit in the room. He pushed the door open and saw his father rubbing his mother's legs. Dad, when did you come back? Just came back. Oh, Mother, the head of Qin asked you to stamp his personal biography. The boy said. Check it to see if it is a personal record. If the content is okay, you can stamp it with a seal. Sui Yu said. The boy untied the bundle, unfolded the bamboo slips, and sat under the oil lamp to read carefully. When he encountered a word he didn't know, he could ask by tilting his head. After Sui Liang came over after eating and drinking, the boy checked the content on the bamboo slips, took out the seal and ink, and printed the 4 words Lady Hannah on the bamboo slips. The bamboo slips were wrapped tightly with the bundle, and the boy opened the door quickly and ran away. Brother-in-law, when did you come back? Sui Liang stood outside the door and didn't come in. I brought your parents here. Do you want to thank me? Zhao Shiping raised his hand and said, Come in. I'll give you a slap. Sui Liang was not afraid. He strode in, first looked at his sister, and then looked at his brother-in-law provocatively. Sui Yu looked at him with a smile, and she said to him in a smooth talk, How is the food business? It's just SOSO. I bought the shop and renovated it, and it cost me more than 8,700 yuan in total. This winter, I made more than 900 yuan in the food business, and sold food and grass in 1.5 months. Probably because Dunhuang is cotton. Most of the caravans that entered the pass stayed in Dunhuang, and did not go east. Only the caravans from the inside of the pass passed through Wuwei County. So the business was not very prosperous. Sui Liang said. Business will be better in the spring. Sui Yu said. There are many merchants staying in Dunhuang this year. Our guest house is full. And the Minxiang is also full. There are even some who have no place to live and don't want to leave. So the government arranges them to live in the brothel. Next year will be even more lively. Sui Liang had a hunch. Brother-in-law, are you going to leave home in the spring next year to arrange cotton planting in Jiuquan and Zhangye? Xiao Shiping nodded. I have already submitted a letter to the court. Let's see how the court plans to arrange it. Your sister has nearly 30,000 kilograms of cotton seeds, which can probably grow 7,000 to 8,000 acres of cotton. Dunhuang does not have enough land and manpower, so it must be extended to the 3 eastern counties. I must go there. Then I will stay at home next year. My sister will give birth in the spring. Sui Liang was worried. I will definitely be at home when your sister gives birth. I have already made arrangements. Xiao Shiping said. The agricultural supervisors from Jiuquan and Zhangye should come in the next few days. I will tell them to make arrangements before planting cotton, and they will prepare in the spring. When your sister is out of confinement, the cotton seedlings can be transplanted. I will leave home then. That's better. Sui Liang was quite satisfied. I'm sleepy. I'll go back to my room and sleep first. And I won't have dinner. After Sui Liang left, Xiao Shiping said, You little brat. You are testing me. Sui Yu was full of pride. This is my family. The kid ran in, and the next door shouted, and the footsteps turned into the next door. You should go see your parents. 2. Sui Yu pushed him. Let your parents see your precious child. The real precious child is not me. Xiao Shiping pulled the quilt for her and said, Lie down for a while. I'll call you when the meal is ready. There were extra cotton quilts this year. Sui Yu left 2 quilts and 2 thick cotton coats for Zhao's father and mother when she prepared last month. As for the nephews and nieces, they also had a cotton coat each, but no quilts. When Xiao Shiping went over, the 7 Zhao family grandparents and grandchildren had already put on their cotton coats, and they gathered in a room and laughed loudly. The door opened, and the room was quiet. Then, Zhao Arias smiled and congratulated her uncle on his promotion, and others also congratulated him. Xiao Shiping ignored them. He sat down and asked about his parents' health. When he learned that there was nothing serious, he immediately turned his attention to his 5 nephews and nieces. Why did you come here? I thought you would not come again after you left. I asked you to come here to learn to read from the teacher. How many words can you write? The smiles on Zhao Dalang's faces froze, and they shrank like quails. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law arranged a marriage for Dalang. The in-laws came to the house on the 2nd day of May. The marriage was settled, so they wanted to come. But there were no passing caravans at that time. We were worried about them going alone. And then we were busy with the autumn harvest. Zhao's mother explained dryly. What are you worried about? Did a kidnapper kidnap them on the road? Or did they not know the road and could not tell the direction? Xiao Shiping was not moved at all. My brother-in-law took Dunhuang with him. The master and servant went back to Dunhuang from Wuwei County, and then went back and forth from Dunhuang to Wuwei. They went back and forth twice in the summer. And nothing happened? We are not as good as Sui Liang, Zhao Arias said angrily. With your attitude, you will never be as good as him in your life. Don't be angry. This is the fact. You can't tell good from bad. What else can you do except working hard to farm? When you were not allowed to come, you all racked your brains to think about it. I gave you the opportunity to make progress, but you were greedy and lazy. There are 5 brothers and sisters. The oldest can get married, and they don't even dare to go out together. Not to mention that they are not as good as him. They are not as good as me. Xiao Shiping was not polite. He looked at Zhao's father and mother and asked, What are my eldest brother and second brother busy at home? After the spring planting, the marriage is settled. Will they send the children over? Let them play at home for half a year. Are they my children or theirs? Zhao's father and mother were speechless. If you come to my place with the intention of eating and drinking well, and want to be a young master or young lady, then you have come to the wrong place. My own son was not raised as a young master. Xiao Shiping stood up. You can figure it out by yourself. If you can't satisfy me this year, you can leave in the spring of next year, and don't need to come again in the future. Zhao Shiping left, leaving the room in silence. General Zhao, are you off duty? Do you want to go for a drink? The merchant who was about to go to dinner asked. No. You go and drink. Don't get drunk. Zhao Shiping smiled again. When Master Du heard his voice, he slowed down his pace and saw that Zhao Shiping was about to return to the main courtyard. So he followed him. Zhao Shiping turned around, and Master Du took a few quick steps forward and said, Sir, I've thought it over. I'll work with you and be your bodyguard. Have you told the merchant who hired you? Yes. It doesn't matter if I'm one less escort. Okay. You'll take office tomorrow. Teach us boxing tomorrow morning, and I'll practice with you. Zhao Shiping said, I'll give you a monthly salary at the end of the month. When it snows, I'll prepare a cotton jacket, cotton pants and cotton shoes for you. Master Du said, Hey, I'll be waiting here tomorrow morning. Zhao Shiping nodded. Go eat. Tell Ashui that you don't have to pay for meals in the future. Master Du said hey again, and he walked away quickly. The next morning, Zhao Daoan heard the sound of a door opening in the yard, and then heard Dunhuang's voice, and heard the footsteps go out. He covered himself with a mattress and continued to sleep. After only a cup of tea, loud footsteps were heard outside the guest house. Zhao Daoan shuddered and felt something was wrong. He hurriedly woke up his brother, who was sleeping on the same bed, and called out to his sister, who was sleeping next door. The 5 brothers and sisters ran out shivering in the cold wind. As soon as they opened the door, they heard the voice of their third uncle. After the sound faded away, Zhao Daoan and his 5 siblings dared to go out. They ran with the escorts and stopped only when they were about to vomit. However, facing the slightly bright sky, they found that the third uncle was practicing boxing with a group of children in the open space, not running. When the little boy saw them, he waved enthusiastically. Cousin! Cousin! Come and practice together. Master Du is so powerful. It was a cold day, and Zhao Daoan was tired and hot, just about to stick out his tongue like a dog. But he didn't dare to complain, so he could only bite the bullet and lead his brothers and sisters to go over and accept the criticism and admonitions of the martial arts master again and again. Once they joined in, Zhao Daoan and his 5 siblings could not get away. They got up early every day to practice martial arts, and went to the school to listen to classes after dawn. When the school was dismissed, everyone else left, and only the 5 of them sat there for a whole day. They had forgotten everything they had learned before, so they had to beg their grandfather and grandmother to ask Xiaozai and aiming to teach them again in private. And they practiced hard and studied hard. 2 months passed in a flash, and the new year was coming. Some of the caravans had already bought quilts from the weaving workshop, and the rest could only buy quilts after the weaving workshop started working after the new year. Taking advantage of this period of time when everyone was free, Sui Yu thought about negotiating business with them. Chapter 353. The warehouse was first established. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Zhao Shiping woke up before dawn, hearing the sound of snow being shoveled outside. He got up quietly and went out alone. When Sui Liang and the little boy woke up, a faint light was shining down from above the dark clouds floating in the sky, with the snow as a backdrop. The sky was already bright. The uncle and nephew dressed up and went out. Zhao Shiping had already piled a snow pile 1 person high under the wall, and he had shoveled the snow 2 meters wide in front of the door. Rub your hands with snow. Come and make a snowman. 5 this year. Zhao Shiping was very excited. In another 2 or 3 months, there will be 1 more person in our family. The little boy took a breath of the cold air. At this moment, his expectation for the baby in his mother's belly reached its peak. Next year, we will be a family of 5 standing together. He squatted down and grabbed a ball of snow, and said excitedly, I will make a snowman. He and I are from the same mother. We have the same parents and the same uncle. Okay, I'll let you make it this year. Zhao Shiping didn't argue with him. When Sui Yu woke up and heard the noise outside, she knew what they were doing. She didn't go out, but lay in bed in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, she heard the sound of footsteps coming in, and she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. The kid pushed open the door. He looked into the room and tiptoed in quietly. He took a bright red belly band from the suitcase. It was only slightly bigger than his hand. He put it in his palm to measure it and muttered, So small. Not even as big as the cat official's clothes. Little thief. Sui Yu shouted. What are you doing? Mom, You're awake. The kid laughed. He shook the belly band and said, Hurry up. Let's build the snowman. I'll take Ertzi's clothes and put them on the snowman. Go. Call your father in. Okay. Before entering the house, Zhao Shiping brushed off the snow on his body and waited until his frozen hands warmed up before he pushed the door open. Sui Yu had already put on her cotton jacket, and she lifted the quilt, and Zhao Shiping brought her cotton pants to put on, and then put on a thick skirt over the cotton pants. What time is it? Sui Yu asked. It's late. Maybe see time? Zhao Shiping squatted down to put on her cotton shoes, and then took a wooden comb to comb her hair. After the month was older, Zhao Shiping was responsible for putting on shoes, combing hair, washing hair, and bathing. When Sui Yu was pregnant with the first child, he did these things himself. When she was pregnant with the second child, his movements became more and more skilled, and sometimes he could do hair better than Sui Yu. Wait a little longer. I'll go get some water. After her hair was done, Zhao Shiping went out. Brushing teeth and washing face were all done in the house. Sui Yu cleaned up, and the snowman outside was also finished. The yard was covered with hay to prevent slipping, but Zhao Shiping still held Sui Yu in his arms as soon as he went out, fearing that she would fall. Outside the door, a little snowman wearing a red belly band stood at the door, and Sui Yu saw it as soon as she stepped out. Mom, look! This is Exile. This is me. This is you. This is Uncle. And finally my dad. We are arranged in order of height. The little boy introduced. In 2 years, I will be ranked second. Sui Yu looked at the little boy. This kid would probably be taller than her in 2 or 3 years. There are 5 of us in our family, and I'm not sure if I'm the shortest, she said. Smart people don't grow taller. Sui Liang glanced at his brother-in-law. Are you mean? Zhao Shiping counterattacked. Sui Yu glared at him. Forgot that he had a short wife. Zhao Shiping immediately made up. I'm praising you. People with a mind are smart, and you are the smartest in our family. Sui Liang smiled proudly. Sui Yu also smiled. Let's go to eat. I'll bring it to you. Zhao Shiping helped her into the house again. The snow in the kitchen yard has melted, and the ground is muddy. It's useless to spread hay. Sui Yu sat back in the house. Sui Liang and Xiuzai followed Zhao Shiping to serve the meal. There was a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner in the afternoon. The breakfast was simple. There was no meat except eggs and minced meat in the vegetable buns. Liang Gur, you can make a few torches in the afternoon, and go to the city to play with Dunhuang and others in the evening. When you go to the city, call in Gur. I guess he has never burned torches or danced new a dance. Sui Yu said. You have burned torches, right? Didn't he come on New Year's Eve 2 years ago? He said he came after burning torches. After saying this, Sui Liang realized. Maybe it's just an excuse. Sui Yu nodded. Nominally. You and he are classmates. Tomorrow morning, you can go to her house and visit Sui Hui. You are her brother and her family. She will feel more comforted when she sees you. If you stay there for dinner, you can have a meal and then come back. Sui Liang said. I will be responsible for visiting her in the future, until Ngur has established a foothold in that family. You have to go there every year. Sui Yu looked at him. As for the future, it depends on your relationship with Ngua. Sui Liang nodded, indicating that he understood. Do I have to go? The kid asked. You can go at any time, but not on the first day of the first lunar month. Tomorrow your father's subordinates will come to pay New Year's greetings, so you can accompany them. Sui Yu arranged. Wear new clothes tomorrow, and wear the gold necklace and jade pendant that His Majesty gave you. Cheer up and make your father proud. This look is enough to make me proud. Zhao Shiping was very satisfied. The kid smiled secretly, feeling happy. After breakfast, Sui Yu wanted to sit in the tea house. Zhao Shiping helped her over. He had something else to do, so he called a Shui and Huan Yo to accompany her. The waist drum on the stage was beating, and the baby in Sui Yu's belly also punched and kicked. She stroked her belly and said with a smile, Don't worry. Don't worry. Wait until you grow up. Let your brother teach you to play the waist drum. A Shui gestured to Kulban, and a cheerful waist drum dance ended in a hurry. The performers from Chang'an brought the guzheng to the stage and played a gentle tune. Madam, I haven't seen you for a long time. Kulban and Anil walked through the crowd. They have been in Dunhuang for 6 years. When they first met, they were thin teenagers. Now they are much stronger and taller. And their eyebrows are more profound and affectionate. Sit down, Suiyu said. After the snow, I was afraid of slipping and falling. So I didn't dare to go out. It's rare for you to come to me. Do you have something to say today? Are you planning to leave Dunhuang? Kerbin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your tolerance. I didn't know how to start the conversation. And I didn't know whether I should start the conversation. The days in your house were very leisurely. And Anil and I lived very comfortably. Similarly, we have had too many good days, and have become lazy. I have been wanting to find you to explain my intention to leave. But I have never been willing to say it. Madam, we still want to try our luck, and go to the imperial city of the Han dynasty. Okay. The music hall in Chang'an is much more exciting than the makeshift troupe here. Suiyu did not stop him. Will you leave with the caravan in the spring next year? Kerbin and Anil nodded. I know someone in Chang'an. King Pingfang and Shishir belongs to him. When you leave, I will give you a handwritten letter. If you are desperate, go find him. As for whether he is willing to help, I am not sure, Suiyu said. Thank you very much. Kerbin was excited and grateful. You came back to Dunhuang when you couldn't make it in Chang'an. We have been friends for 6 years. I can keep a bowl of rice for you. Suiyu joked. Thank you very much. Kerbin thanked him again. If we go back to Dunhuang, we will bring a group of people back and replace your amateur troupe. And we will become the largest music troupe in Dunhuang from now on. You are very ambitious. I am optimistic about you. Hearing the sound of the zither on the stage stopped. Suiyu stood up and said, Come with me. You have a bright voice and a nice voice. Please help me pass on a message. Kerbin and Ashui helped Suiyu onto the stage from left to right. Manager Yu, what are you doing? The merchant sitting next to the fire pit asked loudly. Let me talk business with you. Suiyu smiled. I have a good idea. And I need your help. I believe everyone has seen the newly built warehouse to the north of the guest house. Some people have asked me what I plan to use it for. But I have always kept it a secret. I plan to build a warehouse in Dunhuang to collect all kinds of goods from the east, west, south, north, inside and outside the pass. After saying that, Suiyu gave Kerbin a look. And he raised his voice and repeated her words in a rhythmic manner to ensure that most people could hear clearly. There was a lot of noise in the tea house. And when it calmed down, Suiyu continued, a large part of the caravans travel back and forth between the pass and the pass, selling and buying goods, and traveling. It takes 2 years to go back and forth. If they go to Dayuan, Kangju, and Wusan, it is normal to take 3 or 4 years. The original intention of building this warehouse was that I felt that traveling on the road was too energy-consuming. I made money, but my body was broken. And my relationship with my family was also weak. I wanted to relieve everyone's pressure and provide a convenient way to travel. Of course, I also want to make money. Kerbin repeated it loudly again. Outside the Great Wall, sheepskin can be bought for about 50 coins. The caravan can sell it to me for 100 coins when it arrives in Dunhuang. I will increase the price by 10 or 20 coins and sell it to the caravans from inside the Great Wall at 120 coins. The silk brought by the caravans from inside the Great Wall is bought at 1,200 coins per piece. It is sold to me at 2,500 coins per piece when it arrives in Dunhuang. I increase the price by 50 to 100 coins and sell it to the caravans outside the Great Wall. In this way, the Hu merchants outside the Great Wall can sell their goods and buy silk from Chang'an. They can go home before winter, without having to pay taxes at each level of the Great Wall, or cross rivers and mountains and be threatened by local thugs. The caravans inside the Great Wall are also like this. They can go out at the beginning of the year and go back at the end of the year. They don't have to go out of the Great Wall and trek through the desert. Nor do they have to worry about the caravans encountering the Huns, or encountering bandits and robbers outside the Great Wall and having no way to report to the authorities. The tea house was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Now Kerbin didn't need to repeat it. Everyone heard Suiyu's words clearly. Some people smiled and shook their heads. Some people were thinking about something. Suiyu stood on a high place and had a clear view of everyone's expressions. She didn't need to make everyone excited. She only needed to take over small caravans that were not resistant to risks. Her reputation would spread, and more small caravans would come, and this trade route would become more prosperous. As for the large caravans with a large number of people, Suiyu didn't want to do business with them. If she was used as a watershed, The caravans inside the pass would not leave the pass, and the Hu merchants outside the pass would not enter the pass. Then this prosperous trade route would be ruined. You can also do a storage business with me. For example, the head of Qin transported a batch of glazed porcelain from Chang'an, half of which was broken on the way, and he dared not take it outside the pass. You can store the glazed porcelain with me, set a minimum price, and I will help sell it. If someone buys it, I will take a certain amount of profit. You can also set a fixed price and give me a storage fee. I will give you the money after the items are sold. Sui Yu continued. Qin Wunshan clapped his hands to show his respect when he heard this. Okay. I have a chance to cooperate with shopkeeper Yu. Then do you also want to sell cotton products in the warehouse? The merchants, who had not yet bought quilts, complained. Sui Yu nodded. Next year. Next autumn. You can come again. Quilts, cotton jackets, cotton cloth and other things are all hung in my warehouse. 5 jean, 10 jean, 15 jean thin quilts, silk cotton jackets, and various cotton cloths are available for you to choose. Loud applause sounded in the warehouse, and someone whistled. Sui Yu held Ah Shui's hand and prepared to go down. When leaving, he told Kerbin, after they finished talking, tell them that those who want to cooperate should come to me before February. Kerbin nodded. Chapter 354. The deal is done. Sui Yu was heavy and wore thick clothes, so she couldn't stand in the cold northwest wind. So after leaving the guest house, she went back to the house. She was not helped out by Zhao Shiping until the New Year's Eve dinner was served. Sister, let's go! While it was still light, Sui Liang and a group of people were ready to carry torches into the city. Okay. Sui Yu nodded, and she said, play is play. Play is play. Don't toss too much. If anyone falls or is burned by the flames, they will be punished when they come back. Don't worry, Aunt San. We will keep an eye on the kid, Zhao Daong said. Sui Yu believed this. Although Daong was a little stupid, he had the demeanor of a brother, and was sincere to his younger brothers and sisters. Go, Zhao Shiping said. The 5 brothers and sisters of the Zhao family. Sui Liang and his uncle and nephew Shuzai. For people including Ah Shui and Huan Yo. And 3 brothers and sisters of the Hua family. More than 10 people led camels and left happily. Sui Yu waited for them to leave, and she and Zhao Shiping also went back to the house. Have you prepared the reward money for tomorrow? Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu nodded. It's all ready. Have you prepared the New Year gifts for your subordinates? 10 caddies of mutton and 10 caddies of pork for each person. Let Ding Quan deliver it tomorrow morning. Zhao Shiping sat on the bed with a chair. He supported Sui Yu's belly, but the cotton coat was too thick. He couldn't feel the child's movement. Go get some water, Sui Yu said. We don't have much to play. Let's lie down on the bed as soon as possible. Zhao Shiping helped Sui Yu wash up, picked her up and put her on the bed, and turned around to wash her feet with the remaining water. Sui Yu took off her cotton jacket and lay down. As soon as she lay down, the child in her belly turned over. Seeing the man sitting on the bed, Sui Yu lifted the quilt, lowered her eyes and said, roll over again and say hello to your father. Zhao Shiping tapped his belly with his fingers, and the place he tapped moved twice. He smiled and said, just like the little boy. Both of them are active. Judging from our personalities, we will never give birth to a lazy child. Sui Yu pulled up the quilt. She leaned in the man's arms, tapped the quilt with her fingers, and said expectantly, this time next year, there will be a fat baby crawling on our bed. Zhao Shiping was in a trance for a moment. He still remembered the little boy's appearance when he was a child. But now, he has grown into a little boy. In another 2 or 3 months, he and Sui Yu will welcome another child of theirs. Women are sacred. It's amazing that one person can give birth to another. Zhao Shiping looked down at the woman in his arms. His eldest son has been raised to the age of 10. To this day, he still finds it incredible that living children are born from their mothers. How do children come from? How can they have life? He reached out and touched his bulging belly. The movement under his belly made him clearly know that the child was alive in his belly. Sui Yu, God-given? She asked tentatively. Zhao Shiping's expression was complicated. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. He pondered for a while and calmed down. Only this explanation made sense. The next morning, Zhao Shiping woke up and went to worship his father-in-law first. Gods have spirits, and people have souls after death. Dad, Bless your daughter to be safe and sound. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. When Sui Liang and Xiaozai woke up, they went to the grave to pay New Year's greetings first. 3 sets of footprints spread to the front of the stone tablet, and the fallen snow in front of the tablet was crushed, revealing a bit of liveliness in the desolate snow. It snowed in the second half of last night, and stopped at dawn. The new snow covered the footprints, but early in the morning, the road from the north of the city to the city was covered with fresh hoof prints. Ding Quan brought the New Year gifts into the city. Before he returned, officials from the agricultural department came one after another on mules or camels. But compared with Wan Sui, they were still a step late. The boy sent his cousin out on behalf of his father. When they reached a deserted place, he changed his polite tone and said intimately, "Brother, please say hello to my aunt for me. There are many things to do at home today, so I will not go with my uncle to pay New Year's greetings to my aunt." Wan Sui was surprised. "Uncle is going to my house?" The boy nodded, and he said seriously, "He is your mother's younger brother, and he must be going to pay New Year's greetings to his sister. In previous years, it was inconvenient to visit, but this year we are classmates, and we have a reasonable excuse, so we naturally have to visit." Wan Sui expressed his understanding. "Then I will go back and prepare, and my mother will definitely be happy when she knows." The boy waved goodbye. After watching the man riding the donkey go away, he heard the voice of greeting behind him. He immediately turned back and walked beside his father, smiling and listening carefully, but not interrupting. After seeing off the officials, who came to pay New Year's greetings, and waiting for them to go away, the boy immediately took off his disguise. He trotted back to the main courtyard, muttering, "It's really cold outside. The gold collar is quite heavy after wearing it for a long time." "Has everyone left?" Sui Yu asked. "All gone." The boy stepped in. "Are you going to give out the reward money?" Zhao Shiping also walked into the yard. He saw Sui Yu's expression and said, "All gone. No one is coming anymore." "Okay. Then move the money box out." Sui Yu stretched out his hand to the man outside the door. "Please help me out of the house." "Sir." Zhao Shiping looked at her deeply and helped her into the snow. The servants had been paying attention for a long time. When the footsteps in the main courtyard came out, the servants and helpers gathered in the kitchen next door rushed out. "Master! Sir! Happy New Year!" they shouted in unison. "Happy New Year to you too." Sui Yu smiled and said, "We were not at home during the New Year last year. Was the morning of the first day less joyful?" "Yes," Huan Yo admitted with a smile. "After eating the New Year's Eve dinner last night, I was looking forward to the dawn. This morning she woke up before dawn and opened the door 3 times before waiting for the dawn." Ah Chang joked. Sui Liang opened the cash box, and Sui Yu stopped talking nonsense. "Today, let you be happy again. Last year's reward money will be distributed together with this year's. I have seen everyone's hard work for this family in the past 2 years." Before she finished speaking, the cheers could no longer be suppressed. Xiaozai and Sui Liang each took 5 strings of copper coins and handed them to the servants and helpers one by one. 1 string of copper coins was 50 coins, which was 10 coins more than the bonus for the past 2 years. The servants and helpers received the bonus and smiled. Grandma Yin went to Zhanya to take care of Lu Yair, and was not at home. "Her share is kept by Mingma," Sui Yu said. Mingma could not speak. She bowed to Sui Yu, and happily took another string of copper coins. Dunhuang and the 3 maids looked around and guessed that everyone had received the bonus. They were eager to speak out and ask for good luck. Sui Yu interrupted them first and said, "Last year, during the cotton planting and harvesting season, Ah Shui, Huan Yo and Ah Chang helped me keep accounts and register, which helped me a lot. Today, you don't need to ask for good luck. There is double the bonus." The little boy happily weighed 3 strings of copper coins and handed them to them personally. Dunhuang rubbed his hands. He was a little ashamed. He could not write many words and could not help his master. Dunhuang accompanied Liang Gur to Wuwei County to open a food store. "He helped me protect my brothers. You also contributed." Sui Yu did not miss him. Sui Liang immediately handed a string of copper coins to Dunhuang. He patted Dunhuang's shoulder and said, "Still work with me this year." Dunhuang nodded hurriedly. "Okay. It's cold outside. Let's go back to our rooms." After the reward money was distributed, Sui Yu let everyone go. The helpers left the guest house with the reward money and prepared to go home. The servants went back to their rooms. The 5 brothers and sisters of the Zhao family, who lived in the second guest house, saw a group of servants carrying heavy strings of copper coins. They were disdainful and envious. "Grandma, I won't go back for the spring planting this year. I want to stay in Dunhuang to help my third aunt." Zhao Area wanted to be the second Zhao Xiaomi. Zhao's mother didn't say anything and didn't make the decision. "You go ask your third uncle if he is willing to let you stay. My third aunt is going to give birth in the spring. I will stay to help her take care of the child." Zhao Area found a better excuse. "Anyway, I won't go back for the spring planting this year. It's not certain whether my third uncle is willing for us to stay. But he said that if we can't satisfy him, we can't come here again in the future." Zhao Dong reminded her. Zhao Area was unwilling to give up. She immediately went out to try to win favor in front of Sui Yu. But there was no one outside the guest house. The main courtyard door was open. She approached and found that it was the people from the weaving workshop who came to pay New Year's greetings. "Oh, the guest house is really quiet today." Gu Daoang and Yang Erlang came over on camels. "Area, where are your third uncle and third aunt?" Area quickly stepped back and said, "My uncle and aunt are entertaining guests." Zhao Shiping came out upon hearing the noise. He turned around and shouted, "Mingwang, your classmates are here. Go and wish Mr. Chen a Happy New Year." "Sir, we will come to wish you a Happy New Year later," Gu Daoang said. "My father asked me to say hello to you." Zhao Shiping nodded. Seeing that her uncle was still at home, Zhao Area was depressed. She slipped into the house and planned to find another opportunity. After the 2 waves of people who came to wish you a Happy New Year left, it was noon. The drunken merchants and escorts slept until the afternoon before they woke up. Only when they had dinner in the evening did people walk around inside and outside the guest house. "Aunt, do you want some chicken soup? The oil has been skimmed off." Zhao Area brought a bowl of chicken soup. "No, I'm full. You drink it," Sui Yu said. "How much did you eat? Are you full with half a bowl of dumplings?" Zhao Area was a little skeptical. "My stomach is big. I can't eat much at one meal." Sui Yu explained that she didn't understand why the girl suddenly became close to her. But she didn't need to be close to her niece from her husband's family. Nor did she want to bear the burden of extra social interaction. She said tactfully, "I have your uncle to take care of me. And your brother to honor me. So you don't have to worry about me. Come here and treat it as your own home. And feel more comfortable. If you are willing, take good care of your grandparents. And be filial to your parents." Zhao Area blushed. And her desire to please was seen through, which made her feel ashamed and angry. But she stood there and didn't leave. After a long while, she whispered, "Aunt, can I stay in Dunhuang this year and not go back? We didn't come here after the spring planting last year, which made my uncle unhappy. He said that if we can't satisfy him, we don't have to come to Dunhuang again. I don't know how to satisfy him. Third aunt, I raised my brother and sister. When you have a child, can I stay and help you take care of the child?" Sui Yu frowned slightly. She stroked her drooping hair and said, "Area, you are your third uncle's niece. We are relatives. I asked you to come here to let you learn from the teacher, not to let you take care of my children or farm. These things can be done by servants. Writing and recognizing characters are too difficult. And poetry and rules are also difficult to understand." Zhao Area looked bitter. "I can't learn and I can't understand. My parents are farmers. And I am also a stubborn person." Zhao Shiping noticed that something seemed wrong here. He came over and asked, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Area was afraid of him. And she ran away when she heard his voice. Sui Yu asked him to help her back to the house. And she explained Area's purpose one by one. She has an impatient temper and is not down to earth. I guess she is not suitable for studying and learning. You should talk to her when you have time. If they really don't want to sit in the school, then don't waste time and find something else to do. For example, fluffing cotton to make quilts. Daoang and his friends are tall and strong, so they are suitable for this job. If Area is willing to take risks, she can sell her menstrual products. Okay, leave it to me. Don't worry about it." Zhao Shiping took a deep breath and made a decision. Since he couldn't sit in the school, he didn't need to come again in the future. Sui Yu didn't worry about what happened afterwards. But after the Lantern Festival, Zhao Daoang and his 5 siblings left the guest house and went to the weaving workshop. And they could only come back after dark every night. Sui Yu knew about it but didn't ask about it. She was busy doing business with the caravan. The first to come was the Yu family caravan, who had just returned from Dayuan last year. On the way, they learned about the quilts and went straight to the Changge guest house in Dunhuang after entering the customs. From September to November, they not only bought quilts and cotton jackets from the weaving workshop, but also learned from Sui Yu about farmers who rented cotton fields. This caravan used medicinal herbs and furs from outside the customs to sell to farmers at a low price in exchange for 2,000 kilograms of cotton wool. The Yu family caravan had connections in Dunhuang. They got a lot of quilts and cotton jackets, and they were thinking about going out of the customs again to Dunhuang to exchange for blood horses. Before Sui Yu proposed to do the warehouse business, they were thinking about using furs, medicinal herbs, and gems from outside the customs to exchange cloth with the caravans inside the customs. But they never reached an agreement. The caravans inside the customs understood their thoughts and used this to lower the price. Sui Yu happened to have 120,000 coins worth of cloth in her hand. It was bought when Sui Lian led a caravan to Chang'an to sell horses 2 years ago. At that time, she bought 200,000 coins worth of silk and silk cloth. The caravan that left the customs the next year only took away 80,000 coins worth of goods. Sui Yu negotiated with the head of the Yusher caravan for a long time, and the price was negotiated to a level that both of them were satisfied with. And the two families reached a deal. The first deal was done, and then there were small caravans returning from outside the customs to buy medicinal herbs brought by the Yusher caravan from Dunhuang from Sui Yu. These small caravans were active around Lulan and Chiuzi all year round, and had no access to medicinal herbs from Dunhuang at all. Silk cloth inside the customs, medicinal herbs, blankets, furs, and gems outside the customs were traded back and forth in Sui Yu's hands, and most of the caravans got what they were satisfied with. The most important point is that after Sui Yu's hands, the price of commercial goods did not fluctuate much, which made them most satisfied. In February, the caravans left Dunhuang one after another, and Sui Yu's business was suspended. She had to prepare for the birth of her second child. Chapter 355. My sister is here. Adley, the merchant who lives in the 5th courtyard, has left. You take someone to clean up. A shui came over with a bunch of keys. The woman who was drying sheepskins by the river said, I see. I'll go later. Let's finish the work at hand first. A shui said. She went to the kitchen to pick up an egg basket and went into the guest house to collect the copper locks. It stinks. They are all so filthy. The smell of foot odor, sweat, and feces mixed together, making Ah Shui feel sick. She quickly took off the copper locks hanging on the door knockers of the warehouse and guest room and ran away. In the empty room on the east side, the piled bedding on the messy bed moved. Half an hour later, the female helpers who were washing the bedding came in with a big basket. But they went to clean the warehouse first. Why do I hear some noise in the guest room? Adley noticed something was wrong. She looked at the others, listened again, and walked out of the warehouse quickly. What's the noise? Huanyo. Dunhuang? Sister Wang called out twice, but no one answered. She turned around and went to the next warehouse. A cat or a dog must have come in. Adley also felt that she was making a fuss. Just as she was about to turn around, she lowered her head and saw a black head coming out of the crack of the door of the last room. Damn it. This caravan has abandoned the child. Adley shouted. Go tell the master quickly. Sui Yu was watching the servants working in the open space north of the guest house. Erhei and the 20 hired helpers were shoveling soil on the wasteland to prepare for this year's cotton seedlings. The 5 maids were fattening on their own pasture to accumulate energy for the germination of golden flower grass. Master, look! Adley ran over with the child in her arms. Hurry up and let Erhei ride on the camel to chase them. This caravan has left the child behind. Sui Yu turned around and saw the child curled up in Adley's arms. She was quiet, not panicked or afraid, as if she knew nothing, but also as if she knew everything. Erhei. No. Go call Liang Gur and ask him to ride a horse to chase them. Sui Yu immediately ordered. The Li caravan is heading inland. They left not long ago, and we can catch up with them on horseback. Adley put the child down and hurried back to find the second shopkeeper. Sui Yu walked up to the child and asked, What's your name? The child didn't speak. Are you hungry? The child nodded. Sui Yu led her to the kitchen, and Shui Sa quickly steamed a bowl of egg custard and brought it out. The little girl seemed to have not eaten for 3 days, and she was not afraid of the heat, and she wolfed it down. How old are you? Sui Yu asked again. Can you speak? The little girl nodded, but still didn't say a word. What's your name? Chuesa asked in a hoarse voice. Is she another fool? Big Donkey. My name is Big Donkey. The little girl spoke. How old are you? Chuesa asked again. She looks about 2 years old. Did you hear your mother when she left? What did she say to you? No response again. Suiyu stopped asking and said to Chuesa. Take her into the kitchen to warm up by the fire. Liang Gur should be back at noon. Let's see what he says then. When the second shopkeeper left, he should have taken this girl with him and stuffed her into the caravan. Chuesa led the little girl's arm to the kitchen, muttering, We are not a beggar's home. What's the big deal if a child is left here? Take this one in. And tomorrow, you will throw children here. Suiyu said nothing. It was so cold. And taking the child with her on a fast horse to chase the caravan would cost her half her life. After noon, Sui Liang came back. The caravan members did not come back with him to pick up the child, but gave him a sum of money and abandoned the child. When I caught up with the Li caravan, they were already 10 to 20 miles away from Dunhuang, and most of the caravan members did not notice that a child was missing. I explained the situation, and the merchants were unwilling to take her back. The mother of the child initially begged me to take her in, but when she saw that I did not agree, she changed her face and directly told me to throw the child outside to freeze to death. Sui Liang sat in the quilt holding the boiling onion and ginger water. He was almost frozen after running back and forth twice. What did the head of the Li family say? Suiyu asked. He kept silent and let the woman cheat. No one in the caravan was willing to acknowledge the child. I was so angry that I asked for some money from Li Dadong. Sui Liang sneered. I asked for 500 coins, but he only gave 200 coins. Let's keep this child at our house. After another 3 to 5 years, she will be able to work. Suiyu said. It won't be a burden for us to have one more mouth. I'm just afraid that the caravans will throw their children to us in the future. Ashui said. If they dare to throw them, we dare to raise them. I'm worried that I don't have anyone to use. Suiyu sighed. If I had reliable people, I could build 10 goose houses from Dunhuang to Wuwei in a year. Originally, she considered using Zhao Dalong and his 5 brothers and sisters, but they were not motivated. They had to be threatened by their uncle to attend classes to learn to read. They frowned when they mentioned practicing calligraphy and couldn't figure out how to use an abacus. It would be fine if he was just stupid, but he was also very cunning and could only see the immediate benefits. How old is this child? Have you asked? Suiyu asked Sui Liang. Sui Liang shook his head. I don't have time to ask these questions. I'll ask someone to find the city guard at the west gate and we'll know. Zhao Shiping said. What's her name? Let the cook take care of her in the future. When she grows up, she'll be put in the kitchen to be a fire-making girl. She's called Big Donkey. I don't know what kind of name she's given. She's a girl. Suiyu cursed. Change her name. Sui Liang thought. Dates? Mulberries? Or persimmons? These fruits are astringent at first and sweet later. Call her red dates. The kid said. Suiyu and Zhao Shiping had no objections. Zhao Shiping went to the west gate in the afternoon when he was on duty. When he came back in the evening, he not only brought back news about red dates, but also brought back 10 official slaves. Hongzu is 3 years old. I signed a slave contract for her. It doesn't make sense for her to grow up eating our food and then have any parents to recognize her in the future. Zhao Shiping took out the slave contract and threw it into the wooden box. He continued, These 10 official slaves will stay in our house to work. If they are pleasing to you, you can send them out to work for you. If they are not pleasing to you, they will stay at home to do farm work and miscellaneous work. Suiyu remembered. You have been promoted. Why didn't you arrange servants to serve you? Yes. Servants will be arranged after the Zonglangjiang mansion is built. Zhao Shiping explained. Today, a clerk came to me and said that winter is almost over and it should not snow anymore. The Zonglangjiang mansion in the west can start construction. But I thought that you would not be able to rest well when you heard the sound of the house being built during the confinement period after giving birth. So let them start construction in April. Suiyu nodded. Her belly has been tight in recent days. Maybe she will give birth in 10 days. Bring the midwife here tomorrow. Suiyu said. I'll leave all the cotton matters to you. When digging river mud to make clay molds and planting seeds, call all the cotton growers to help, so that there won't be a shortage of manpower. Okay. I know. Zhao Shiping combed her hair. He knew that she was concerned about cotton planting, so he didn't say anything about not letting her worry and letting her rest well. he said. The officials of the agricultural department started working half a month ago. Most of the wasteland that farmers can't cultivate has been taken back and rented to cotton growers. Each person can rent 5 or 6 acres. Farmers have no objection. They didn't clamor to grow cotton? Sui Yu was curious. Xiao Shiping smiled. Don't forget that the fields in the hands of farmers are not their own. What to plant is decided by the government. Where do they get opinions? They have opinions to hold back. After that, he didn't hear Sui Yu's voice. After waiting for a while, Xiao Shiping leaned over and saw that she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Xiao Shiping tucked her in and continued to comb her hair. After about a cup of tea, Sui Yu fell asleep, and he hugged her and lay down. Sui Yu woke up for a moment and turned over with his movement. She felt a thick pillow behind her and fell asleep again. Xiao Shiping didn't sleep. He cut a candle wick, and the flame weakened. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and continued to read the documents that he had not finished reading during the day. Ma Nongjian had not returned yet, and the court's decree had not come down yet. But the agricultural officials in Jiuquan and Zhangye had already collected the wasteland used for cotton planting in the 2 places, and sent people to deliver official documents every 5 days to report the progress. The cold wind squeezed in from the crack of the door, and the firelight on the table jumped. Xiao Shiping stretched out his hand to block the wind, and read 2 volumes of official documents with half of the firelight, and then blew out the lamp and went to sleep. The next day, the midwife moved into the vacant guest house. She waited for Sui Yu to wake up, pressed her belly, and said, "It's estimated that you will give birth in 3 to 5 days. I feel it's coming soon too." Sui Yu pointed to the 2 large wooden boxes under the bed and said, "The mattress, scissors, and wooden basin used for delivery, as well as the open-crotch cotton pants and menstrual belt I will wear after giving birth are all placed in them. When I give birth, you take the things out and make the bed." The midwife opened the boxes and counted them. She also brought tools, but the host family had prepared everything, so she didn't need to take out the things she brought. 2 days later, Xiao Shiping finished his work and arranged the rest of the work one by one, leaving it to his subordinates to do. He no longer went to the city to work, and he wanted to stay at home with his wife waiting for the birth. On the morning of the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month, Sui Yu had breakfast as usual and went for a walk in the open space to digest the food. Before she finished a circle, she felt a pain in her stomach. She was about to give birth. "Mom, do you want to drink water?" The kid ran out of the school and asked. "No." Sui Yu held her belly and walked back. She planned to send him away so that she wouldn't scare him when she gave birth. "I want to eat the fish stewed by your aunt. Go to your aunt's house and ask her to buy 2 live fish and a bowl of freshly ground tofu today. Come and stew a bowl of fish soup for me," Sui Yu said. The boy agreed. He ran into the school and asked for leave from the teacher. He immediately called Jin Mai's way and rode away. Sui Yu walked into the main courtyard. Xiao Shiping was about to go out to find her. When he saw that she looked wrong, he was shocked and said, "Are you going to give birth?" "I'm going to give birth. But the water hasn't broken yet. We have to wait." Sui Yu held him. She took a breath and said, "Don't alarm others first. Call the midwife and ask Chui Sa to cook me a bowl of flatbread." Xiao Shiping helped her into the house and immediately turned around to call for help. Compared to his panic, Sui Yu was much calmer. After a wave of labor pains, she held her belly and continued to walk around the house. The midwife came and found out that her water had not broken yet. She took out 5 cotton mattresses from the box and spread one on the bed first. Xiao Shiping brought a large bowl of dumplings, and the midwife took a wooden basin, scissors, and a wooden barrel to the kitchen to boil them in boiling water. After a bowl of dumplings, her water broke. Sui Yu asked Xiao Shiping to help her take off her skirt and cotton pants. She lay on the bed and said, "Dad, our second child is coming out." Xiao Shiping wiped the sweat off her face with a handkerchief. He breathed heavily and spoke with a wheeze. "You are going to suffer again. But I can't do anything. I gave birth to you, and you raised me. You take care of me after I give birth," Sui Yu said. The midwife came in and started to drive him away. "Sir, wait outside. Bring me the boiled water. Go out." Sui Yu refused to let him accompany her. "I sent the little boy away. Be careful that he might come back suddenly. Avoid him when pouring the blood water. Don't scare him." "Okay." Xiao Shiping went out. He closed the door and stood guard outside. After a stick of incense, Hot water was brought in from the kitchen. Sister Cui saw that there was no sound in the room. She wondered, isn't the master about to give birth? Zhao Shiping didn't answer. The main courtyard was quiet until the sun was high in the sky. There was no movement in the room. Zhao Shiping, with a pale face, carried buckets of blood water and poured them out of the room. The school was over. Sui Liang came out restlessly and happened to meet the little boy riding back. The little boy got off the horse and ran to the main courtyard. Mother, mother, father. Where is my mother? My aunt said my mother is about to give birth. Yes. Your mother is giving birth in the house, Zhao Shiping said. The strong blood in the yard made people panic. Through the door, suppressed screams of pain came from the house from time to time. The little boy was so distressed that he covered his face and cried. Sui Liang walked in. The little boy looked at him for help. He pointed at the closed wooden door and said with a sob, Uncle, my mother is in pain. The door opened, and Zhao Shiping took a bucket of steaming blood. He looked at his son and said, Sui Liang, take good care of your nephew. Don't let him in. And don't cry or shout, so as not to distract your sister. Sui Liang nodded, and he led his nephew to the wall. Zhao Shiping went out with the blood. 3 more buckets of hot water were sent from the kitchen. The sun rose a little higher, and the shadows on the ground shrank a little, and then slowly lengthened. After noon, Zhao's father and mother came to eat, and got the news. The two also came to wait. When did it start? Zhao's mother asked. No one paid attention. After a while, when the earthen wall cast a shadow in the yard, a scream of pain came from the house, followed by a loud cry. It's a girl. The midwife cut the umbilical cord and said to Suiyu, Madam, now we have a son and a daughter. Suiyu smiled. Does it look like me? Like you. Suiyu was even happier. The door opened and Zhao Shiping came in. He picked up Suiyu and asked the midwife to tidy up the things on the bed. Mom? The kid cried out while scratching the door. He asked in a crying voice. Are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Just wait a little longer and you'll be in soon, Suiyu said. Is the fish soup ready? I'm hungry. The kid immediately ran to the kitchen. After the room was cleaned up, Suiyu also changed into clean clothes and lay down. Zhao Xiaomi brought steamed buns with fish soup, and the kid followed him in impatiently. Mom. The kid ran to the bed and cried. He reached out to touch Suiyu but didn't dare to do it, fearing that he would hurt her. I heard you crying outside. Are your tears still flowing? I don't feel pain now. Suiyu held his hand and asked nervously, Are you scared? The kid couldn't hold it back. He lay on the bed and cried so hard that he couldn't breathe. He asked distressfully, Mom, did you feel this pain when you gave birth to me? I heard it all. Whoa, Mom. You are in so much pain. Whoa. I feel so bad too. Chapter 356, The Icing on the Cake. The eldest son cried so hard that he couldn't breathe, and the second son started crying too. Zhao Shiping asked all the extra people in the room to leave. He went to comfort his eldest son first, but he didn't say anything to comfort him. He hugged his son and patted him gently. Sui Liang picked up his niece, and his eyes fell on Suiyu from time to time. Suiyu smiled at him and said, It's much easier to give birth to a child than to carry it in your belly. Sui Liang couldn't tell whether it was true or false. He clearly felt how much pain the arrival of a new life brought to her mother. The two cries in the room gradually weakened. The little boy wiped away his tears and choked up. Dad, you go take care of my mother. You don't have to take care of me. Okay. Zhao Shiping picked up the fish soup steamed bun on the table and fed Suiyu. It's past noon. You should eat more. Suiyu was indeed very hungry. She stopped talking and focused on eating. After a big bowl of fish soup and steamed buns, Suiyu still felt full, but she didn't add more rice to avoid feeling uncomfortable in her stomach. You guys go eat, Suiyu said. I'm not hungry. Mother, I want to accompany you. As he said that, the little boy was about to cry again. Good baby. Suiyu propped herself up. She stretched out her hand. The little boy came close, let her touch his face, and tears rolled down silently again. Suiyu also had tears in her eyes. She blinked and said, Haven't you seen your sister yet? Sui Liang handed the child over and put it in her arms, saying, It's exactly the same as when the little boy was a child. The little boy lowered his head with tears in his eyes. He wiped his tears. This is his sister from the same mother. It must have been very painful when you were born. I don't remember how it hurt. When your sister grows up, I will forget the pain today. Sui Yu held the little boy's hand and said with a smile, "Little boy, don't feel guilty. The pain of giving birth to you and your sister was my own choice. No matter how hard it was, I would never blame you or your sister. This was not caused by you. You had no choice. But I had a choice. When I gave birth to you, I wanted a child that belonged to me and your father. I wanted to give birth to your sister because I thought my eldest son was caring and smart. I was greedy and wanted to give birth to another good child like the little boy. Mom, don't comfort me. I'm not scared." The little boy sobbed. "I just feel sorry for you. My choice was right. I gained by giving birth to you." Sui Yu smiled with tears in her eyes. "Go eat with your uncle. You're starving. And I'll feel sorry for you." The little boy nodded. "Go." Sui Yu waved to Sui Liang. "I have your brother-in-law to take care of me. Don't worry." Sui Liang took his nephew away. The door closed. Sui Yu sighed. She lay down, her face full of fatigue. "You go to sleep. Exile, I'll watch over you." Zhao Shiping took away the thick pillow and let her lie down. Sui Yu closed her eyes and lost consciousness in an instant. Xiuzai and Sui Liang came over again after dinner and saw Sui Yu asleep, and the uncle and nephew were sitting in the yard watching. Zhao Shiping, "No one brought me a meal," he asked. "You go over and eat. I'll go in and watch over you." Sui Liang was eager to try. Zhao Shiping, "I'd better stay hungry." Xiuzai went out, and soon he brought a bowl of hot water and 4 pancakes. At noon, the kitchen was busy boiling water, so the meal was simple, and the soup and pancakes were all eaten. Only the leftover pancakes from the morning were still in the steamer. Zhao Shiping didn't despise him. He sat outside the door with the bowl and ate with big mouthfuls. If he choked, he would drink water to relieve his choking. The yard was so quiet that only the sounds of chewing and swallowing could be heard. The sound of a baby crying suddenly rang out in the house. The 3 people who had been distracted instantly came back to their senses. Zhao Shiping threw the unfinished biscuits into the water bowl, put the bowl on the ground, turned around and entered the door, and bolted the door. Sui Liang and the little boy couldn't push the door open, and they didn't dare to speak loudly, so they could only sulk outside the door. Zhao Shiping guessed correctly that the second boy was hungry. He didn't wake up Sui Yu, but skillfully held the child over to feed him. After 10 years, Zhao Shiping picked up the skill of serving children again. The newborn baby couldn't hold 2 tails of water in his stomach. After the milk was swallowed, he had to urinate immediately. After changing the diaper, the mother and daughter fell asleep together. Zhao Shiping opened the door and went out with the diaper. He explained, "Exile has defecated and urinated, and is hungry. I will take care of her eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. You two should not interfere. She is as soft as cotton now, and you two cannot take care of her." "Have you given her a name?" Sui Liang asked. "Will you call her Exile?" "Not yet. I will listen to your sister." Sui Yu slept until dark and woke up, when she learned that her brother and son had been waiting outside for a long time. She asked them to come in and talk for a while, but the room smelled of blood and it was not pleasant. After just a cup of tea, she sent them away. In the evening, there was chicken soup and meat, as well as tender shepherd's purse grown in a silk tint. Sui Yu finished the food sent to her, and in the second half of the night, her milk was full. After Exile had a full stomach and was taken care of, she curled up in the swaddling clothes and slept obediently. Zhao Shiping poured water in. He took out the menstrual pad and gave it to Sui Yu to change into. "Are you not sleepy anymore? I slept enough in the afternoon. You need to sleep more to rest your mind and energy." Zhao Shiping got on the bed from the other side. He lay down and asked, "Does your body hurt when you sleep? Let me rub it for you." "Okay." Sui Yu turned sideways. Zhao Shiping stretched out his hand to rub her back. "Sui Liang asked me today if I had named the second child. I don't know how to name it." "Think about it." Sui Yu thought for a while and said, "To be fair, we will give him a nickname and let her uncle name him." "Are you touched today? The little boy makes me look like a wooden man." Zhao Shiping smiled. "Yes." Sui Yu was very happy. "I really gave birth to a precious baby, especially when he asked me if it hurt so much when I gave birth to him. I almost cried. I am blessed to have him." Zhao Shiping was also shocked when he heard this. At that moment, he truly realized that he was not as good as his son. Yes, at the age of 34, He was not as good as Dunhuang, who was 10 years old, and he was very proud of it. Sui Yu sighed again, and then she fell asleep with a feeling of satisfaction. The next morning, the first thing Sui Liang and Xiaozai did when they woke up was to come over to visit. It happened that Erzai woke up, and the four of them lay together and studied her with great interest. She looks the same as when Xiaozai was born, and her eyes, nose, and mouth are all like you, Zhao Shiping said. Erzai spit out a bubble of saliva, and Xiaozai stretched out his hand to pop it. He saw that she was obviously stunned for a moment, and he said in surprise, She is alive. She is a person. What nonsense are you talking about? Sui Liang patted him. Sui Yu understood what he meant and said, She responded to sounds when she was in the belly. Don't look at her small size. She just can't speak. But she can think. It's not fun now. When she is 1 month old, she will laugh when she hears your voice. Slowly, she will lift her head at 3 months, roll over at 4 months, sit up at 6 months, and crawl at 9 months. This is how you grow up. The cub was lured by the voice. He seemed to see a baby raised his head and smiled at people under the teasing of his parents and uncle 10 years ago. He would roll on the bed, sit up and clap his hands, and crawl on his parents to sleep. What a pity. I don't remember my childhood. The cub was very disappointed. He gently touched his sister's hand and said, I can only see the footprints of my growing up on my sister. The baby sleeping with eyes closed is his sister. 10 years ago, there was also such a baby sleeping obediently under the gaze of his parents and uncle. At this moment, the cub felt the weight of blood from the same source said by the master. His sister was him 10 years ago, and he was his sister 10 years later. I am luckier than my sister. I can see how I grow up day by day. When she grows up, she will forget her childhood like me. The kid muttered. Sui Yu touched his son's head and said, It's impossible. You are you, and she is she. You have different personalities, and your footprints can't overlap. Have you chosen the names? Sui Liang interrupted. He was still thinking about this matter. Isn't this your business? They all call you uncle. You can't give a name to the brother, and not to the sister. Sui Yu complained for the second kid. I've chosen them. I'm not partial. Sui Liang was overjoyed. I've already thought about it. The brother will be named Dunhuang, and the sister will be named Duncan, which means bright and dazzling. Good names. Sui Yu didn't pick and choose. My full name is Duncan, and my nickname is Xiaohua, which means the flower that adds icing on the cake. She wove her rags into brocade. The birth of her daughter was the icing on the cake for her, and it was also a small flower that bloomed on the land with her as fertile soil. The 3 onlookers immediately understood. The little boy was a little sour, just a little bit, and asked sourly, My sister is the icing on the cake for mother. What about me? Am I a beam of light for mother? I gave you your name. Sui Liang reminded him. And he explained, when you were born, your mother and I welcomed the light, and we walked out of the darkness. This beam of light was brought by your father, and you are his son. So you are Dunhuang. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping were a little surprised. The word Dunhuang has this meaning. The little boy was satisfied, and he was a little embarrassed. This was purely nonsense. He knew the love of his parents and uncle for him best, and there was no need to question it. I'm going to eat, and I have to go to school to attend classes. The kid was about to slip away. Mom, you and your sister stay at home. I'll come to see you after school. Go ahead. Sui Yu waved. After the uncle and nephew left, Zhao Shiping finally had the chance to get out of bed. He put on his clothes and went out to get water to wash his face. When he came back, Huan Yo came in with him. She brought breakfast and volunteered to take care of Sui Yu. With Zhao Shiping around, he didn't let anyone else interfere. While he was still at home, he tried his best to take care of his wife and daughter. On the day of the 3rd day of the baby's birth, Zhao Shiping didn't invite anyone else, and just had a good time with his family. When the baby was 1 month old, he sent invitations to his former superiors and subordinates and current subordinates one by one, inviting them to come and celebrate his daughter's full month. And his family had another member. When she was 1 month old, Xiaohua was very white and tender. When she was brought out for people to see, anyone with eyes could see that she looked like Sui Yu. The boy invited his classmates to come over to drink his sister's full moon wine. Before the banquet started, he carefully held his sister and introduced her to his classmates. This is my sister. Her full name is Duncan and her nickname is Xiaohua. Doesn't she look like me? Yes. But why is she called Xiaohua? If you go to Minton, you will find a lot of people called Xiaohua. Yang Sanlang was a little disgusted. He pointed to the little girl next to Aning and said, "You also have a cousin named Jinhua, who is also a Xiaohua. Can't all cousins be Hua?" Shui annoyed him. "Your brother is Erlang, and you are Sanlang. And we are both Lang. I'm Dahua." Jinhua smiled. "My sister's flower is the icing on the cake," the boy explained. "Do you understand the icing on the cake?" "Yes. It's your precious baby." When Zhao Xiaomi came over and heard this, she tapped her nephew's head with her fingers. "You are really good, Zhao Shuzai. Your sister was only 1 month old, and you put aside your cousin who you have known for 3 years. We are big flowers. You are small flowers. Can't you?" The boy scratched his head and insisted, "Small flowers are the icing on the cake. And Jinhua is Jinhua. It's not that I don't like Jinhua. Xiaohua was born after my mother suffered a lot. This is her icing on the cake. She is our family's small flower. It has nothing to do with how long we have known each other. Love the house and the dog." Shui continued. "Xiaohua is precious because she was born by his mother." Chapter 357, Work More. Dream Less. Aning touched Jinhua's braids and said, "Sister is also the flower of our family." Jinhua's eyes sparkled. She slid down the chair, pushed the chair closer to her brother's chair, and finally sat on it, close to her brother. Zhao Xiaomi sighed with a smile, and she leaned over and said, "Give Xiaohua to me. Don't let her fall." How could that be? The little boy didn't want to give it to her. He had shown off enough. He walked out with the baby in the swaddling clothes and said, "Xiaohua is almost hungry. I'll send it back to my mother." Zhao Xiaomi followed him out and said, "Take it to your grandparents. Xiaohua is already a full month old, and your grandparents have never held a little granddaughter. Her third sister-in-law should not have any more children in the future. Her eldest and second sisters-in-law are not young anymore. Xiaohua should be the youngest of the grandchildren. Her parents like her very much." The little boy hesitated, and he carried Xiaohua and left with his aunt. Zhao Xiaomi looked around but didn't see her parents. Xiaohua woke up again, so Shuzai hurried to send his sister back to the house. "Where are they? Didn't you say you wanted to hug your granddaughter?" Zhao Xiaomi muttered. "Dunhuang, have you seen my parents?" "They went with the adults." Dunhuang turned his head and looked around, saying, "I don't know where they went. I just saw them." "With my brother?" "Forget it." Zhao Xiaomi stopped looking. "Stay in Dunhuang? Not go back to Jiuquan?" Zhao's father frowned. "You want us to help take care of the child? You and your wife are indeed busy. That's fine. Your father and I will stay here to help you take care of the child." Zhao's mother nodded without hesitation. "Why did you get involved in this matter? I don't want you to help take care of the child. Nor do I want you to interfere in raising the child." Zhao Shiping denied that his parents raised their children like herding sheep. As long as the sheep didn't get lost, they didn't care whether they ate grass or dirt. "You are old now. Can you still travel back and forth between Dunhuang and Jiuquan twice a year? My life here is more comfortable than in my hometown. And I can support you too. You might as well live with me in Dunhuang." Inspired by the filial piety of the young man, Zhao Shiping reflected for a few days and wanted to be more filial. "I have discussed with Sui Yu. You two will stay in Dunhuang. You will live in this main courtyard. You are not allowed to work in the fields during the busy farming season and when drying cotton. You just need to help dry the chickens." Father Zhao's eyes moved to the unfinished mansion on the west side of the river and asked, "Why don't you let me and your mother live in the mansion? It's good for us to live separately. You don't disturb us, and we don't interfere with you." Zhao Shiping didn't plan to live with his parents. If they went in and out under the same roof, the old couple would definitely cause trouble. Zhao's father was not very happy. He said angrily, "No need. We will go back to our hometown in Jiuquan and not live with you." Zhao Shiping did not respond. He looked at his mother and said, "He can go. You stay here." Zhao's mother was moved. But without her old sisters-in-law and old enemies in Dunhuang, no matter how well she ate or how warmly she dressed, she had no place to show off. She felt like there were ants crawling in her heart, and she was uncomfortable all over. "Your father and I can still move. Let's go back to our hometown. During the autumn harvest and spring planting, we two old bones can still go to the fields to chase birds. With us at home, your brother and sister-in-law will have hot soup and hot meals to eat when they come back from work." Zhao's mother refused. "If you let me stay and take care of your children, I won't go back. If you don't need me, I'll just go back. Zhao Shiping looked at his father again. Do you really want to go back? Well, we'll come back when it gets cold. Then you can go with me in 2 days. I'm going to transport a batch of cotton seedlings to Jiuquan. The journey is slow, and we can stay at the post station at night. Zhao Shiping didn't force it. Dalong's 5 brothers and sisters will also leave with me. They are not young anymore, and can't concentrate on studying. It's better to go back to grow cotton and make some money. Then use the money to open a quilt-making shop and support themselves. When Zhao Dalong's 5 brothers and sisters went to work as laborers in the weaving workshop, Zhao's father and mother had expected this result. No matter what the old couple thought, they couldn't control their son and grandchildren, so they could only let the situation develop like a landslide. Seeing that his father and mother had no objection, Zhao Shiping left. Zhao's father and mother stayed at the east side of the warehouse for a long time, and did not go back until the meal was served. When the meal started, Sui Yu, who had spent half a day washing up, showed up. She held her full child and greeted the guests. When the child became impatient, she held the child back to the house. Halfway through the banquet, the little boy sneaked back and saw his mother and sister lying on the bed. He leaned over and asked, Mom, have you eaten? I have. The food was ready. Huan Yo and a Chong served some to me. I ate before you. Sui Yu saw Xiaohua turning her head to look outside, and she smiled and said, She is looking at you. The little boy laughed, and he kicked off his shoes and lay on the bed, stretching out his fingers to touch Xiaohua's nose and forehead, making her eyes roll. Wow! Xiaohua cried, and Xiu's eyes stopped teasing her immediately. He glanced at his mother angrily. Sui Yu didn't help, and said, You made her cry. You comfort her. Xiaohua, don't cry. The little boy patted her swaddling clothes gently. Mom, was I also a crybaby when I was a child? Not really. After all, no one teased you. The little boy. I got it. The little boy jumped out of bed immediately. He slipped on his shoes, opened the door and ran out. After a while, he ran back with a bag of small toys, all of which he had saved since he was a child. Some bought by his uncle, and some brought back by his mother on the way to the merchants. The jingling rattle, the glass beads full of scratches, the small silver bells, the smooth sheep-knee bones, the colorful small stones. Xiaohua stopped crying. The tears on her face were not dry yet, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There were footsteps outside the door. Shui stood outside the door and asked in a low voice, Sister-in-law, is Xiuzai here? Xiuzai, your uncle asked me to call you. Gu Daolong and the others are leaving. Go out and see them off. Hey. Xiuzai put the rattle on his sister and immediately got out of bed. The room became quiet. Sui Yu gathered the things scattered on the bed. She unbuttoned her clothes to feed the child. After all the guests had left and the guest house became quiet, Sui Yu and Xiaohua took a nap together. When they woke up again, it was already evening. The leftovers in the tea house had been cleaned up. The servants were still washing dishes in the kitchen. Sui Yu went over to take a look and asked, Where is your master? Ma Nongjin is here. The master took him to see the cotton seedlings. Shui continued. Ma Nongjin is back from Chang'an? What a coincidence. Sui Yu said. You've been busy all day. Shui, come with the zhuang and pack half a box of money to give to everyone, so that everyone can share in our Xiaohua's joy. Thank you, master and young master. The servants were overjoyed. Shui and De Zhuang hurried to the main courtyard. The room where Xiao's father and mother slept was full of money boxes, and the carpeted floor was also piled with copper coins half a leg deep. Sui Yu opened the door and asked De Zhuang to take half a box. 10 coins per person. You take the time to count them one by one. Sui Yu instructed. Shui said, Hey, I'll send the rest of the money later. I'll put the rest of the money in your hands first. You keep an account, and give me the account book at the end of each month. Sui Yu said. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the cotton growers will come to transplant the cotton seedlings. You take Huan Yo and Chong to collect the money and keep the accounts. Whether it's paid or on credit, you must record it clearly. Shui said hey again. Zhao Shiping's voice came from outside the door. Sui Yu walked out and greeted Ma Nongjin. Madam, congratulations on the birth of your daughter. I entered Dunhuang City afternoon today, so I am late. Please don't blame me. Ma Nongjin bowed. No blame. No blame. You are tired from the journey and busy with official duties. I don't blame you even if you don't come. Suiyu said politely. You missed the lunch. Stay for dinner. You can chat with your master while eating. No need to bother you. Your master is thinking about coming back to see the child while working in the field. Ma Nongjian smiled. Master, I will leave now. And bring someone here tomorrow morning. Zhao Shiping nodded. Ma Nongjian bowed to Suiyu again and turned away. Zhao Shiping and Suiyu went back to the house. And Shui and Dunhuang hurriedly carried the money box away. There is not enough manpower to grow cotton. How does your majesty plan to solve this problem? Suiyu asked. Arrange official slaves and laborers to plant the land. Your majesty has issued an order that I can mobilize the slaves of the 4 counties in Ishi. Zhao Shiping brought a chair for her to sit down and said, Ma Nongjian is familiar with Dunhuang affairs. He has also met with Hu Jianjian. He has a relationship with me. So he can mobilize slaves to grow cotton. The agricultural officials in Jiuquan and Zhangye have dealt with me. We hold the cotton seedlings. They have requests from me. I will not be embarrassed in the past. So I will leave Dunhuang and go to Jiuquan and Zhangye. Suiyu nodded. Official affairs are important. You can just keep your family affairs in mind. You don't need to do it yourself. I'm sorry, Xiaohua. I took care of her brother when he was young. As far as I can remember. The cub was almost 1 year old when I was away from home for half a month to patrol. Zhao Shiping was anxious. When I come back, Xiaohua will definitely not recognize me. There was nothing he could do about it. Suiyu could only comfort him and said, You are her biological father. Blood is thicker than water. When you come back, hug her more. She will still recognize you. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. He could only be thankful that the child was young and didn't know she had a father at all. And she wouldn't be sad when he left home. Not only Zhao Shiping was leaving, but Sui Liang was also leaving. He was going to Zhangye to check the accounts of the guest house. And he also needed to keep an eye on the food shops in Wuwei County. 2 days later, 800 carts of cotton seedlings left the guest house. And Gu Qianhu led 500 soldiers to escort them. And they followed Zhao Shiping to leave Dunhuang city. In addition to Sui Liang and Dunhuang, there were also 7 grandparents and grandchildren of the Zhao family. Suiyu had to stay at home to take care of Xiaohua. So she couldn't go to see him off. So she could only let Xiaozai go to the East City gate alone to say goodbye. It was noon when the little boy came back. He was listless and slipped into the door like a defeated little rooster. What's wrong? Suiyu asked. Are you sad? Xiaohua is poor. Without her father and uncle. The little boy wailed. Mom, it's so hard to get our family together. You were not at home before. But now you are at home. And my father and uncle are out again. Your uncle can come back once every 2 months. And your father will come back from time to time. After the autumn harvest, he will not leave. Suiyu stuffed a rattle in his hand and asked him to coax Xiaohua. She continued, and after this year's work, the cotton will be harvested in the river next year. The West 4 counties have been planted on a large scale. So your father doesn't have to go to the other 3 counties to guard them. The kid said. It's not fun to grow up. Suiyu didn't respond. She asked, Did your father tell you anything? Let me take care of Xiaohua for him. I guess so. Suiyu saw Lan Yo and Shui looking into the yard. She waved and said, Come in and sit down. Shui waved her hand. She was taking the old man for a walk, so that he wouldn't lie down and sleep after eating. Dad, do you love my mother very much? Shui asked in a low voice, her face full of teasing. Lan Yo had no teeth for a long time. And now he suddenly felt a pain in his teeth. He said with disgust, Stop saying disgusting things. What, love or not? Shui was stunned. She said disappointedly, My eldest brother loves my sister-in-law very much. Lan Yo didn't say anything. I thought you loved me because you loved my mother, and that's why you were willing to raise me and treat me like your own daughter. Shui muttered. Xiaohua was born to my sister-in-law. So I like this little sister very much. Uncle Nyo didn't quite understand what she said, and didn't want to listen anymore. He said bluntly, My relationship with your mother is not like your elder brother and your sister-in-law. I brought her home to live with me because I wanted a child. I treat you like my own daughter. And it has nothing to do with your mother. You are my daughter. And I like you. Don't think too much about it. White cats and calico cats are all cats. You can't say that a calico cat has white hair, and it has something to do with a white cat. People's feelings can't be exactly the same. Your sister-in-law loves her 2 children very much. But Hongza was abandoned by her mother. You see? They are all mothers. And there are good and bad ones. Shui said. What love? Uncle Myo didn't buy it at all. He glanced at Shui and snorted, work more and dream less. Chapter 358 1 million cotton plant money. Camel bells rang outside the house. Sui looked at the cub and waved his hand, saying, Mom, go out to entertain the caravan. I'll stay here to watch over my sister. Sui took the wooden basin containing the dirty diapers and went out. Antly, the basin is here, Sui called out. The caravan was getting closer and closer. When it was close to the cotton field, the camel slowed down and the merchants looked at the cotton seedlings planted in the field. Sui walked under the jujube tree. 2 big black dogs ran over happily. She reached out and rubbed the dog's head. The plaque hanging on the wall of the house facing south shone with golden light in the spring light. The merchant covered his forehead with his hand and barely saw the face of the woman under the tree. Sui found that the appearance of this group of merchants was unfamiliar. So she took the initiative to say, Everyone, welcome to Dunhuang County. Is this Chongwei guest house? Is manager Yu here? The leader, Yu de Dongjia, asked. That's me. Sui smiled slightly. Is this your first time in Dunhuang? Yes. We heard that Dunhuang County produces cotton. So we came here. The camel caravan stopped. And the merchants jumped off the camels one after another. They stuffed the copper bells with camel hair. In a blink of an eye, only the tail of the loud camel bells remained in the wind. Li Muda came over. And Sui pointed to the merchant and said, After unloading the goods, the camels can be handed over to him. There are no other caravans staying in the guest house now. And the camels can be raised on the pasture without being locked in the livestock pen. She led the merchant to the guest house and said, You will stay in the first guest house. There are guest rooms and warehouses in the guest house. 1 guest room is equipped with a warehouse. And it costs 100 coins per night. By the way, your accent doesn't sound like those who travel in Chang'an and Longxi. It sounds a bit like the accent of Southerners. Are you from Bashu? Manager Yu is well informed and is indeed from Bashu. We travel between the 2 counties of Bashu and Chang'an all year round. We sell tea. When this was said, Yu de Dongjia saw Manager Yu's eyes light up. He smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to signal the tribesmen to unload and move the goods. Another group of people came from the south. Sui looked over and saw that it was Ma Nongjian, who led a group of official slaves carrying loads. As Ma Nongjian approached, the caravan also unloaded all the goods. Li Mutu and the caravan drove the camels to the river to drink water. Madam, we are here to transplant cotton seedlings. Ma Nongjian greeted. Sui nodded and asked, How many people did supervisor who assigned to you to farm? More than 630. 1 person to serve 3 acres of land. And the wasteland that farmers were unable to cultivate has almost been divided up. Ma Nongjian explained everything. Zhao Shiping took away 400 cotton growers. The cotton growers who stayed in Dunhuang had the experience of the previous year. Most of them rented 5 mu of land for cultivation. And a few who were in poor health only rented 3 or 4 mu of land. Sui calculated in his mind that these 2 groups of people had indeed made full use of the wasteland in Dunhuang. Wanyo and Achong woke up when they heard the sound. And the 2 girls hurried out. I was just about to call you. You go with Ma Nongjian and count the number of cotton seedlings removed. I will check the accounts in the evening. Sui ordered, and turned around and asked again, Ma Nongjian, will this batch of cotton seedlings be paid with cotton seeds in the fall? Or in cash? No. Buy it with money. Ma Nongjian said. Keep the account first. I will come to settle the account after the cotton seedlings are planted. Sui agreed. Ma Nongjian led more than 600 slaves through the open space in front of the guest house. Wanyo and Achong moved chairs and took sheepskin rolls and followed. Can we go over and take a look? Asked the head of the Yu family. Of course. Sui did not stop them. She pointed to the kitchen opposite and said, You haven't had lunch yet. Right? Go to the kitchen and tell them what you want to eat. After that, Sui went back to the house to get the copper lock and key. The Yu family caravan stayed in 6 rooms for half a month. She collected 90 coins and left. The little boy fell asleep with Xiaohua head in his arms. Sui walked in quietly. She pulled open the quilt to cover the brother and sister. And then tiptoed out. I'm going to the warehouse to count the goods. You stay tuned. If Xiaohua wakes up, come over and call her. Sui told the female helper, who was washing sheets by the river. Antly said, and hung the clean diapers on the rope. This girl is really enjoying herself. The cotton cloth that the caravan couldn't buy at a high price is now cut into diapers. After the caravan left for the winter, the doors and windows of the warehouse were locked. When they were suddenly opened, the wind blew in, and the linen hanging on the wall rolled like waves on the river. In order to cover the dust, the roof was covered with beige linen as a ceiling, and the 4 walls were also wrapped with beige linen. The large wooden windows on the wall were pushed open, and the bright spring light poured in, making the room very bright. The floor was covered with a yellow and white carpet. Sui took off his shoes and stepped on it, first putting the hanging blanket back on the wooden shelf. There were many ladder-like wooden racks in the warehouse, and each compartment was covered with blankets and cloth. There were wooden boxes behind the wooden racks, and bundles of blankets and cloth were stored in the wooden boxes. Someone knocked on the door, and Sui looked over and asked, "Is Xiaohua awake?" "No." A group of children came to buy mulberry leaves. They asked Sui Liang if he would still collect silk cocoons this year. Aunt Li stood at the door and looked into the warehouse. She was dazzled by the rows of cloth and blankets of different colors. If she hadn't had no money in her pocket, she would have really wanted to go in and pick some. "Tell them that we are still buying them. We will send them over when the silkworms have cocooned," Sui said. "A Shui should still be in the house. Go find her and ask her to collect the money." Last year, Sui Liang collected tens of thousands of silk cocoons and sold them to Jin Xiao weaving workshop. He actually made 315 coins, which is comparable to the harvest of 1 acre of wheat. Aunt Li left, and Sui continued to count the goods. After checking the woolen cloth area, she walked into the small house made of bamboo mats, where medicinal herbs were stored. The bamboo mats made of wheat straw are thin but light blocking, and the wheat straw has its own grassy smell, which lasts for a long time and can block the spread of the smell of herbs. Sui bent down to check the wooden box. After making sure that no mice ran in to eat the herbs in the wooden box, she lifted the curtain and went out. There were 5 faces outside the wooden window on the east side. Sui was startled when he saw them. "Did I scare you?" "Sorry." The person outside the window apologized, and the merchant with a beauty mole on his forehead explained apologetically, "We passed by and saw that the doors and windows were open, but no one was there. So we watched from outside for a while. You can come in and take a look. This is my warehouse. The goods inside are bought from the caravans inside and outside the pass. You can also sell your goods to me and buy goods from me," Sui explained. "There are clean straw sandals at the door. Find a suitable size and put them on." As soon as the shoes were taken off, a strong smell of foot odor filled the air. We will come back later. I will go and call our boss." The merchants were embarrassed. They quickly put on the boots they had just taken off and disappeared in a few big steps. "Mom, Xiaohua is crying because of hunger." The baby ran out barefoot and shouted, "I'm here." Sui responded and walked out quickly. "Little boy, come here. Sit in the warehouse. I'll put on my shoes first." Before she entered the door, Sui heard loud crying. She ran in quickly, saying as she ran, "I'm here. Mother is here. Don't cry." The baby put on her shoes and ran away. Sui closed the door, and the next moment, the crying in the room disappeared. After Sui fed the child, washed her butt, changed her diaper, and carried her out, the people of the Yu family caravan were in the warehouse to check the goods. "There is also a baby? Are these 2 babies yours?" The merchant who was looking at sheepskin spoke. "Yes, I have only these 2 children, a son and a daughter." Sui smiled. "How do you think? Do you like the goods in my hand?" "Shopkeeper Yu is too modest. These furs are no worse than those in Chang'an West Market. We are all doing business. We all know the quality of furs. We can't do the behavior of pointing out that good horses are inferior. If we want to do business well, we can't put on a rogue face." "Are these sheepskins from Wusun?" "Yes. The sheep in Wusun are big and have long wool. The sheepskins and wool produced are better than those in our country. I bought these from Hu merchants," Sui said. "For more than 50 pieces. 1 sheepskin costs 120 coins. And for less than 50 pieces, 1 sheepskin costs 140 coins." The merchants widened their eyes in shock. The lowest price they bought sheepskins from Chang'an was 230 coins per piece. But in Dunhuang, they could buy 1 for 120 coins. "We want to buy 200 pieces. Is there?" Yu Dedangjia asked. Sui nodded. You can buy another 200. Let's take a look at the wolf skin, which is also produced in Wusun country. And one piece costs 180 coins. Go to the back. There is wine against the wall. There are only more than 30 jars at the moment. If you can wait, a batch of wine will be shipped from outside the pass in July at the latest. There are also medicinal herbs here, produced in Dunhuang. There were more than 200 boxes. The caravans entering the pass bought most of them. And now there are only more than 20 boxes left. These red pottery are produced in Luan country, which is Shanshan country. There are prices on the wooden signs next to them. You can take a look. Let's take a look ourselves first, the head of the Yu family said. Okay. Sui Yu walked away with the child in her arms, and she watched from a distance. The cub ran to pick mulberry leaves with the children from the city. With him watching, Shui came over. Is Xiaohua asleep? Sui Yu nodded. Do you want to hold her? Shui nodded repeatedly. I'll hold her for a while. The little cub is like a tyrant. When he is around, others can only touch his sister's fingers. Sui Yu smiled. A slave carrying cotton seedlings passed by in the west, splashing dust on the road. Sui Yu walked over and stepped on a wooden stool to untie the silk curtain hanging above the window. The corner of the curtain was stuffed into the seam of the linen wrapped on the wall. Now there was no need to worry about the dust blowing in. When the sun set in the west, the light in the house dimmed. The merchants looked at the goods in the warehouse. They walked out of the warehouse with satisfaction and invited Sui Yu to come and see the goods they brought tomorrow when she had time. That night, Sui Yu took care of the baby alone, without Zhao Shiping to share the burden. She was a little tired. The next morning, Sui Yu asked Ariai to go to the government office so that the construction of the big house on the west side of the river could continue. There were too few rooms in the main courtyard. She had no way to arrange for a maid to sleep next door to take care of her. So she could only pick a maid who didn't snore and sleep on the floor beside the bed with her bedding roll to watch over her. The Yu family caravan came from the 2 counties of Bashu. The goods they brought included brightly colored shoe brocade, yellow and smooth fine cloth, which is a fine cloth unique to Bashu. Fine cloth woven from good linen is soft and thin. A fine cloth 1 foot long and 1 foot wide folded together is like a handkerchief. Bronze wares with local characteristics. The shapes and patterns of the bronze wares have the simplicity of the ancient country of Bashu, which is different from the exquisite bronze wares of Chang'an and the rough bronze wares of Dunhuang. Felt hat stands and brush stands made of deer antlers, lacquer screens made of ox horns. Finally, the head of the Yu family moved out 5 boxes of tea and said, Manager Yu, how many quilts can we get in exchange for 5 boxes of tea? I don't have any quilts here, and the weaving workshop is gone. In winter, more than 60 caravans gather in Dunhuang, and no matter how many quilts we make, we can't sell them. Sui Yu was helpless. If you can stay here until July, I can sell you the first batch of quilts and cotton-padded jackets. That's too late. We can't leave the Qinling Mountains before winter. Please help us think of a solution. Don't you have any extra quilts? Give me 30 quilts. Except for the shoe brocade. I will give you all these things in my hand. The caravans staying here are all friends of mine. If there were any, they would have taken them away long ago. Sui Yu did not have any extra quilts in her hand. She thought about it and said, I will ask. If I can find them, I will exchange them with you. If not, I can't do anything. The head of the Yu family thanked Sui Yu. He handed Sui Yu a pen holder made of deer antlers and a small pink felt hat, saying, Give them to your 2 children. Sui Yu accepted them. Later, she arranged for Ariai to ask the farmers to see if any of them still had cotton wool. After that, she went to see Master Du, who took out 12 new quilts and 68 kilograms of cotton wool from his clansmen. 10 days later, Ariai went to 37 farmers and persuaded them to buy 5 quilts and 36 kilograms of cotton wool. These 5 quilts are the dowries of 5 girls. Their wedding dates are after the autumn harvest. They didn't want to sell them at first, but I promised them that I would return 5 thick quilts. And they agreed. Ariai said, The 5 quilts are about 6 or 7 kilograms each, which is suitable for spring and autumn. But it will be cold in winter. Sui Yu said, after the cotton harvest, Make 12 kilograms of quilts and return them. Ariai nodded to indicate that he had made a note of it. Sui Yu took out 30 kilograms of cotton wool from the house, plus the ones from the Du family and those bought by Ariai from farmers. A total of 134 kilograms. She asked him to take it down. and asked the maid to twist 4 kilograms of cotton thread, and then make 13 quilts of 10 kilograms of cotton wool. In early May, the Yu family caravan left Dunhuang with 30 quilts, 200 sheepskins and 100 wolfskins, as well as 30 camels bought from Song Songzu. The caravan had just left in the morning when the city merchants came in the afternoon. They used camels to carry money boxes and took away the things brought by the Yu family caravan from the warehouse. Tea leaves were not priced well in Dunhuang, so Sui Yu left them all, intending to sell them to passing caravans in winter. The spring planting season was over, and the cotton was planted in the fields. Ma Nongjian finally had some free time to find Sui Yu. He had been drying in the fields for half a year last year, and for 3 months this year. He was as dark as if he had crawled out of a stove hole. Sui Yu thought of Zhao Shiping and smiled. She made a bowl of tea for Ma Nongjian and said, "You all worked hard to plant in the spring. It's worth it to have the trust of His Majesty." Ma Nongjian took a sip of tea and said, "This tea is quite fragrant. It was brought here by a caravan from Basha County. If you like it, I'll pack a bag for you later." Sui Yu was still thinking about the children in the house, so she asked directly, "What are you doing here?" Ma Nongjian smiled bitterly and took out his own calculations, saying, "I miscalculated before. I thought that buying these cotton seedlings would cost at most 100,000 or 200,000 coins. Who knew that the cotton seedlings looked like a small amount? But in the end, they accumulated to tens of millions of plants. Even if they were sold at 1 penny per plant, it would cost 420,000 coins." Sui Yu raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "1 penny per plant? No, I have always said 20 pennies per plant." Ma Nongjian shook his head and said, "The court can't afford so much money. You are wrong. Cotton can bring millions of money to the court. This year, only the 3 counties of Heshi planted 7,000 to 8,000 mu of cotton. The cotton tax is at least 640,000 caddies. Cotton seeds are sold at half the price. Only cotton lint is sold at 20 pennies per caddy, which is also 6.4 million pennies." Sui Yu calculated with him. "This is only the cotton tax of the 3 counties of Heshi. At least 5,000 mu of cotton can be planted in the pass. Right? Cotton seeds are distributed by the government. The tax per mu is at least 120 caddies, which is another 600,000 caddies. How can the court have no money? This is still the cheapest calculation. The court can't sell pure cotton lint and make it into quilts, even if it's 1,000 pennies per quilt. You can calculate how much it costs." Ma Nongjian was speechless. "Is this just your idea?" Sui Yu asked. Seeing that he remained silent, she dismissed him and said, "You should write to His Majesty. His Majesty is the Emperor of the Han Dynasty. $1 million is nothing to him. If you don't want to pay me this money, you can also give me credit. I will use cotton seeds to pay off the debt during the autumn harvest, and then sell it to the caravan. You don't have this network, but I do." This was too tough, and Ma Nongjian was shocked. The child in the house cried, and Sui Yu hurriedly said goodbye and went back to the house to feed the child. When she came out again, Ma Nongjian was no longer under the tree. The house on the west side of the river was capped, and the workers were hammering the ground inside. The muffled sound of hammers attracted Shihua's stare. "We are about to move. Move into a big house. What does Shihua like?" "I like a bright room, a big bed, a big screen, and a soft carpet. Mother will get them all for you." Sui Yu kissed the little girl's chubby face, and seeing her grinning, she turned around, held the little girl's hand and pointed east, saying, "Your father will be back soon, and your uncle will be back soon. But it's a pity that you haven't been weaned yet, so we can't go to the city gate with your brother to wait." Hearing the word brother, Xiaohua turned her head to look in the direction of the school. "Your brother is not in the school. He misses his father and uncle, and is waiting for them to come back at the city gate." Sui Yu straightened her head. The next moment, golden wheat ears appeared by the river. She whistled and a golden horse came running. "Whose horse is this? Is it Shiatsue's? Who is Shiatsue?" Sui Yu held the little girl's hand and touched the horse's head. She observed Shihua's expression. The little girl widened her eyes and was obviously a little scared, but her mouth was tightly closed. She didn't cry or shout. After touching the horse's head, Sui Yu let go of the little girl's hand, and the little hand immediately retracted. After a few moments, she reached out to pinch the horse's ears again. "What a brave girl." Sui Yu smiled. "When you grow up, Mother will give you a divine horse." Chapter 359 Family Reunion. An old donkey carrying a bald old man strolled to the north of the city. The big black dog sleeping under the juju tree barked twice. And Ariai came out of the guest house. Is the shopkeeper you here? She and I are old acquaintances. You keep an eye on the dog. Don't let it pounce on me and bite me. The old bald man stared at the big black dog defensively. The dog was really big, and he suspected that it could bite his donkey to death with one bite. Dogs don't bite. Ariai took 2 steps forward and took the rope. He led the donkey to the kitchen and said, You go in and sit for a while. Our master is coaxing the child to sleep. Come and help me. I'm old and can't move my legs. Lao Tu stretched out his hand. When he stood firmly on the ground, he looked at the guest house with the door closed and asked, Is there no business in the guest house? It's May now. How can there be a caravan passing by? There is no business in summer. Ariai explained. What do you want to talk to our master about? Do you want to discuss business? No. 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 We are old acquaintances. I came to talk to her. She is busy. Forget it. Did your guest house host many caravans this spring? Ariai didn't answer. He looked him up and down. Old acquaintance? He didn't doubt that his master knew the old man. But he had been in the guest house for 6 or 7 years, and had never seen this old man. Hearing someone moving in the next yard, Ariai immediately walked over and said, Master, there is a guest. Who is it? Suiyu asked. The old bald man came over and said with a smile, Manager Yu, do you still recognize me? This is the person in charge of Minxiang in the city. Suiyu said to Ariai and then greeted him. Uncle, I haven't seen you for a few years. You never come to visit me for no reason. What are you here for today? The old bald man laughed a few times to ease the embarrassment. I came out for a walk, and came to the north of the city to have a look. Suiyu smiled falsely, with a look of disbelief on his face. There are not many caravans coming to Dunhuang this spring. How is your business? The old bald man stopped beating around the bush. From February to now, we have received a total of 5 caravans. Suiyu did not hide it. Last winter, more than 60 caravans came. Almost all the caravans inside and outside the pass gathered in Dunhuang. They all left in the spring. There were no caravans coming again. It seems normal. There is no caravan in our Minxiang. The old bald man said. Do you think the caravans coming this autumn and winter will be the same as last year? To be honest, I bought an acre of land nearby and planned to open a wine shop. I heard that you opened a new warehouse. Do you sell wine in the warehouse? Suiyu secretly sighed. The old bald man is not young anymore, but he is still very active. Yes, there is wine. Do you want to buy it? I'll sell you 2 bottles. What's the price? 230 coins a bottle. The wine is clear and good. Suiyu said. What do you think of me opening a wine shop here? Lao Tu believed in her judgment. Seeing that the business in Minxiang was declining, he planned to seek business opportunities in the north of the city and rely on Suiyu's guest house. As long as her business was not defeated, he would not lose money. Well, I can't say. It may make money or not. You should weigh it yourself. After all, you are the one who pays the money, and you are the one who takes the trouble to run the business. Suiyu did not participate in other people's decisions. Some people can make money, and some can lose money by opening a wine shop on the same street. How can she know whether it is good or not before the shop is opened? The old bald man looked around and said, Others are waiting and watching, wanting to open a shop here to do business. But they are afraid that in 2 years, when too much cotton is planted, the caravans will return from the north of the city. By then, there will not be enough merchants here, and the shop will be vacant and not profitable. But, I know you. You will not watch your guest house not attract business. So your warehouse will replace the cotton business to attract caravans for you. Suiyu was surprised that he could think of this. And she sighed. Uncle, if you were 20 or 30 years younger, if we could not be business partners, we would probably be mortal enemies in the business world. The old bald man laughed a few times. And this time the laugh was sincere. Then I am willing to make money in partnership with shopkeeper Yu. If you open a shoe shop here, the business will not be bad. Caravans wear out shoes the most when traveling outside. Straw shoes, cloth shoes, leather boots, wool boots. A merchant buys 10 pairs. And it is not too much. Suiyu pointed him out a clear way. Unfortunately, the old bald man didn't know how to make shoes. He chatted with Suiyu for a while, then rode away on his donkey. On the way, he thought that he couldn't make shoes, but he could hire someone to make them. And he could also go to the villages to collect shoes and sell them, which would cost much less than selling wine. Old man, what are you thinking about? Come back to your senses. The donkey is going to carry you to the wheat field, the kid shouted. The old bald man came back to his senses immediately, and he cursed and hit the donkey's head, and the old donkey went to nibble on the wheat straw while being beaten. The kid jumped off the camel to help drive the donkey, and he blamed him. Old man, why don't you look at the road when you are riding a donkey? Farmers are too busy planting wheat to go home for a hot meal, which is not easy. If you hadn't met me, the donkey would go to the field to nibble on the wheat seedlings, and you couldn't pull it up, and the owner of this acre of land would harvest several pounds less wheat this year. The old bald man recognized him and said, "You look exactly like your mother. Don't try to get close to me." The kid annoyed him. "What's your name? Where do you live? Tomorrow, I'll tell the landlord and have him ask you for compensation." The old bald man was afraid of him. He fumbled around in his body for a while, took out a handful of copper coins, and handed them to him, saying, "You pay the landlord for me. Is this enough?" The kid counted carefully. 37 copper coins were enough to buy a few big steamed buns. He waved his hand and said, "You can go. The whole family is difficult to deal with." The old bald man muttered, scolded the old donkey, and left. The kid rode the camel back and saw his mother standing under the jujube tree from a distance, with two big black dogs wagging their tails at her legs. "Mom, I'm back. I saw it. What did you say to Lao-Tu on the road? His donkey went to the wheat field to eat the wheat seedlings. I asked him for compensation." The little boy jumped off the camel. He handed her a handful of copper coins and said, "Tell Ari to keep an eye out. When the landowner comes, give him this handful of copper coins. I still have to wait for my father and my uncle at the city gate. I'm not at home often, so I won't run into the landowner." "Mom, is Shawa still sleeping?" "Yes. She played with the golden wheat ears for a long time today and slept late. I guess she won't wake up for another half an hour," Suiyu said. The little boy washed his hands. He ran into the house to wake up his sister, so that she wouldn't sleep until dark. If she couldn't sleep at night, she would disturb her mother. 2 days later, Lao-Tu hired workers to build a house in the north of the city. The merchants in the city got the news overnight, and those who bought land in the north of the city also arranged to hire helpers to dig foundations and build houses. Song Songzu found Suiyu and said, "Aunt Sui, my mother left me a message when she left the country last year, asking me to help Elvier build a house at home. She also said that she had already asked the craftsmen who built the warehouse last year. Where do these craftsmen live? They are the soldiers in the military settlement. Your Uncle Zhao has found them. Wait a little longer. When he comes back, I will ask him to tell them again. It will be more useful for him to tell them one by one," Suiyu said. Song Songzu thanked him and asked casually, "Is Sui Lian coming back soon?" "I think he will come back with his brother-in-law. There are not many caravans coming from the interior this year. He should have come back a long time ago. He hasn't come back yet. It is likely that his brother-in-law has asked him to help." Suiyu knew Sui Liang's personality. When he left Dunhuang, he said that he would find a local man in Wuwei County to guard the shop, and he would come back to help her coax the children. There has been no news for a long time. It is not surprising that he was arrested by Zhao Shiping on the way back, as she expected. 3 days later, Zhao Shiping and Sui Lian walked into the east gate together. Zhao Shuzai guarded the city gate every afternoon for half a day. He had a rare nap at noon. When he woke up, his father and uncle appeared in the yard. "I haven't woken up yet. Am I dreaming?" The little boy was in a trance for a moment. The next moment, he rushed over and kicked his legs and jumped into his father's arms. Zhao Shiping caught him steadily. Before he could say anything, he felt a chill on his arm, and the child's tears slid down his dark arm. He was overwhelmed with emotions and his mouth was dry. So dry that he couldn't open his mouth to speak. "Dad, I miss you every day at home. Why don't you ask the caravan to send a message back?" The little boy wiped his tears aggrievedly. "Are you crying again?" Sui Lian came over to interrupt. "I'm jealous. You didn't cry when I came back last year." The little boy choked. He wiped his tears on his uncle's hand and said jokingly, "Uncle, wait a minute. I'll cry for a while and give you my tears. I don't care. These tears are not for me." Sui Lian wiped his tears on him and said, "Are you ashamed? You will be 11 years old in half a year." And you are still crying in your father's arms. My father has never left me. I miss him. As he said that, the boy started to cry again. I haven't seen him for 2 months. And he didn't send a message back. Wu Sui Liang was no longer jealous. When he led the caravan to Chang'an a few years ago, he heard that the boy also cried miserably. He stared at his brother-in-law as if he was watching a good show. He wanted to see if this hard-headed man was still stubborn. I'm too busy. I want to finish my work quickly and come back early. So I can't think of asking the caravan to send a message. Zhao Shiping explained in a gentle voice. I supervise the work in the fields every day. I go out before dawn, and don't go back until dark. I don't know if there are any caravans passing by the city. You can ask the postman to send a message. The kid retorted. You just don't care about us. I'm so wronged. If I don't care about you, who do you care about? Zhao Shiping wanted to cry out to the sky. Ask your uncle. He is also helping me. Ask him if I am too busy to eat. Sui Liang trembled his eyebrows, and didn't speak. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu for help. Sui Yu crossed her arms, and watched the show. She then accused him, saying, Our little boy is also missing his father so much that he can't eat or sleep well. He keeps complaining about his heartless father. Zhao Shiping. My fault? The child in the room cried. Sui Yu and Sui Liang walked into the room at the same time. She picked up the little girl who had just woken up and said, Don't cry. Don't cry. Look who's back. This is your uncle. Sui Liang leaned over and took out a fake flower from his arms. He said, Uncle gave Xiaohua a flower. This is made by Uncle himself. Sui Yu exclaimed in surprise. Wow! She took the flower and let Xiaohua hold it. Seeing that she stopped crying, she carried her out. Zhao Shiping had just coaxed his eldest son. And seeing his little daughter crying, he rubbed his hands and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, you are so old now? Does she recognize people? Can I hold her? Sui Yu tentatively handed the child over. Zhao Shiping held the child's neck with one hand and waist with the other. Xiaohua stared at him with her dark eyes. And he looked at her lovingly. You don't remember me? I've been away from home for 2 months. Your mother has worked hard to give birth to you and coax you. Are you good? Don't make trouble? Zhao Shiping asked in a low voice. You look chubby. But your mother has lost weight. Xiaohua's mouth shrank. And tears came out immediately. She cried loudly and opened her short arms to find her mother. Sui Yu didn't take it. And Zhao Shiping didn't give it to her. He gently patted the little daughter's back and coaxed her in a low voice. The little girl also came to coax her. Sister, don't cry. This is our father. Xiaohua didn't understand. She still cried. There was no way. Zhao Shiping could only return her to her mother. She must be hungry. Sui Yu carried her in to feed her. However, when she came out after eating, Zhao Shiping stretched out his hand to hold her. But the little girl still didn't want him. But when Sui Liang stretched out his hand, she agreed to let him hold her. Zhao Shiping stood aside and watched. He took out the little toys he bought one by one to coax her to play. Spent a lot of time to tease her. And even held the little girl on his lap to let her see that he was not a bad person. And her brother was willing to let him hold her. In the evening, Xiaohua finally let him hold her. It's hard to say. Zhao Shiping smiled inside. She has a temper. Chapter 360. A short separation is better than a new marriage. 2 new faces came back home. And they competed to tease the child. Xiaohua was particularly energetic all night. The door opened. And Zhao Shiping came in wiping his hair. The little girl who was lying on the bed and crying a woo a moment ago immediately looked over. Do you take care of her alone at night? Zhao Shiping asked. No. There is also a maid. She sleeps on the floor beside the bed. When Xiaohua had a bowel movement or urination at night, she opened the door and went out to pour hot water. Sui Yu turned sideways, turned Xiaohua over and moved her position, letting her lie on the bed and look up at her father. There is a stove outside the house. Chui Saw will shovel a shovel of charcoal and pour it in before going to bed. And then put a pot of hot water on the stove. When it is used in the middle of the night, the water is still warm. I'm back. I'll do these things in the future. How long can you stay at home? Going out? 1 month. When the cotton bolls are ready, I will take Master Du on horseback to Jiuquan and Zhangye for a checkup. And will be back in half a month. Zhao Shiping sat on the bed and said, There are agricultural inspectors everywhere. With them watching. I don't have to watch every day. I will go for a checkup at the end of June and another at the end of August. The cotton harvest season is over. And I won't have to go out again. Xiaohua cried. This little girl has a sense of territory. She won't let him sleep in their bed. Zhao Shiping pretended not to understand her expression. He hugged the child and put him on his belly. Lying on his back, he stretched out his hand and hugged his wife to rest her head on his shoulder. With Suiyu there, Xiaohua didn't resist. She lay on her heaving belly, raised her head, and stared at the strange face in front of her very seriously. But she was powerless and couldn't control her body. In a moment, her little head couldn't support it and fell down. And her head was buried in her father's belly. Zhao Shiping laughed. His belly rose and fell. Xiaohua was so surprised that she raised her neck and cried, "Oh!" Zhao Shiping held his breath and puffed up his belly. Then exhaled and sucked at his belly. Up and down, making Xiaohua giggle. Finally I heard your laughter. Zhao Shiping was satisfied. This little milk cavity was softer than cotton wool. His belly stopped moving. Xiaohua cried, "Ah!" Zhao Shiping continued to puff up and suck in his belly, using himself as a rocking chair to coax the child. After a cup of tea, the child fell asleep on her stomach. Zhao Shiping reached out and touched her face, then her head, and then her back. She has a different temperament from the little guy, he whispered. Yeah. Does she like to cry? He asked again. She doesn't cry much, but she will cry a few times when she is hungry, wet, or wakes up. She will cry when she is unhappy. But as long as there is something she is interested in, she can immediately divert her attention. Suiyu said. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Shiping stroked her back. The child who was sleeping on his stomach moved to the end of the bed. In her dream, she felt the shaking feeling before going to bed again, accompanied by the creaking sound. And she slept more deeply. The milk water splashed on the bed sheet, and some of it flowed along the gully to her belly, gradually turning from warm to cool. In an instant, the wet and hot lips and tongue greedily swept over, and the milky white water mark disappeared, leaving only a clear water mark, like a river formed by the melted snow on the top of the snow mountain. The slippery tongue wrapped around the uneven red fruit, like the heavy breath of a wild wolf when hunting, covering her in front of her. With a gurgling swallowing sound, Suiyu lowered her eyes and glanced, but unexpectedly met the man's obsessed gaze. She was embarrassed and her eyelids blushed, and she quickly grabbed the belly band to cover her face. Zhao Shiping sniffed the belly band and threw it away. He propped himself up and looked at her, admired her, and even encouraged her. The hot creaking and whispering continued until midnight. The door opened, the night wind blew, and the sound of running water and insects behind the house rushed into people's ears. Suiyu lazily crawled on the bed. She raised her head and looked at the man outside the door. The man, with a satisfied face, came in with water. He rubbed the cotton towel and raised his eyes and asked, "Madam, my service skills have not subsided, right?" Suiyu laughed. Zhao Shiping also laughed. "I wipe it for you. I will do it myself. You go and see Xiaohua. It's almost time for her to pee. Be careful that she wets the bed." Suiyu recovered. She took the wet towel and wiped it carefully twice, then picked up the belly band and shorts neatly and put them on. On the other side, Zhao Shiping had just picked up his daughter. The little girl in her sleep smelled the milk and subconsciously moved closer to him. She felt something was wrong and started crying. "Here it comes." Suiyu took over and ordered, "Go get another bucket of water." The diaper was not wet. Suiyu pulled the diaper away with one hand, and skillfully held the child to urinate. The remaining charm on her face had not completely faded, and the love of being a mother had overflowed from her eyes. The interweaving of motherhood and charm is comparable to the best aphrodisiac for men. This extreme contrast makes people want to ravage. The man was seduced. He stared blankly, repeatedly suppressing the desire in his heart. The gaze on him was hot. How could Suiyu not feel it? She packed up the child, raised her eyes, and glanced at him with shame and annoyance. "Where's the water?" "Oh!" Zhao Shiping swallowed. He went out and scooped a bucket of hot water in. "The towel should be clean. Wet it and wring it dry." Following instructions and actions, Zhao Shiping handed over the wet towel and stood in front of her again. Suiyu glanced at him. She lifted her belly band and wiped it carefully. Under the dim moonlight, the wet and bright water marks became crystal clear. Suiyu held the child and leaned against the end of the bed. She sat sideways and looked out the door. She knew that the man was licking her with his eyes, but she didn't look at him. The wooden bed shook, and someone sat down beside her. Zhao Shiping stretched out his hand to turn her face. And their eyes met. He kissed her hard movingly. The kiss was very light. Like a butterfly landing on a petal. Every move revealed cherishment. After 15 years of marriage, Zhao Shiping was as familiar with Sui Yu as his left and right hands. He was used to her existence and needed her like eating and drinking. Feelings should be calm. But he would still be moved by her from time to time. Just like when they were newly married. He was attracted to her. Even though he knew that some of her actions were fake, and she was deliberately tempting him. And he was willing to take the bait automatically. Xiaohua fell asleep again after eating her fill. The two people sitting on the side of the bed sat together, falling into the light. Their shadows entangled together. In the early morning of summer, when the sky was dim, the chickens flew out of the pen to look for food. Amid the short and dense clucking, the man who had not slept all night took the dirty sheets and went out. And the wooden door was gently closed. The morning breeze was cool, and the rose-colored sheets were spread on the river surface. The wet cotton cloth quickly turned tile red. The tile red sheets were hanging on the rope in the yard, dripping with water. Zhao Shiping wiped his hands and went to move the stove to empty the remaining ashes. The cub heard the footsteps coming and going in the yard. He got out of bed and opened the door to see. Dad? You woke up so early? It's late. The chimney in the kitchen is smoking. Zhao Shiping waved. Come and wash your face. I just got some water. The kid saw the wet sheets and asked with a smile, Did your sister wet the bed again? Yeah. After the father and son finished washing, Zhao Shiping took his son out. He asked his son how many words he had learned, whether he had practiced martial arts in the morning, etc. Come, let me compare. Zhao Shiping held his son in front of his chest and said, You've grown a little taller. I heard from your mother that you had leg pain last month. Does it still hurt? No. My mother asked Meng Ma to stew bone soup for me every day. She said that my legs hurt because I grew too fast. Dad, did your legs hurt when you were growing up as a child? Zhao Shiping nodded. But he didn't have any bone soup to drink at that time. And he didn't know why his legs hurt. He just endured the pain in his legs, and had to grit his teeth and go to work in the fields when the farming season was busy. He squatted down and held his son's legs to check his ankles, knees, thigh bones, and joints. No pain. The boy put his arm around his father's shoulders and said distressfully, Dad, you're so tanned and thin. Give me a bowl of your big bone soup, and I won't be thin in a few days. Okay. Zhao Shiping stood up and pointed to the big rooster half a mile away and said, Let's compete to see who runs faster. Before he finished speaking, the boy rushed out whoosh. Zhao Shiping asked him to count to 10, and then chased him without giving in. The two breathing sounds with different tones reached the same frequency a few steps away. The distance between the father and son was getting closer and closer. When they were running side by side, the boy was overtaken, but he kept running hard. The big rooster taking a mud bath was scared away. Zhao Shiping stepped on the mud pit it dug, turned around and counted loudly, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm coming, the kid shouted. 14 numbers slower than me. Give me 2 more years. Dad, I will definitely run faster than you, the kid panted. Zhao Shiping laughed. Okay, I'll wait. When does your sister usually wake up? He asked, almost waking up. About this time. Zhao Shiping immediately dragged his son back and walked into the room. He saw that the little girl on the bed had woken up and was chewing on her fist. My sister is hungry. The kid leaned over and kissed her. Good morning, sister. Bring her here. I'll change her diaper. Zhao Shiping was worried that Xiaohua would cry again if he showed up, so he could only serve the little girl by relying on the mother and son. Finally, Zhao Shiping drove the kid out and took his daughter to her sleeping mother to drink milk. Sui Yu opened her eyes and saw a man's black face. Seeing him, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. I missed you, she whispered. Zhao Shiping leaned over and kissed her. He tidied her messy hair and said softly, You continue to sleep. Leave the child to me. I don't believe I can't please this lovely fat lady. Sui Yu raised her hand and touched his face. No wonder the old saying goes that a short separation is better than a new marriage. After 2 months of separation, this man is full of attraction in her eyes. The light of the child's father faded, and the temptation of the husband returned. You didn't sleep? She asked. I was thinking about seeing you in Xiaohua. Sui Yu smiled. Xiaohua was full. Zhao Shiping immediately picked her up. He held the little girl's hand and waved to sway you, saying, "Let's go. Dad will take you out to find your brother and uncle." Xiaohua wanted to resist, but the next moment, the door opened and she was in Xiuzai's arms. With her brother there, she no longer insisted on looking for her mother. Zhao Shiping used his son as a support for 5 days and served him for 5 days. Finally, he won his daughter's favor. Now when the little girl sees him, she will take the initiative to reach out for a hug. The weather was hot, and Zhao Shiping felt that Xiaohua's hair was too long. He spent a whole day to cut the child's hair. "How is it? Not bad?" With short hair, Xiaohua's eyes looked bigger. Zhao Shiping was proud of his skills. With short hair, the little girl's milk fat on her face was all exposed. Big eyes, white skin, and pouty face. This is a critical hit for people who like children. In terms of cuteness, Xiaohua is almost as cute as her brother. Sui Liang was stubborn. He held his knees tightly and didn't let go. He didn't forget to tell Xiuzai, "In your uncle's eyes, you are the best." Chapter 361 Harsh government is not as good as benevolent government. After resting at home for 7 days, Zhao Shiping had to go to the agricultural department to take up his duties. Now that he did not have to go out to inspect the fields, he wrote about the cotton planting situation in Jiuquan County and Zhongye County in the agricultural department. When he encountered a problem he did not understand, he asked Ma Nongjian directly, without any airs, and did not feel embarrassed to ask his subordinates for advice. Moreover, he not only learned by himself, but also pulled Xiuzai and Huan Cui to listen to him. At the end of the day, Zhao Shiping led 2 followers out of the agricultural department. He said to Huan Cui, "In the next few years, as cotton planting expands, the agricultural department will definitely be short of people. You should keep an eye on it and make more preparations. If there is a suitable vacancy, I will recommend you to take the position." Huan Cui was excited. He suppressed his joy and said, "Thank you, uncle, for promoting me." Zhao Shiping stroked the back of the boy's head, and Huan Cui immediately understood that the boy would most likely become an agricultural official in the future. He was paving the way for the boy to build up his network. "Can you leave Dunhuang? Do you have any concerns about going far away? Or do you only plan to find a job close to home?" Zhao Shiping asked again. Huan Cui was silent. If he was determined to stay in Dunhuang, it meant that he might miss a better opportunity. But if he left home and went to other counties, he might not come back several times a year in the future. And he couldn't take his mother with him. I'll stay in Dunhuang. I want to learn from you first. Besides, my father is working in Dunhuang. Even if I'm a minor official in Dunhuang, I'll have fewer obstacles when I do things with him as my support." He made a decision. Decision? Huan Cui hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly. Decision. If I have the ability, I will be able to leave Dunhuang sooner or later. If I don't have the ability, if I leave now, I won't be able to come back later. He looked at the boy, met his brother's gaze, nodded, lowered his eyebrows and smiled. This was another consideration for him. As long as he was loyal to this cousin and always stood on his side. If one day the boy had great luck, he could be a chicken and dog in the chicken and dog ascending to heaven. And he could also follow him out of Dunhuang City. "Okay, I got it. If there is any news, I will inform you," Zhao Shiping said. When they reached the fork in the road, Huan Cui waved his hand and walked into the city briskly. Zhao Shiping and the boy each rode a camel and left the city. The father and son held the reins and ran wildly on the rural road surrounded by wheat fields. At the end of the wheat field is the cotton field. The cotton has bloomed, pink and white, dotted among the thick green branches and leaves, which is very beautiful. The flowers are pinched when they bloom, and the flowers are in full bloom and buds. In just half a month, the first batch of flowers fell, and cotton bolls hung on the branches. After the cotton plants bore peaches, the water demand in the field increased greatly. Arai, with his maid and helpers, watered the fields every morning and evening. The 72 acres of land were watered in 2 batches, and each watering could only last for 7 or 8 days. Zhao Shiping was a little worried about the cotton fields in the hands of cotton growers. One person took care of 4 or 5 acres of land. If the cotton was injured or sick, and the watering was not timely, the cotton would die. Huan Cui's opportunity came soon. Zhao Shiping drove all the people in the agricultural department to patrol the fields. The clerks in the agricultural department were not enough. Ma Nongjian immediately asked him to add clerks. Huan Sui took office as one of the 10 clerks. Sir, a cotton plant is sick. The cotton leaves seem to be rusty, with dense rust spots on them. The clerk came to report. Where are the cotton bolls? Are the cotton bolls also sick? Lead the way. I'll go over and take a look. Zhao Shiping immediately packed up his things and went to the fields. As he walked, he asked, when did this happen? Only the cotton leaves were sick? Are the cotton and cotton bolls affected? The clerk knew nothing. There were too many cotton plants this year, and there were thousands of cotton plants per acre. How could they know the condition of each cotton plant? They could only rely on the cotton growers to observe carefully. Are these sick cotton plants taken care of by slaves? Zhao Shiping asked affirmatively. The clerk nodded. It was a slave named Wang Ansheng. According to him, he watered the land at night. It was dark, so he didn't pay attention to the condition of the cotton leaves. Zhao Shiping didn't ask any more questions. He followed the clerk and walked quickly. When he arrived at the end of the field, he saw that Ma Nongjian had arrived. What's the situation? He asked loudly. The cotton leaves are rusty, not caused by insect bites. I dug up 2 cotton plants, and the roots were not rotten or infested with insects. Ma Nongjian looked solemn. He handed over the fallen flower in his hand and whispered, Sir, look, there are also rust spots on this fallen flower. The disease on the cotton leaf has spread to the flower, and the cotton bolls may also be affected. Zhao Shiping twisted the rotten flower and looked at it carefully. He pulled a cotton leaf and held it up to look at it. It was not transparent. The rust spots were not rotten holes, but the edges of the cotton leaf had wilted. Perhaps in another 5 or 6 days, this cotton leaf will rust and become a dead leaf. How many acres of cotton are there that are sick? Zhao Shiping asked. I asked someone to ask. Now the watering work is stopped. The cotton growers should go to the fields to check the condition of the cotton plants first. Ma Nongjian's heart trembled. He regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his face. He had seen Madame Xihua grow cotton for 2 years without any problems. He thought that the cotton seedlings were done after planting. He just watered them, caught insects, and then waited for the cotton bolls to open. During this period, the focus of his inspections was on watering. He was busy urging the slaves to water day and night. Who knew that it was precisely because of watering at night that such a big mistake was caused? Sir, would you like to ask Madame Xihua to come and see? Ma Nongjian asked humbly. Zhao Shiping glanced at him and said indifferently, this situation never happened when she was managing the cotton field. Ma Nongjian lowered his head. Cotton had only been introduced to the Han dynasty for 3 years. He knew that Sui Yu was also crossing the river by feeling the stones and had no experience. But he couldn't help but be lucky. Have someone pull out all the diseased cotton plants. Dig up the soil under the roots and expose them to the sun for a few days. Zhao Shiping arranged. You arrange for people to count the cotton plants as soon as possible. Pull out all the diseased ones, and only leave 20 plants to move back to the backyard of the agricultural department. You can find a way to treat them, and then observe the subsequent situation and record them one by one. Ma Nongjian was familiar with this process, and he nodded one by one. I need to go to Jiuquan and Zhengye. I will pack some things and leave today, Zhao Shiping said. I'll leave the things here to you. Don't leave the cotton plants you pulled up. Burn them all, including the fallen leaves and flowers. Be careful not to stain a large area with one leaf. Ma Nongjian agreed one by one. Zhao Shiping thought about it, and found that there was nothing else to tell him. He immediately turned around and walked back. It was almost noon. It was very hot outside. Sui Yu was holding Xiaohua in the house to play. The door was open. A hen poked its head in and clucked loudly. This is the hen laying eggs. Sui Yu waved the fan and said to the little girl, Do you want to eat eggs? Xiaohua responded with a hum. The little girl lay at the end of the bed and looked up at the chickens walking around in the yard. She hummed when the chickens crowed. Sui Yu wiped her saliva with a handkerchief and saw that she suddenly smiled and stared at the door with curved eyebrows. She turned her head to look and stood up and said, It turned out that her father came back. No wonder she smiled so happily. Zhao Shiping's tense expression relaxed. He strode into the house and said, The cotton plants have rust. A clerk discovered it today. I wonder if there is such a situation in Jiuquan and Zhengye counties. I have to go there. Sui Yu did not delay after hearing this. She opened the box and took out the bag and said, I will pack your clothes and shoes. You go and pick up the people. You can take Master Du and Ding Quan with you. And take Liang Ger with you as well. Zhao Shiping thought about it and said, I will ask him on the way to see if he is willing to work as a clerk in the agricultural department. Goodbye. If he is interested. He would have asked earlier. Sui Yu stopped him. It is not necessary for him to have a stable job. He can do whatever he wants. He can stay at home for a few months. Go out for a few months. And leave with the caravan if he feels like it one day. The child on the bed saw that her parents ignored her. And she held her breath and cried, oh. Now both of them looked at her. Zhao Shiping was dirty. So he didn't hug her. He reached out and touched the little girl's face, saying, Dad is going on a long trip again. You should listen to your mother at home. Xiaohua grinned. And her saliva dripped again. Sui Yu took out 5 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes and put them in the bag. Finally, she opened another box and took out a piece of Xiaohua's clothes and put it in it, saying, If you miss your daughter, take it out and show it to me. Miss you? Sui Yu glanced at him, walked behind the door, unbuttoned her clothes, and took off her belly band half covered in the man's surprised eyes. She folded the warm belly band into a handkerchief and stuffed it into the bag. Zhao Shiping smiled, hugged her and kissed her, then leaned over to kiss the fat girl, picked up the bag and walked out. I'm leaving. Xiaohua screamed ah and burst into tears when she saw her father disappear outside the door. It's not that your father doesn't want to hold you. He has something important to do. Sui Yu picked up the child. Dad, when will you come back after this trip? The kid followed closely. It may take a month. Sui Liang, you don't have to go with me. You stay at home. Zhao Shiping rode on the camel and said, Go and tell Huan Sui that after the situation of cotton plants infected with rust is counted, he will write a letter and ask the postman to send it to me. Sui Liang nodded. Really don't let me go with you. No. If Jiuquan and Zhang Ya are short of manpower, I will recruit people locally. You stay at home and take care of the work in the fields. Zhao Shiping didn't say much. He looked at his son and said, I will ask the postman to send a letter back when I have time. The kid waved to him. Go. Zhao Shiping took Master Du and Ding Quan away on the camel. 5 days later, Ma Nongjian visited Sui Yu and brought a diseased cotton plant for advice. Sui Yu had a vague impression of it, but didn't know how to cure it. How many cotton plants have rust? She asked. More than 27,000 plants. Ma Nongjian said ashamedly. Sui Yu took a breath. So many? No one noticed before. It shouldn't be. This is the situation of the cotton fields taken care of by the slaves. The cotton plants in the cotton fields of the cotton farmers who planted cotton last year were not sick, but they were a little short of water. Ma Nongjian said. It may be because the slaves are inexperienced. Come on. What do you mean by inexperience? To put it bluntly, they don't care. Inexperience in eyes? The cotton leaves are rusted like this. How can they not see? It's not like they haven't seen normal cotton leaves before. Sui Yu mocked him for playing dumb. Whoever makes money cares. Slaves only work, but don't get paid. No matter how much they work. They only have 2 meals a day, and are exhausted. Who would want to do something for nothing? Just like now. If they are sick, they will be pulled out. If there are 20,000 or 30,000 fewer cotton plants, they will have to water less. It's much easier. Sui Yu had a hunch that when he was catching insects for cotton next time, many cotton plants would die from being eaten by insects. The only way to completely solve this problem is to release the slaves. Even if they are not given land, but just allowed to rent and farm the land. Only when they can earn money and have a future will they be willing to take care of the cotton fields. Chapter 362. The caravan is back. Sui Yu asked Ma Nongjian to send 5 cotton plants with rust. She dug up a piece of radish from the vegetable garden and planted the 5 diseased cotton plants. Before planting the cotton plants, Sui Yu asked Arai to mix a large basin of wood ash water and put the cotton plants in to soak for a cup of tea. Wood ash is alkaline and can kill germs to a certain extent. When soaking the cotton plants, the clerk who came to deliver the cotton plants had not left yet. He asked, Madam, what does this mean? Wood ash is burned by fire, clean and has no insect eggs, and can be used to wash clothes, which shows that it has cleaning ability. I will try to see if it can kill the germs on the cotton plants. Sui Yu explained far-fetchedly. In fact, she didn't know in her heart. She only knew that wood ash was alkaline and could probably kill germs to a certain extent. There are no insects on the cotton leaves, and the roots of the cotton plants are not rotten. This disease is probably not related to insect pests, or the amount of watering. It may be a lack of fertilizer. Suiyu said again. Why are some cotton plants sick and others healthy in the same acre of land? There is a situation where half of the land is fertilized, and the other half is not? The clerk questioned her words. Suiyu spread his hands. You should ask the owner of the land about this question. Not me. As far as I know, the wasteland that the owner cannot cultivate will not be fertilized. But there is also a situation where when manure is not enough, only 2 or 3 ridges of an acre of land may be fertilized. You should know this better than me. The clerk suddenly realized. And he apologized. I forgot to consider this. Suiyu also relaxed her attitude. She pointed out, cotton has just been introduced to Dunhuang, and the various diseases they have are unfamiliar to us. We have no idea where to start. In order to reduce losses, we can only pull them out and burn them. At present, we can only eliminate irrelevant reasons little by little. What crops need is soil, water, fertilizer and light. At present, water and light are fine. So let's start with soil and fertilizer. The cotton plants have been transplanted, and the soil and fertilizer have changed. The next step is observation and experiment. The cub stood outside the vegetable garden holding Xiaohua and listened carefully. He thought carefully and asked, if wood ash water can kill bacteria, can it kill cotton worms? Suiyu's heart moved, and said, I don't know. You can try mixing wood ash water. The cub nodded, and he was eager to try, Mom. I will take care of these 5 sick cotton plants with you. Suiyu readily agreed. After the cotton plants were planted, Suiyu shoveled wood ash and piled it at the roots of 3 cotton plants. Then watered them. The other 2 plants were not fertilized with grass fertilizer. And then, they were carefully observed. 3 days later, the newly sprouted cotton leaves of the 5 cotton plants had no rust spots. The boy was excited and wanted to go to the city to report the news to the clerk of the agricultural department. But Suiyu suppressed him and asked him to observe for another 5 days. Almost overnight, the newly sprouted cotton leaves of the cotton plants that were not fertilized with grass fertilizer had new rust spots. And at the same time, the cotton bolls were also covered with rust spots. 3 days later, the boy came into the house dejectedly with a shovel. He said listlessly, Mom, the newly sprouted cotton leaves of the cotton plants that were fertilized with grass fertilizer are also rusty. Suiyu said, and she motioned him to come over. She fanned him with a fan. It is impossible for a person to be completely cured by taking a dose of medicine when he is sick, let alone plants. They don't have a doctor to check their pulse, and they don't know whether the grass fertilizer they applied is suitable for their symptoms. Be patient, observe more, and change the prescription if it doesn't work. If the medicine doesn't work, try acupuncture or compresses. At the very least, give them time to fight the bacteria. The boy took the palm leaf fan, waved it at his mother and sister, and said, I went to the house on the other side of the river to check. The ground has been leveled, according to your instructions. The workers also paved a gravel road in the yard. The next step is to transplant the trees. After the trees are transplanted, we can move in. Suiyu nodded. What is your uncle busy with recently? He is still running outside in such a hot day. Playing house? The boy laughed. He said it himself. What? Suiyu pressed Xiaohua's hand. Sit quietly. Your brother is tired. Don't let him hold you. The first batch of silkworms hatched in the spring have cocooned, and my uncle has gone out to collect the cocoons. The boy waved the fan vigorously, grabbed Xiaohua's fat fingers and bit them lightly, threw the fan away, and ran away. Xiaohua was so angry that she screamed "Ah!" and she raised her hand and stuck it under her mother's nose to let her see. Ah? What's wrong? You sucked your finger again? Suiyu pretended to be dumbfounded. She wiped her saliva with a handkerchief and said, Don't suck your finger. Come, mother, give me a kiss. Xiaohua is cute, and Xiaohua's fingers are cute too. Xiaohua was fooled. She happily swung her legs and fiddled with her fat fingers. In the evening, the scorching sun set, and it was much cooler outside. Suiyu went out with Xiaohua in her arms and met Sui Liang, who was sweating profusely and carrying a bulging cloth bag. Sister, Xiaohua, Sui Liang shouted. It's so hot. Why are you running outside? You didn't even take a nap, and you ran away as soon as you dropped your meal. Suiyu looked at him in confusion. Her eyes fell on the cloth bag, and said, Are you really going to collect silkworm cocoons? Sui Liang smiled and said, I have a little idea to make money. I want to try it. Okay. Do you need money? I support you. Sui Yu was pleasantly surprised. It was rare that Sui Liang was interested in something. Sui Liang waved his hand. No. I have money. Sui Yu made way and said, Go in. After that, she carried Xiao Hua to see the 5 sick cotton plants. She found Xiao Zai and Dunhuang sitting under the mulberry tree fiddling with something. When she got closer, she saw several bottles and jars placed beside their legs. The pottery bowls were pounding grass paste, and the jars were filled with worms. Silkworms and cotton worms. Sui Yu just watched without saying anything. She sat on the root of the mulberry tree and blew the wind. Xiao Zai, did you touch my tongue well? Sui Liang came out quickly and asked. When his eyes touched Sui Yu, he swallowed the rest of his words. I scooped a small spoonful. Xiao Zai replied. Nothing else was touched. Sui Yu looked at the uncle and nephew. She looked away and snorted. She wanted to see what tricks the uncle and nephew could come up with. After the grass paste was pounded, Xiao Zai went to the kitchen to pick up a handful of peppercorns and continued to pound. At the end, he asked Sui Yu for the key to the warehouse. He went in and grabbed a handful of mugwort and soaked it in water. As night fell, Dunhuang walked into the small vegetable garden with an oil lamp. Xiao Zai brought the woodish water, mulberry leaf water, persimmon leaf water, pepper water, mugwort water, soybean oil, and tung oil he had prepared in the afternoon. The cotton leaves of the 5 sick cotton plants were washed one by one with these strange-smelling waters, regardless of whether they were useful or not. The grass flies and mosquitoes were first smoked away. Sui Yu quietly watched Sui Liang and Xiao Zai busy themselves. Days passed by, and at the end of the month, white fluff bloomed in the cotton field, and the cotton began to be harvested. The first basket of cotton was brought back, and Sui Liang took away 10 kilograms of cotton petals first. He only wanted cotton lint and not cotton seeds. After the cotton lint was taken away, he stayed in the empty guest house every day to tinker with it. Master, we are busy picking cotton and don't have the energy to catch insects. Tomorrow I will ask for help from a group of workers. I found Sui Yu to ask for instructions. Sui Yu thought of the cotton fields in the hands of cotton growers. A cotton grower took care of 4 or 5 acres of land. He had to pick cotton, break cotton, and dry cotton. Picking, breaking, and drying cotton would take up all the time of the cotton growers. I am afraid that they would not have much energy to catch insects. Okay. The wages are still the same price, and 2 meals a day are provided. Sui Yu nodded. How many helpers do you want this time? 50. Okay. I will ask Chui Sa to prepare meals for 50 more people. Sui Yu said. On the other side, Ma Nongjian took Huan Sui to find Hu Jianjian and asked him to arrange another 500 slaves to come to farm. It was the harvest season for cotton, and the cotton growers were unable to catch cotton worms. After only 3 or 5 days of delay, the number of cotton worms increased greatly, and the cotton bolls in the field were eaten badly. Supervisor who would not stop this. So the laborers who built the road, the slaves who reclaimed the wasteland, and the redundant cattle breeders were all transferred there. Madam, the Zonglangjiang mansion is finished. Please come with me to check it out. One morning, the subordinate went to Changge guest house, and he explained, Ma Nongjian asked the supervisor for slaves to farm the land. Supervisor who arranged 500 people to go, but he still felt it was not enough. So he asked for another 500 people. Now, there are not enough slaves, and the house here happened to be completed. So I want to drive these laborers to the field to catch insects. Sui Yu did not make it difficult. She followed the subordinate to take a look around the house. The gravel road was paved, the trees were planted, and the mud piles in the corners were shoveled away, and people could live in it just waiting for the tables, chairs, and beds to be moved in. The house is well built, and I am not dissatisfied with it. Sui Yu didn't find fault. Thank you for your hard work these days. It just so happens that the cotton harvest is good. The owner of the weaving workshop, gave me 2 quilts made of this year's new cotton. You can take them back to honor your elders. The subordinate was delighted. Thank you, madam. Sui Yu asked Shui and Dunhuang to get the quilts. She glanced at the workers who were packing up their tools and said nothing more. The subordinate left with the quilts and a group of workers. Sui Yu locked the door of the house and planned to move in on an auspicious day after Zhao Shiping came back. Mom. The kid waved excitedly. Mom, come and see. The bolls of these 5 sick cotton plants have also spit out cotton bolls. And the rust spots on the cotton leaves have decreased a lot. In fact, the cotton leaves were almost bald because of his torment. 5 cotton plants could not get 20 leaves. But the rust spots on the cotton leaves were indeed much less. And there were almost no rust spots on the new cotton leaves. Sui Yu was not sure whether the cotton plant survived on its own due to its fertility, or whether it was cured by the child's efforts. However, in front of the child, she praised him. You are still determined. I gave up. But you saved these 5 cotton plants. When the general of the Central Army comes back, I will recommend you for your achievements. The child was very proud. He said, Thank you, madam. Sui Yu pressed down the corners of her mouth and asked, What cured the rust of the cotton plant? The child hesitated. He was not sure. Write down your method. When your father comes back, let him report it to the court. The child felt more and more guilty. He lowered his eyes. His mind turned quickly. And he said modestly, Don't want it. One success may be accidental. If the cotton plant is rusty again next year, I will use my method to treat it again. Then we will see which juice is most useful. Write down everything you used this year, so you won't forget it next year. Sui Yu told him. I know. I wrote it down. The boy ran into the house and took out a roll of linen. Mom, look. Sui Yu unfolded the linen and took a look, then folded it up again, saying, You got the wrong one. Isn't this your uncle's? The boy was shocked. He quickly unfolded it and took a look. It was indeed his uncle's notes. He hurriedly put it back in place and took out his own notes. Mom, can you keep this a secret? Don't tell my uncle. My uncle wants to give you a surprise. The boy begged. Sui Yu nodded. Okay. I'll keep it a secret for you. Have you guessed what my uncle is doing? Sui Yu denied. The boy's notes were written in a messy manner, but they did contain his own observations and thoughts. Sui Yu read it once and asked him to keep it for himself. Can wood ash water kill cotton worms? She asked. The boy shook his head. The big bugs can't be killed. And after the cotton bolls have spitted out the ash water, it can't be used. If the water is sprinkled on the cotton wool, it will stain the cotton wool. You can try sprinkling it in the soil at the root of the cotton plant to prevent the eggs from hatching. Sui Yu suggested. Then I'll try it. The boy immediately took note. And he muttered, Farming is also very difficult. There are really enough tricks in it. If only the crops could talk. The sound of camel bells suddenly rang in the wind. Sui Yu listened carefully, and said, Which caravan entered the customs so early? It was her own caravan. The Sui and Song caravans that left the customs in August last year returned. Song Xian and Lu Ye brought the caravan directly to the north of the city. Sui Yu was shocked to see Song Xian. After a year, Song Xian had aged a lot. And the white hair on her head was like a vein entwined with the black hair, making her look very listless. Sister Song, you have lost a lot of weight. I am sorry for the trouble you have caused me during this trip, Sui Yu said with concern. Song Xian stroked her hair and said, It is too hot to walk in the desert in summer. We drank a lot of water all the way from Lulan to Dunhuang. We didn't eat much food at all. How could we not lose weight? Did you give birth? Is it a girl or a boy? It is a little girl. Her full name is Minkan and her nickname is Xiaohua. Sui Yu poured her a bowl of water and said, Xiaohua is sleeping now. When she wakes up, I will bring her out to show you. But there is nothing new. She looks 70% like her brother when he was a child. You are good at giving birth. Both children look like you. Song Xian smiled. Lu Ye came in after unloading the goods. She took out a beeswax bracelet and said, This bracelet is for Xiaohua. This is a gift from me to my sister. Sui Yu exclaimed. Such an expensive gift? Did the young shopkeeper Song become rich this time? Lu Ye nodded with a smile. Thanks to my aunt. The quilts and cotton jackets I brought out last year sold for a good price. You don't need to call me. Go and see your goods, Song Xian said. Sui Yu was not in a hurry to go over. She sat down and asked, Did you encounter any dangerous things this time? We met robbers. After we left Lulan, we met robbers on the way to Yuli. They wanted our quilts, Lu Ye said angrily. We attracted attention when we were selling goods in Lulan. And some thugs chased us when we left Lulan, Song Xian said. Fortunately, there were many people in our 2 caravans, so we didn't suffer any losses in the fight. We fought and fled. And when we were close to Yuli, we met an envoy. And then the bandits dispersed. Are you injured? Sui Yu asked. 3 of my servants died, and 2 of yours were injured. San Chao and Qin Shan. One injured his arm, and the other injured his back. Song Xian said. 5 thieves died. So I said, we didn't suffer any loss. I'll go over and take a look. Sui, you couldn't sit still. You two should eat and drink enough and go back to the house to rest. The guest room you stayed in last year is still there. And your things are still in it. Song Xian thanked him. Sui Yi went out and heard a child crying next door. She turned on her toes and went into the yard. The crying disappeared, and the little boy came out holding Xiaohua. Come! I'll hold it. Our caravan is back. Go and have a look. Sui Yu said. She touched Xiaohua's belly and asked, Are you hungry? No. Then let's go and see what the caravan brought back. After entering the guest house, Sui Yu saw Qin Shan. She looked at him and asked, Did you hurt your back or your arm? My back was injured. I was stabbed by the thieves. But it has healed a long time ago. It's not a big deal. Qin Shan said. Go to the city to see the doctor some other day. And San Chao, you should also go to the city to see the doctor. Sui Yu reminded. What good things did you bring back? Let me see. Master, come and see. We have exchanged 5 boxes of jade jewelry. Xiao Chunhong said excitedly. She opened the jewelry box. And the whole room was bright. Is this the young master? She's really pretty. She took out a complete white fox skin from the fur box and said, The young master is fair. This fox skin is suitable for her. Sui Yu saw tiger skin and red fox skin in the box. She squatted down and flipped through them and said, The furs are good. They are all good things. We exchanged them with the Parthan merchants. Zhang Shun continued. What else? Sui Yu asked. Li Wu carefully opened a large wooden box and said, This is a large piece of colored glaze. It is translucent and beautiful when installed on the windowsill. As soon as I saw this, I felt that it must be suitable for our warehouse. The warehouse has many windows. And these 3 pieces of colored glaze are not enough. But they are very suitable for installing on the windows of the new house. Chapter 363. The main text ends. Sui Liang heard the noise and came from the 10th guest house. He met the tired servants walking out, led by Qin Shan. They were all dusty, with sand in the corners of their clothes, dust in their folds, and yellow sand in their ears, hair, and even nostrils. You have worked hard, Sui Liang said. The kitchen is cooking. Go wash up and come back to rest after you have a full stomach. Qin Shan said hey, raised his hand and hit Sui Liang. Jokingly said, Second shopkeeper, when will you go to the border with us again? There will be a chance, Sui Liang said vaguely. The servants went out and Sui Liang went in. Xiaohua looked at him curiously. She grinned and stretched out her hands to ask for a hug. Sui Liang pretended to run a few steps, and he snatched his niece away, making Xiaohua giggle. She hugged her uncle's neck coquettishly, and anyone could see that she liked her uncle. Not being able to speak will not hinder the little girl from pleasing others. Song Xian came in from outside. She clapped her hands and said, Come, let your aunt hug you. Xiaohua buried her face in her uncle's shoulder and pretended not to hear. After a while, she didn't hear any sound. So she quietly looked up and saw Song Xian looking at her with a smile. She stuck out her tongue mischievously and buried her head in her uncle's shoulder like playing hide-and-seek. This girl is fun. Song Xian liked her very much. She walked to Sui Liang and pinched the little girl's soft flesh, saying, She is well-fed, plump, white and tender. Just let her be my daughter. You wishful thinking. You are dreaming before it gets dark. Sui Yu said pooh. She locked the door, walked out and said, Why aren't you resting? Do you have something to talk to me about? It's okay. Come and see Xiaohua. Song Xian pinched the little girl's feet, and then looked at the clothes Xiaohua was wearing. Is it connected together? Yes. A piece of cloth is cut into 2 sleeves and 2 trouser legs. The arms and legs are stuffed in. The rope is tied. The buttons are fastened. It is easy to put on and take off. And she is comfortable wearing it, Sui Yu said. Song Xian nodded repeatedly. Good idea. My grandchildren will also wear it like this in the future. Sui Yu took out a handkerchief to wipe Xiaohua's saliva. She pointed to the other side of the river and said, Your house has also started construction. The foundation was dug just last month. It is estimated that it will be completed before the autumn harvest. Song Xian went over to see it. Your house is built. Why haven't you moved yet? Wait for Xiaohua's father to come back. He went to Jiuquan and Zhangye to inspect the cotton fields. Sui Yu saw that Sui Liang seemed to have something to say, so she waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak, she turned her head and said, "Sister Song, you go and rest first. The little girl needs to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. I will go to serve her first." Xiaohua sucked her fingers with relish. She was indeed hungry. When Sui Yu stretched out her hand, she pounced on it like a fledgling. Seeing Song Xian return to the guest house, Sui Yu asked, "Brother Liang, do you have something to say to me?" "Well, I'm not in a hurry. You go and feed Xiaohua first." "Okay. Go get a basin of water. I'll give her a bath. She's sweating all over from sleeping." Half an hour later, the servants who went to the lower reaches of the river to bathe and wash their hair came back, and Sui Yu cleaned up Xiaohua. The little girl was refreshed and full, and she was very happy. When she heard the lively conversation next door, she leaned over to go over. It happened that Xiao Chunhong wanted to coax the child. So Sui Yu handed Xiaohua to her and told her, "If Xiaohua cries, you give her to Ah Shui or Huan You and Ah Chang." "Okay. By the way, Master, has Lu Yair given birth?" "Yes. She gave birth at the end of last year. She is also a little girl, 2 or 3 months older than Xiaohua." Grandma Yin went to take care of the child, Sui Yu said. She waved to Xiaohua and went to find Sui Liang. Sui Liang was picking mulberries under the mulberry tree. Sui Yu waved at him and said, "You have been tinkering with it mysteriously for 2 or 3 months. Let me see what treasure you have come up with." "Sister, how do you know I want to talk about this? You jumped right under my nose. As soon as you raised your foot, I knew which direction you were going to go. What could you hide from me? What's more, your thoughts are written on your face. How could I not know it?" The brother and sister walked into the 10th guest house one after another, the 7th room from west to east. Sui Yu smelled the smell of tung oil as soon as he approached. Sui Liang opened the door with brisk steps, and the room suddenly became brighter with the sunlight shining in. The wooden table opposite the door was full of standing cocoons, and the strong smell of tung oil in the room hurt people's eyes. Sui Liang put on cowhide gloves and rubbed 2 cocoons in his hands. Sui Yu looked around, and she lowered her eyes and waited quietly. Suddenly, a cluster of flame shot up from Sui Liang's palms. He excitedly spread his hands to show Sui Yu. "Sister, look! The caravan will not need to bring wooden stakes to preserve fire when it goes out in the future." The flames were fleeting, and Sui Yu felt that the smell was not right. She picked up a cocoon and saw that it was indeed wrapped with cotton wool. "Introduce it to me?" she said. Sui Liang handed her another cocoon and said, "This is a cocoon without cotton wool. I soaked it in tung oil first, and repeated it 7 times. After the cocoon was fixed, I poured hot oil mixed with beeswax, tung oil and lard into it. I tried 63 times, and finally found the right ratio. After the beeswax, tung oil and lard are mixed and cooled, the oil will solidify." Sui Yu pinched the cocoon. The texture was soft. The stuff inside was like glue, entangled with the silk, and it couldn't be crushed or poured out, said Sui Liang. He took another cocoon with cotton thread. He pinched 2 empty cocoons wrapped with cotton wool and rubbed them gently. After the 7th rub, a small flame appeared on the cocoon. The cotton thread soaked in tung oil was burned on the flame, and a flame the size of a soybean burned slowly. The solidified wax in the cocoon melted slightly under the scorching flame, and the cocoon burned. Suddenly, the flame rose suddenly. The silk burned out. The beeswax melted quickly, and the wax oil dripped on the cowhide gloves, and the hard cowhide burned with a burnt smell. Bring this when the caravan travels. Even if you encounter wet firewood in the mountains, you can start a fire by throwing a few more cocoons. But this is not important. After soaking cotton wool in tung oil, add silk and rub it a few times. It will catch fire. Sui Liang showed off enthusiastically. Sister, you can sell this in your warehouse in the future. Sui Yu gave him a thumbs up. Great. You have a clever idea. How did you come up with this idea? When I was boiling silk cocoons and peeling silk, a cocoon fell down. It happened that the fire in the stove hole burst out and burned the cocoon. I thought the cocoon was doomed. But when I picked it up, there was a black mark on the cocoon, and it was not burned at all. After that, I used fire tongs to hold the cocoon on the fire and burned it. When it was burned, I took it out. As soon as I took it out, the fire went out in 2 breaths. I didn't believe in evil, So I cut a piece of silk cloth and burned it with fire. As soon as the flame was removed, the burning silk cloth went out. Sister, silk is fire resistant. Sui Liang is still very surprised. He can't figure out why silk is more fire resistant than hemp and cotton. Sui Yu patiently listened to his excitement and doubts. His eyes were quite bright during the story. He liked this exploration process very much. After that, I soaked the cocoons and silk cloth in tung oil and burned them. Now they can be burned. I thought about it and wrapped cotton wool around the cocoons. The cotton wool burned away, but the cocoons were still there. After several experiments, I soaked the cocoons wrapped with cotton wool and tung oil and took them out to dry. When I collected them after they were dried, I found that the cocoons in the basket were smoking. Sui Liang's tone was high and his expression was excited. You got the inspiration from this and wanted to use cocoons and cotton wool to make flints. Sui Yu continued his words. Sui Liang nodded. I brought a caravan into the customs before. It was troublesome for the caravan to carry wooden stakes to preserve the fire. If you were not careful, the charcoal would go out. For example, the wind on Hongqiling is cold and wet, and the dew in Qinling is heavy and humid. Trying to make fire by drilling wood in these two places can rub the skin off the palms of people. What a clever idea. Sui Yu praised. I told you. It would definitely be useful to go out with the caravan. Sui Liang agreed with this. Standing on the mountain and looking at the mountain. Each mountain is different. Seeing the water. Each water does not meet each other. No matter how much the teacher teaches, it is not as good as going out for a walk yourself. Experience deeply. Sui Yu twisted the cocoon and asked, can only cocoons be used? Can other things be used? For example, linen or cotton? Sui Liang took out a bunch of cloth rolls from a basket next to him. Cotton, cotton wool, linen, and silk were all soaked in tung oil. He took 2 cotton rolls and rubbed them together, and asked her to take the linen rolls and rub them together. Sui Yu rubbed the linen roll for 50 or 60 times, but there was still no spark coming out. She gave up and said, can't linen replace silk cocoons? It seems so. After soaking linen and cotton cloth in tung oil, they can be rubbed out to produce fire within 3 to 5 days. After a while, these cloth rolls seem to be damp and can't produce fire. Sui Liang also stopped. Sui Yu understood instantly that the tung oil evaporated. Can this empty silk cocoon without wax oil be rubbed out to produce fire no matter how many days it is left? She asked. Not really. Maybe a month at most. Sui Liang was not sure. It may have something to do with the amount of cotton wool wrapped around it. He held a silk roll in one hand and an empty silk cocoon in the other, saying, human craftsmanship is not as good as silkworms. Silk cocoons are much tighter than silk and silk cloth. Sui Yu looked at the silk cocoons on the table and the cowhide gloves covered with smoke and fire marks, thinking that Sui Liang was really committed to this experiment. Do you want to continue thinking about it? Is there a substitute for beeswax? There are not many silk cocoons in Dunhuang, but there is a lot of cotton. Can cotton replace silk cocoons? For example, cotton wool mixed with oil or charcoal ash can be stored in bamboo tubes. It can be used to preserve fire like a wooden stake. You can just take it out and blow it. Sui Yu persuaded. It can't be? Cotton wool will burn up once it is ignited. It can't be as fire resistant as a wooden stake. Sui Liang subconsciously denied it. He murmured, silk is fire resistant, but it is easy to extinguish. Mix silk and cotton wool together. Sui Yu was helpless. She only knew that there were fire lighters in ancient times. It was probably controlled by controlling oxygen to control the burning speed of the fire lighter. As for what was filled in the fire lighter, she didn't know. You try it, she encouraged. The fire cocoons made of silkworm cocoons, cotton wool, beeswax, tung oil, and lard are precious materials, and the selling price is not low, which means that such things can only be circulated in caravans and cannot enter the homes of ordinary people. Sui Liang was a little bored. I thought of this just to sell silkworm cocoons. Tens of thousands of silkworm cocoons were sold for only more than 300 yuan, which is too cheap. That's fine. Sui Yu stopped the unfinished persuasion in time. I will open a shop for you to sell fire cocoons, called Sui Liang Fire Cocoons, and the things you figure out will be named after you. Sui Liang was a little embarrassed. Isn't this bad? Why? Not good? I think it's good. Sui Yu walked out and said, in 1 or 2 months, the caravan will enter the country on a large scale. You should prepare more fire cocoons to avoid not having enough to sell. Sui Liang followed him out and said, "You don't need to open a shop. Just sell them in the warehouse. You need to build a reputation. You can't sell them in the warehouse." Sui Yu didn't listen to him. "You are responsible for selling your goods. If you need cocoons, you can contact the caravan to buy them for you from the inside of the country. Making money is addictive." Sui Yu found that Sui Liang also wanted to make money. It might be that the money earned by the caravan and the guest house was too large, and he had no worries about food and drink. So he lost his sense of reality about making money. She planned to tempt him with money to see if he could get him to work in this industry. You can manage the money you earn from selling fire cocoons yourself. And you can also find ways to buy and sell goods yourself. Sui Yu stood outside the guest house and looked around. Her eyes fell on the main courtyard. She thought for a while and said, "You don't need to buy a shop. This main courtyard belongs to you. This is your shop. You have to be careful not to burn down my house." Before Sui Liang could catch his breath, the matter had already been settled. He sighed and complained, "My leisure time is gone." Sui Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. As long as the inventory was sufficient, he could have fun for half a year. Third sister-in-law. "You are in the guest house. No wonder I didn't find anyone. I will eat here tonight," Xiao Xiaomi said. "I heard the camel bells coming into the city, and hurriedly chased to sell fodder. I didn't expect that your caravan was back, and I ran out of money this time." "Okay. Here tonight," Sui Yu agreed. "Why is Sui Liang listless?" Xiao Xiaomi asked. Sui Liang saw Lu Yair holding Xiaohua coming out of the house, on the other side of the river. He immediately cheered up and denied, "No. My sister wants me to open a shop, and I am thinking about it." "What shop?" Xiao Xiaomi was curious. That night, Sui Liang's fire cocoon was revealed to everyone. After everyone praised him, he was so excited that he was beaming. He even boasted to Xiao Chunhong that he would make a fire stick that could preserve the fire for them. He was completely different from his previous bored look. Sui Yu watched quietly from a few steps away. She realized at this time that what could motivate Sui Liang was not money but God. What he needed was his own aura. Not the younger brother of the shopkeeper Yu, the brother-in-law of General Zhao Zhongwang, or the attention brought by his appearance. 6 days later, Zhao Shiping brought back 13,000 kilograms of cotton. This was the first batch of cotton harvested by the cotton growers living in Jiuquan and Zhangye. The cotton seeds were transported before they could be shredded. He was accompanied by a team of escorting officers and soldiers. They stayed in the guest house for 2 days. Sui Yu asked them to transport the 115,000 yuan settled to Jiuquan and Zhangye, and then delivered them to the cotton growers. Ding Quan and Dunhuang had just returned and were sent out by her again. They went to settle accounts and supervise. 2 days later, on a double-digit day, Sui Yu's family moved into the general's mansion on the other side of the river, and the copper plates that filled a whole room were moved over. After that, the vacant main courtyard was changed into Sui Liang Fire Cocoon Shop. When she woke up that morning, Sui Yu saw Zhao Shiping sitting at the table writing something with a frown on his face. She did not disturb him, but lay quietly looking at the empty house. She had just moved into the new house, except for the bed and tables and chairs. The suitcases, oil lamps, kettles, and cups were all old things that she was used to, and they were not replaced. She looked at the earthen wall beside the bed, wondering when to hire a craftsman to chisel the wall and inlay her 4 new pieces of colored glaze into the earthen wall. The brush fell on the wooden table. Sui Yu came back to her senses. She stood up and asked, "Have you finished writing?" "Yes. It is a letter of apology to the court." Zhao Shiping sighed. Because of rust, more than 47,000 cotton plants were pulled out. And because of insect pests, many cotton fields will have reduced production this year. All of this must be reported to the court. Sui Yu gathered her hair and walked to the table to look at the bamboo slips. Zhao Shiping wrote a lot of words. In addition to explaining the problems encountered in cotton planting this year, he also reflected that the main reason for the lack of water in cotton plants, the failure to find the disease in time, and the serious insect pests, was that the slaves were not dedicated and did not worry. The slaves planted the land completely according to the command of the agricultural officials. One command and one action. They did not care about the amount of cotton production. If they were asked to water, they would only water. And if they were asked to catch insects, they would only catch insects. They would not worry about other problems encountered by cotton plants. Zhao Shiping walked to Sui Yu and picked up the brush. He asked her opinion, "Do you think I should add another sentence?" Such as releasing some slaves to work on the fields? Sui looked at him and said, if you think this measure is beneficial to cotton planting, then write it. Zhao Shiping dipped his pen in ink and started writing without hesitation. After the writing on the bamboo slips dried, the bamboo slips were handed over to the postman. Zhao Shiping didn't care about what happened next. It was the harvest season for cotton. Caravans from inside and outside the pass rushed to Dunhuang. In the wilderness north of the city, the newly built shops opened in a hurry. There were shoe shops, wine shops, hoof repair shops, barber shops, ready-made clothing shops, iron shops, oil tea shops, fodder shops, and various food stalls. The jingling camel bells came from far away. The merchants exchanged a few words with Suiyu and ran to the Jinxiu weaving workshop as soon as they landed. The north of the city has changed a lot. Shopkeeper Du, you have added 3 more weaving workshops. Have you made a fortune? I have made a fortune. Thanks to you. The 3 houses here are used to make quilts and cotton jackets. This year, there are more acres of cotton and more cotton has been harvested. You can buy as many quilts as you want this year. How much is a quilt? It's still 500 coins. The cotton is in the hands of shopkeeper Yu. If she doesn't lower the price, we can't lower the price either. Shopkeeper Du said. The merchant didn't say anything more. He exchanged silk for 200 quilts and 200 sets of cotton jackets and trousers. He stayed in Dunhuang for 5 days. And the caravan left the customs without stopping. The caravan returning from outside the customs sold the goods in their hands to Suiyu, and bought quilts and cotton jackets from her at a slightly lower price, and hurried out of the customs before winter. Shopkeeper Yu, will the price of cotton be reduced next year? The merchant returning from outside the customs asked. Suiyu nodded. It's very likely. Merchants don't want to see a price reduction. If there are too many things and the goods are cheaper, they won't be able to sell them at a high price. Then I'll buy more this time. Go further this time. And come back in 2 or 3 years. Shopkeeper Yu, I brought a good thing. You buy it back and raise it for your son. A Hu merchant came over with an eagle cage. And he said loudly, this eagle was caught at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. There is no eagle inside the pass. You give me a good price. The goshawk in the cage was listless, and its hair seemed to have lost its luster. Suiyu leaned over to look, and there was still a sharpness in the eagle's eyes. This is a fierce guy, harder to tame than a wild horse. She shook her head and said, I can't raise it. I don't have the ability to tame it. And I can't offer a price. You can ask other caravans. The Hu merchant was anxious. He kept praising the eagle for its rarity, and asked Suiyu to buy it for his child to practice. Suiyu refused to take over, so the Hu merchant had to take the eagle cage away again. The goshawk is arrogant and difficult to tame. This one is wild, and would rather starve to death than be tamed. The merchant who was selecting goods in the warehouse said, Shopkeeper Yu, you can't buy it. I just took a few glances, and this hawk is probably sick and in a bad mood. No. Suiyu shook his head. The sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded outside the warehouse. Suiyu looked in the direction of the sound. It was Zhao Shiping who came back. He looked relaxed and seemed to have encountered good things. The court has issued an order to pardon some slaves. For example, slaves who were implicated in robbery, banditry, fighting and injuring others because of their fathers, brothers, nephews, and can be pardoned. Slaves who have committed crimes can redeem themselves with money after serving for 10 years. As for those who have no money, they can rent land and grow cotton to pay off their debts. Zhao Shiping was a little excited. Look, I copied a decree back. The merchants who heard the news in the warehouse rushed over, and the slaves who were bathing and brushing the camels by the river also hurried over. Sir, can private slaves be redeemed? Xiao Chunhong asked sharply. Yes, 50,000 coins per person, Suiyu said loudly. With the consent of the master, you can change the slave status to good status by paying 50,000 coins to the government. How much money do I have saved? Xiao Chunhong murmured excitedly. With the dividends from this trip, it can be 35,000 coins. Right. I will go out again, and the money saved will be enough to redeem myself. A sharp eagle's cry interrupted the boiling sound on the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a goshawk flying out of the guest house. It grabbed a hen that was digging for worms and ran away quickly. Hu Shang chased out with curses, but the goshawk had already run away. No one cared about this little episode, and the interrupted discussion started again. 3 days later, A minor official rode a horse to the guest house and returned. Zhao Shiping had 23 official slaves under his name, and 18 official slaves, including Yinpa and Gon de Gonair, were pardoned. On the Great Wall, shrill wooden whistles sounded one after another, and hunched slaves walked down from the wall. They looked excited, but their eyes were blank, and they walked aimlessly in the wilderness like lonely ghosts. The remaining slaves on the wall had numb and desperate eyes. With a dong sound, a light figure fell from the wall, and with a cry of an eagle, the goshawk hiding in the bushes fled in panic. The goshawk flew to the southwest corner of the city, and the abandoned prostitute camp covered in the sunset was on fire, and a disheveled figure fled from the fire. The fire lit up the night sky, and a faint light ignited on the land of the feudal kingdom. When the sky was getting light, the fire went out, and the smoke in the wind disappeared. Sui Liang stood up from the tombstone, propped up the stone and said, "You see, as long as people are still alive, the days of despair will come to an end." There was a flapping sound on the river surface, and Sui Liang looked closely. He saw a black mass, thinking it was a person, so he jumped down and fished out a half-dead eagle. Wet footprints left the river, and the tombstone standing by the river looked silently. The sky was full of rosy clouds, and a new day began.